Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Watkins Glen International. We're just 75 years ago. Well, before we had Watkins Glen International, we had the Watkins Glen Street Races, and then we had this circuit built. About 50 years ago, it is the initial home, the original home of the United States Formula One Grand Prix, and it's a circuit that's known for as much for its speed as that blue Armco that still rings the track. And this weekend, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour descends upon this mecca of American road racing, and it's 3.4 miles of power and fury. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. Joining me this morning and the rest of the weekend is going to be Larry Lefty MacLeod for our second day of qualifying. And Larry, good morning, first of all.
Good morning, Greg. This is going to be an awesome day.
It is beautiful, beautiful weather out here, 55 degrees, and we're starting things off with a group of cars that when I think about Watkins Glen International, I think about power and I think of speed. I think about some of the GT1 cars that roam this course right now, and many of our other GT cars, the American sedan pony cars that are out here. So many high horsepower cars. Larry, real quick as we do get started, let's give everybody a quick rundown of what we're going to be doing here today from Watkins Glen. We're going to be starting off the morning with our final qualifying sessions of the weekend. We have our big bore group, and then we have two more groups that will be conducting qualifying afterwards, our small bore production, and then our touring cars. And then we go racing for the entire rest of the day. First race of the day scheduled to start right around 9:45 a.m. this morning, so not that far off. But Larry, if things go today like they did yesterday, where we had a lot of clean and green track here, uninterrupted qualifying sessions, as our first drivers now are coming out of the final corner and seeing the green flag to start their 25-minute qualifying session, it should be another great day here from the Glen.
Yeah, it looks absolutely gorgeous. Those blue skies just shining down. It doesn't get any better in the middle of upstate New York. I love this place.
Yeah, it is so special, and believe me, Larry, as I came up here the other day from 95 degrees and humid down in Charlotte, North Carolina, to then come into 60 and 70 degree weather here at the Glen, it was incredibly welcoming. All right, so quickly here, let's take a look at how this group did in their practice. They were out yesterday morning in that cool air for about 25 minutes, getting the lay of the land and checking track conditions, which should be very similar this morning to what they had on track yesterday. Matter of fact, it might even be a touch warmer at 55 degrees than it was yesterday. In GT1, and we've seen him win many times over the course of this Super Tour season. We had Michael MacLeod in his an FIA GT3 Lamborghini Huracan. David Pinterick, who was our 2017 national champion in GT1 in his Ford Mustang, was second fastest. Joe Frieda in his Corvette, third fastest. And we did not have Michael Lewis go out for the practice yesterday in GT1. I believe he was out in his GT3 car. Indeed he was. He was out in his GT3 Mazda RX-7, so we'll probably see him out in the GT1 car here today. In GT2, and he was the fastest driver of the session for quite a bit of time, Barry Bowes in his GT2 Ford Mustang. Then we had Tony Ave in his GT2 machine, the number 144 car, and then Sterling Cole. And then we had, and I believe Tony Ave, I have to double check if it was running in a GT2 config or if it was in the GT3 config, had ended up clouding the turn 11 wall in his Acura RSX yesterday, and I didn't see any times put down for him in that RSX and GT3, so we'll check a little bit more on that. In GTX, we had Rocky Bolduc in his GTX Lamborghini Super Trofeo with about a 2-second advantage over Brianna Ogden, also in a GTX Lamborghini Super Trofeo machine. In Touring 1, Mark Catensi, your fastest driver, with about 2 seconds on Brian Goodman and Clark Nunes. And then in American Sedan, coming off of his national championship win at Virginia International Raceway, and what I believe is his very first race weekend of the year, Danny Richardson and his Chevy Camaro almost 6 seconds up on the rest of the field. Jason Smith, Thomas Brown, second and third fastest.
All right, so a couple warm-up laps are kind of in the books here. Got a couple flyers out there as expected. Dave Pintar right now quickest on the timing sheet, but it is still cool. So we'll kind of let them get some heat in those tires and see what they can get down to. It's a 1:55.8 so far.
Yeah, indeed. We've got just one flying lap in the books here. If you want to join our timing and scoring, you can go to scca.com/live, and that timing will be there. We can break it down for you by 3 different sectors on track. We can give you how these cars do in the speed traps here, and they're just now, most of them completing now what is shown as their 3rd lap overall. That is actually the 2nd flying lap, as it looks like a little late to the party. Porsche Cayman, and let me take a look at which machine that is. Actually, I believe that's the GT4 RS Cub Sport of Brianna Ogden. Actually, she's in a GT4 RS this weekend rather than the Lamborghini that she ran at NOLA Motorsports Park and a couple other rounds of the Super Tour this year.
That'd be interesting to see that one in GTX. Got a couple GTX cars here this weekend.
And here's a blast from the past. And actually, I believe he ran with us last year at this event as well. Larry Lou Gelati out here this weekend. And of course, many of you know Lou from his exploits in World Challenge, where he was a 3-time champion. He's won at Long Beach and at Lime Rock and Trans Am, and he started racing here at Watkins Glen. He lives out now. He lives out in Dallas, Texas, but he grew up in this area, Larry, and he started racing here at Watkins Glen in the early 70s.
Yeah, I think we had seen him at the Hallett Super Tour earlier this year as well. So maybe he only shows up when I'm one of the commentators. I don't know. I mean, it's coincidence. Thanks, Lou. Appreciate you showing up just for me. I mean, really.
Exactly. So he's out in an 06 Chevy Corvette Z06 there, and his G2 Motorsports has been producing parts for Corvettes for a number of years for use in motorsports.
It's a big field here in this practice session. About 26 cars or so on track. A few more that didn't make it out for the session, but pretty big group here buzzing around trying to get these things warmed up. There's a lot of cars, a lot of engine, a lot of brakes, a lot of tires to get warmed up this morning.
To get warmed up, exactly. So early on, fastest driver, Dave Pinterick, in his GT1 Ford Mustang. He currently has almost 6 seconds, over 5.5 seconds on Joe Frieda and Ray Ramirez. Does not look like Michael McAlean, our fastest driver in practice yesterday, brought his Lamborghini out. I haven't seen that bright green thing going around here yet today. Michael Lewis is out in his for qualifying today. Looks like he said he's not out there. He's not out in his Jaguar XKR. He's out in his in the number 32 Mazda RX-7, the GT3 car, where he currently has about 2.2 seconds on Ken Nelson. Armin McGregor and Joe Christensen not out.
There's some serious smoke coming out of that Mustang there. I'm not sure whose that is.
Now, the question is, I was going to say, is that the Barry Bowes machine? Because it is not a GT car. That
it's the A sedan car.
Right, either A sedan or Touring 1. Most likely, that is Jason Smith. Either Jason Smith or it's the light blue one. It's James Jost.
Yeah,
it's gotta be James.
I think he just pulled off onto the NASCAR back straight there.
Yeah, and I would say James, a former national champion, Larry, but he's had a lot of mechanical issues with that car this year.
Right. That's unfortunate. I don't know what that could have been. It seemed to be smoking engine side, but we'll see. See if he's able to get that back going on and be able to make the race later. So luckily it's only practice, still got qualifying to go for him, but he's got some work to do.
Yep, indeed, and we've have gotten word that he has pulled off track. He was running 5th fastest, and it sounds like they're just. And the call is 1-4 blue. That's James Jost, just to wrap that up. In T1 right now, Tim Rubright in his Ford Mustang 302, currently your fastest driver on track. He's got about a half second on Brian Goodman and his BMW M3, and then Clark Nunes in his Chevy Camaro. Those are your top three there, as we're just a little bit less than halfway through the session.
Great camera shots this morning.
Yeah.
That view down the S's there. It's just absolutely gorgeous.
And hopefully we'll get a good shot. There is a camera.
Yeah, look
this
at that.
shot, of course, always just so iconic, and you can see the huge elevation change here at the Glen. We've also got an amazing shot, Larry, at the outer loop, where the cars pretty much come right up to the camera face just as they're exiting through there. It'll be the next shot up as we
great shot here, the inner loop and the exit there, that bus stop, and then just awesome shots today, guys.
Yeah, here we go as the car comes literally right up to you here, and great shots. All right, let's take a look in American Sedan right now. Moving up and around both Jason Smith and Thomas Brown, Amy Aquilante out of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. She and Beth both driving their Pontiac Firebirds. Amy's in the blue 51 machine, but she is still about 2.5 seconds off of Danny Richardson's pace.
Yeah, good lap in there for her this morning. Should be good qualifying position there for her if that holds up. But there's still a lot of laps to go, and we'll see if some of the others can get down into those low 2.0s like Daniel and Amy.
All right, and it looks like we may have a car that is pulled off, Larry, coming into turn 9. And taking a look at this shot here from turn 8, I think it may be actually past. If we could head up to the next camera, Brandon. Not Brandon. What am I calling you, Brandon? Jordan. Well, nope, he's not there.
No.
He's probably right underneath our camera. Yeah, he's probably directly underneath us, but there is a car that's off over there, and unfortunately not carrying one of our Flagtronics units, so we can't easily pick out the car number. We do have a number of machines that have now come onto the pit lane, Larry. The number 11 car, that is Brian Scheibel, currently running second in GT2, or second fastest GT2. Also have one of our GT3 Mazda RX-7s as well. Actually, I believe it's Sterling Cole in the number 13 RX-7. That's actually a GT2 car that is on the pit lane as well. All right, let's do this, Larry. We're just about halfway. So let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a quick break, thanks to our partners and sponsors, and come back with more qualifying action here from Watkins Glen. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7. Small bore drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod. And we are winding things down here in our big bore qualifying session, Larry. And although everybody, if they look at that ticker on the side of the screen, they could see there are about 8 minutes left. I have watched a steady stream of drivers going down the pit lane and heading back behind the wall, I think, as we've had some of these local cautions come out. But one thing that I just did notice, we talked about early on, where we have Michael Lewis go out and put some qualifying times in with his GT3 Mazda RX-7. He came down the pit lane and jumped into this, his Jaguar XKR. So he's going to use the last 8 minutes or 7.5 minutes of qualifying to put in at least a couple of hot laps in that Jaguar, but he's got to do some work to get some heat in those tires.
Yes, that will definitely take a little bit of warm-up, but he always double dips. He's got two of the most beautiful race cars ever with the GT3 RX-7, and then, of course, his beautiful Jag. Be really cool to hear and see that Jag rolling around there with that big Ford motor in it.
Oh, yes.
He'll be quick. We'll see if he can get down into the 52 range.
Yeah, and right now the bogey time in GT1 is a 52.4 that was set by Dave Penterick. As we've got... Yeah, I think that might be the 122 of Joe Frieda.
Yeah.
And indeed, that is the call from our workers over there at Station 5 Alpha. It is the 122 of Frieda, who's at the moment your second fastest driver in GT1. About 5.7 seconds off of Penterick. Should mention that Ray Ramirez in the number 43 Porsche 911 Cup car is currently your third fastest driver in GT1. Couple Porsches sitting there in that field. Both Ramirez, also Richard White. Those two drivers separated by 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, that may not help Michael Lewis's attempt to get in a good lap.
Yeah.
He's got a yellow right up here at the
bus stop.
See those two,
and he's definitely, and Larry, here's a bad sign for Michael Lewis. Checkered flag is now out on the session.
Yeah.
As
that's
with
a
that
tough
car
spot
there.
to be parked.
Exactly. So we'll see here. I think Lewis, let me check our timing and scoring.
I don't see a lap officially in
No, and I saw him down working sector 3, so he is not going to get a timed lap in with that Jaguar.
In fact, there he is coming down the front straight slowly. That's him.
Yeah, so that the timed lap is essentially his out lap, Larry, and that will put him at the very bottom end of the field, 27th out of 27 cars that went out for qualifying this morning. So let's go. We'll break things down here. First, I'll give you the top 5 overall, and then we'll break things down by class. Dave Penterick, your fastest driver out here today, and set his fast lap on his last one before pitting in. On lap number 6, a 152.228, 2.4 seconds clear of your GT2 pole sitter, Barry Bose, in his Ford Mustang. Bose with time of 154.67. Rocky Bolduc in his Lamborghini Super Trofeo machine, and he's racing that car in the Super Trofeo series this year as well. Bolduc turns in a 155.82. He's third fastest overall, and your GTX pole sitter. Joe Frieda, who, as we see him right there, still stationed dead stick there in the grass over by the bus stop, fourth fastest overall with a time of 1:58.134. And then Brian Scheibel in his GT2 Chevy Camaro out of Georgetown, Texas, a 1:59 flat. And breaking it down by class, it's Panteric, Frida, Ray Ramirez, your top three in GT1. Out of 6 drivers setting qualifying times in GT2, Barry Bowes, Brian Scheibel, who we've talked about already, and Tad Berger in a Porsche 911 Cup car, the number 60 machine, who pitted in almost halfway through the session. He's your third fastest driver. In GT3, Ken Nelson in his Nissan 200 SX with a time of 2:10.804, almost 2 full seconds clear of Michael Lewis's Mazda RX-7. And then we've got Thomas Brown in his Camaro, third fastest, almost 5 full seconds off of Richardson's times. And then finally in Touring 1, Tim Rubright, your fastest driver in his Ford Boss 302 with a time of 2:01.869. That's 4/10 up on Brian Goodman's BMW, the red number 48 machine, also retired about while we were in commercial break here today. And then Clark Nunes in his Chevy Camaro, third fastest in a field of 4. All right, so Larry, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 7. That's E production, F production, H production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Race group number 7, please head to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break. Larry and I will have our coffee, and we'll be back in a few moments with more qualifying here from Watkins Glen International.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody, and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry MacLeod, and Larry heading out on track now. We go from some of our largest, most powerful cars to some of our not largest, most powerful cars. These are the small bore production class or production category cars, as well as our B-Spec racers, and also we had our 3 larger GT category cars for primarily tube frame machines. We've got the GT Light cars out in this group as well.
Yeah, a bunch of momentum cars in this field. So this will be a little bit of a different flavor, but another big group, 27 potentially here on track. Bunch of classes, big B-Spec group this weekend. So
Indeed.
Frank Schwartz got the troops motivated out here. What are we up to, about 12 cars?
Yeah, I think 11, 12 cars, and got some stories coming out of there. I think Frank Schwartz was the fastest of our drivers in B-Spec in practice yesterday. Fastest driver in this group during practice was John Hainsworth in his E-Production second-gen Mazda RX-7, the black number 95 machine.
There's some guy named Roman in this group, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. James Gregorius was our fastest GT Light machine. He's in that white first-gen Mazda RX-7, the 09 car, and then Charlie Campbell, our fastest F production driver in his first-generation open-top Mazda Miata. And then in H production, I think it was good to see him out here. Vince LaManna in his Volkswagen Rabbit. He had his car out at Mid-Ohio 2 weeks ago as well. And as you mentioned, Frank Schwartz, the fastest of our B-Spec racers. But yeah, a lot of notes coming out of B-Spec this weekend here, Larry, as we've got our reigning national champion, Rich Roman, in the field. And his teammate, who's worked with for years, not at the runoffs, however, Alex Ratcliffe. They are both in Mini Coopers here this weekend. We also have out here Jim Kelleher in the number 31 Mini. Jim is, I think, racing possibly for the first time here at Watkins Glen. His son Connor took double wins at NOLA Motorsports Park earlier on this season on the Super Tour, and he says that the son is now teaching the father. And we also have out here, and here's an interesting story. And congratulations, JB, you got the third fastest out lap. JB Swan out of Braintree, Massachusetts. So he's driving a Chevy Sonic, but this is not the Chevy Sonic that he's been campaigning for the last 2 years. Tony Roma, Larry, you and I know, engineer for General Motors, and was the lead engineer, I think, for the Cadillac CT4V and CT5V Blackwing programs. He had been racing a Chevy Sonic for a number of years, and I believe it was a Chevy Sonic that was actually built by John Heinrichsey in the Heinrocket Motors. And he put that car up for sale. JB Swan picked it up last week, and he's in it for the first time. And I believe coming through the bus, well, we had him just coming through the bus stop sandwiched between 2 other B-Spec cars.
Yeah, probably see him coming down there through 6 in a minute. But yeah. Yep. That'll be really cool to see him getting into that car. Anytime you buy a Heinrichsey car, it's going to be good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is him there in the white, black, and red Chevy Sonic, the number 3 car. And hopefully, don't want to jinx anything for him. Hopefully that car holds up a little better than a couple of the Sonics that I saw at Carolina Motorsports Park this past weekend that had some trouble with the heat. No. Big difference, though, between 90-plus degrees in South Carolina versus 70 or so here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, well, according to our own timing, according it says 59 at the Glen right now, but if that's updated or not, but that is certainly a little less than at CMP. So
yeah, yes, very, very much so. I think notable by his absence this week in B-Spec is our 2022 national champion. That he I don't know why he didn't come down. He's from the New England region, and that would be, oh my gosh, all of a sudden, Larry, it's my first time this weekend where I had a brain fart, and let's see here. My poor brain, and somebody's probably going to jump in the chat and tell me exactly who it is.
Yeah. I'm also going to do the same.
Yes, I apologize to everybody. But tell you what, while we're picking that back up and and I'll get that information here in a moment. And I swear his name just for some reason is eluding me right now. Oh, here we go. Steve Introne. Gosh.
Yep.
Sorry, Steve. Sorry, Steve. And sorry to his wife and his son, who now races in B-Spec, and everybody else. Anyway, let's check in here as we've got our first flying laps coming in the books. Already jumping to the top of the leaderboard in E-Production. Peter is John Hainsworth in that Mazda RX-7. Peter Tonelli is out in qualifying here. An interesting story on Tonelli. He was actually, during practice yesterday morning, had his Mazda Miata running in STL, and he switched over to E-Production. I guess no harm, no foul, since we didn't have a qualifying session yet. So he now moves over here. Anthony Parker in his RX-7, third fastest in that class. In F Production, it's Charlie Campbell, then Mark McAllister, both in Mazda Miatas, and then we've got David Colby out of Utica, New York, who is currently your third fastest. He's in an Acura Integra. And we'll just, if he does really well, we'll be waiting to hear the screams and yells down the hall, because his brother is our timing chief this weekend. Let's see, in H Production, Vince LaManna and Tom Broering, both in Volkswagen Rabbits. Broering typically drives a Triumph Spitfire. He had some issues with it a couple of weeks ago. He is in his wife Carolyn's Volkswagen Rabbit, running right now, but they are separated by almost 6 seconds, actually 6.5 seconds between those two drivers. And in B-Spec, going to the top of the leaderboard early on, Rich Roman with a time at 2:25.7, about 1.4 seconds up on the rest of the field.
Yeah, we'll see how long that stands for, but again, it's B-Spec, so at this kind of a track, B-Spec is always a great race, and your starting order may not be the most critical, but I'm sure you just want to be up in that front mix if you can be. So we'll see if the rest of the guys keep up with Roman. And there's one of them, Frank Schwartz, just set the new quick time, and then immediately followed by Rich Roman resetting fastest time. So now those two just 2/10 apart, with Roman now quickest of them.
Yeah, we've gotten word, and we've got our good friend Josh Ashby roaming the paddock here this weekend, looking for some good stories and picking out things that my eyes can't easily see without 20 power binoculars. He did mention that coming off of the grid, that the number 56 B-Spec Mini Cooper of David Oliveira had been smoking quite a bit. He is still out there, and he is on track and circulating. We'll continue to watch that as this session goes on. But we're just watching right now, coming down that the short chute going to the bus stop. A lot of these B-Spec cars really working together, and I think we've got Rich Roman and Frank Schwartz together. I think it's also Jared Lendrum. Possibly an Alex Ratcliffe together, yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of how they seem to be going right now. And Schwartz, I think, was just ahead on track of Rich.
Yeah.
So Rich now may be the beneficiary of a bit of a Schwartz draft behind.
And as we've talked a lot, Larry, as we've called both real-life races here and virtual races here, here at Watkins Glen, it is a power track. There are not a lot of your traditional braking zones. This is a track that you need to be able to carry speed through corners and use that draft to your advantage. And certainly, if you're a car length or 2 car lengths behind another car and using that draft, especially for qualifying, it is definitely going to be to your advantage. And we've seen here now, both in qualifying yesterday afternoon and here this morning, that for the traditional drafting classes, that they are relying on that draft quite a bit more in qualifying than we have seen maybe on any other stop on the Super Tour.
Yeah, what's great about these cars in this track is there's probably about at least 3 spots that you could use a really good draft to your advantage to put down a fast flyer. Of course, the front straight, the back straight leading into the inner loop, and then, of course, between the toe and the heel of the boot, 3 really decent straightaways. And, 2 of them have got some uphill to them, and one of them some downhill, but you can still use some draft. And it's going to be worth quite a bit of time here run a lap. So if you're trying to get up to that front row and you can tag on to somebody, even if it's just for 1 lap, you can certainly improve that time and get on up there using some of that draft. It's a good place for it.
So also notable, we saw Michael Lewis attempt to qualify 2 cars during the previous qualifying session, Larry.
He wasn't done.
Yeah, exactly. And so the Mazda RX-7 does double duty both in GT3 and also in GT Light. with some changes done to the motor, and I think it's basically a change in restrictor, but I'm not 100%
I think it's
sure.
actually a motor slap. I thought it was the. I don't know my rotaries that well, but I think it's like a 12A to a 13B sort of full swap, which might be why Lewis isn't on track now, because that car was out there before, and unless he either, I don't know the rules well enough, but I would assume that you could probably run it in GTL trim in GT3, which he would have had to do. My suspicion is today the car is set up for GT3 and not GTL, but
not
again, we're
GT
speculating.
Yeah, so that car has not gone out on track yet for this session. Your GT Light provisional pole sitter at the moment, and he is your reigning national champion, Graham Fuller. So it's so strange for me to say in his Toyota Tercel, Larry, after he had been racing a Honda CRX for so many years. He's out of Summit Point, West Virginia. He now has a 1.3 second advantage on James Gregorius. And another one, which is very strange, I had been racing Chris Copley, or I wasn't racing against him in GT Light, but usually in the same race group as him all the way back into like 2010 and 2009. He had been running a British Leyland Mini for many, many years, and we saw just earlier on this season as he moves over to a Toyota Paseo. So a big change for him after almost 15 years, and I think that's that blue Paseo, the blue Paseo, I believe, is Graham Fuller, and then we've got Copley a little bit further back. I believe Copley's in a white one, if I remember correctly. And so Copley third fastest, Scott McAllister fourth fastest at the moment. And let's see who we have on flyers right now. Speaking of which, Chris Copley was on a flyer, set personal bests in all three sectors, and turns in a 220.092, but they still 6.5 seconds off of James Gregorius, who's second fastest in class.
Yeah, and Fuller and Gregorius are just flying right now. So Copley, McAllister, and the others have got some work to do. They're still a couple seconds back, but good to see him starting to pick up that pace here as things get warmed up.
Yeah, Charlie Campbell, who is our second fastest driver overall, he just now crosses the line. I think he might have been on a cool-down lap, Larry, as he comes across the line, and he turns in, well, cool-down lap, he's half a second off of his fastest lap time, so maybe not much of a cool down, but he's got at this point over 7.5 seconds on Mark McAllister, who is your second fastest driver in the class. Matter of fact, the 89 machine of Campbell, when he crossed the finish line, is on the pit lane. So there you go. Looks like his session is now done. He's taking his car back behind the wall. And in E-production, Hainsworth now with 12 seconds on the rest of the E-production field. Peter Tonelli is second fastest in his Mazda Miata, and then Anthony Parker in his Mazda RX-7. Michael Tosi did not go out for qualifying here this morning. Tosi driving a Mazda Miata. Then in B-Spec, Larry, it is still Roman now with a 1900th of a second advantage over Schwartz. All right, so let's do this, Larry. Let's take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll have more qualifying action here from the Glen. But first, let me make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. T2, T3, T4 drivers, please head to the grid. All right, we'll be back here in just a few moments from Watkins Glen.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Roadhouse Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody, for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. You know, Larry, I almost didn't want to come back from break because, you know, the one great thing about being up at Watkins Glen, we get to hear our directors and producers talk about NASCAR back in the heyday off air.
You, Greg, you say get to like it's a privilege. I appreciate your optimism.
Well, I know. So, Larry, when they start bringing up like 80s NASCAR drivers and 90s NASCAR drivers, I start thinking, you know, I start drawing a blank like 2002 B-Spec drivers. So, want to welcome Steve Introne, our 2022 B-Spec National Champion, to the chat. Thank you for joining us, Steve. And obviously a lot of other
Steve's,
folks.
Hopefully, a good sense of humor with your inability to remember his name.
I hope so. Yeah.
You just got to buy him a spotted cow when you see him up at.
I love it. So Trish Pellegrino's in the chat. Trish is the Bluthen brothers' mother, I believe, and she says, Steve Introne's kids are graduating, I think. I go, well, Steve's at home watching this. You better not be
watching it. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
our viewership is up by one national champion.
That's right.
Hey, it's an important one.
You just lost 2 kids. All right.
We'll never forget his name again.
Well, at least this weekend. All right. So we just saw James Gregorius coming out of 2. As it sounds like we've got a caution coming through the outer loop. Okay. That's it. No, it is actually the 117 car, Peter Tonelli, the E-Production Mazda. He's actually pulled into the short chute, heading towards turn 9 instead of going all the way down through the boot. So he's completely off course, and we're still green all the way around here with about 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock.
All right. Well, some of the change, I think, since we went to break, came back. I think Chris Copley's got a little bit quicker there in the GTL. His Paseo now just a couple seconds behind Gregorius, who's second quickest, and of course Fuller still leading the way there with that 2:11.8 in his Tercel.
Yeah, but Gregorius is starting to close things down. He's only 9/10 now off of Graham Fuller. So getting that RX-7 definitely up to speed there and starting to pick up pace. The thing is, though, as we were watching some of the shots here during the commercial break, Gregorius definitely doesn't have anybody to draft off of. It looks like he's out there all by his lonesome. As we're starting to see, speaking of draft, a lot of our B-Spec drivers starting to come down the pit lane and call it a session. Looks like the 28 Mini heading back behind the wall. That's Jared Lendrum, JB Swan in that number 3 Chevy Sonic heading back behind the wall. Looks like Graham Fuller now coming down the pit lane, pitting in from provisional pole in GT Light. and third fastest overall. And we just saw the H production, one of the two H production rabbits. That is Tom Broering's machine, the number 90, going back behind the wall. The 52 Mini. Now Andrew Nelson, who is currently fourth fastest in B-Spec, he's on the pit lane as well.
Tight qualifying group relatively there in B-Spec. I think the top 6 or so are covered by about 2 seconds total. Could make for some interesting race here when we get down to it. So if the field is always in B-Spec, can be pretty tight. But if you got a pack of 6 that's going to be running around here, that can be very interesting. I think last year we basically had a pair of 2 kind of running away with it. So this will be interesting to watch if it's a bigger group this year.
And speaking of which, you can see here 3 drivers in B-Spec working together here on probably what would be their second to last lap as they come out of the S's.
I think that's Nelson, Lendrum, and Swan, if I got that right.
Well, Swan is back. Swan went back behind the wall. He's in the red and black 3. So Chevy Sonic.
You're right. There's a different minis and Sonic there.
Yeah, we'll take a look here as they come by. So this Sonic, that is, I think that is
Anthony Ruddy.
Yeah, I think that's the 86 machine. Anthony's currently running 11th.
And then is he out there with David Oliveira and Thomas Tremper? Maybe is that the other mini?
Tremper? Yes, I believe that's Tremper in the 33.
Or is it Kelleher? It might be Kelleher in the 31.
I'm not sure. So Kelleher is racing a Grass Paddock Motorsports machine this weekend. Most of the Grass Paddock cars have the different.
I'm just watching the timing trip. And 3 cars just tripped Sector 2. It was Kelleher, Oliveira, and Ruddy.
Okay. And we just had Rich Roman cross the stripe. Roman is in, I believe, in the gold coupe.
Yep, and I think he's out there with Alex Ratcliffe.
Exactly, with the Rat Sport drivers.
You can see them, great shot of them coming up the S's here. And you can just barely see the push coming from Roman as the trailing of the 2 there. This is how it works. This is how teammates do this in B-Spec. They are locked in. You can't even see the second one. Of course, that coupe's got the slightly lower roof line, but really hides well behind the regular
Behind
Mini.
the Mini, yeah.
The view here has just got to be tough. They see how he backs off a couple car lengths going into this inner loop. Yeah, I have to visually. I mean, obviously you don't want to miss your braking point relative to what your teammates doing up front, but that's got to give a little bit, just if nothing else, for visual, so you can see through it.
And we saw right behind him, that was James Gregorius in the GT Light Mazda RX-7. And again, no draft assistance for him as he's still trying to pick up 0.9 of a second on Graham Fuller.
Yeah, while the minis here in B-Spec or the Sonics, whatever their trap speeds, are 101, 103 miles an hour. Graham Fuller's is, or Gregorius' RX-7 is 122 miles an hour. So
small difference.
Yeah.
And can you imagine what the B-Specs would be if they didn't have the draft and had to work their way up the hill there?
99 miles an hour if they're out there by themselves.
Yeah, so
extra 5-6 miles an hour makes a difference.
So Brendan Kazmarek, who joined us for qualifying yesterday, and I were having a conversation last night, Larry, as the checkered flag now is out on the session here, and we've got one more qualifying to go. We'll get to that in a second, but we're discussing as we get ready to go racing here whether it would make more sense for some of these classes where, especially where drafting is so important, to, if you were the pole sitter, to take the inside line or to take the outside line on the pole, because what we've seen is we don't seem to be adhering to track limits on the exit of turn 1. And, starting, if you're the pole sitter, it might be more advantageous to start on the outside on the left lane so that you can just open up the 90 and carry speed up the hill. As we saw yesterday in Spec Miata, it was worth a lot of speed.
Yeah, you may be right. I would say if you're in one of the faster classes, if you're in the GT classes or T1 or one of the big boards or something, you may be right on that. I think in B-Spec, it's still going to be a draft race all the way down. And really, I personally would think you'd maybe want the inside just for the easier entry into one instead of trying to have to judge what that inside car might be doing to you.
Exactly.
Because in the end, they're still going to draft and push and pass and everything else all the way around this place for 25 minutes. So whether you're inside lane or outside lane may not matter a ton. But if you're in one of the faster class where passing's a little bit more at a premium, you may be right. Yeah, getting that extra run on turn 1 to get you a better lead all the way up into that bus stop might be the better way to go.
All right, let's do this, Larry. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Race Group 8, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4 racers. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session, our last qualifying session of the morning, is up next. All right, we're going to take a little break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. You're watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Ronos Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Larry Lefty MacLeod. And Larry, last qualifying session of the weekend as our touring 2, 3, and 4 drivers head out on track.
Yep, we got a whole lot of 2, 3, and 4 out there. This should be interesting. We'll see how they can sort themselves out. Finally got a little bit of maybe heat in the pavement here on this early morning. These cars will be the beneficiary of that. Got some big name drivers out there and 22 cars on track.
Yeah, indeed. I say heat in the tires and heat on my laptop.
A little bit too much heat on that laptop, actually.
Yeah. Oh, it is absolutely cooking up here.
I hear we can cook a couple eggs there on the commentator's table in the announcement on the front straight.
That we can. One of these days, they'll actually put blinds up in the windows for us here. All right.
I'm going to get the Philly guys to bring some scrapple. We're just going to lay it out on the table. We'll cook that up.
Yes.
By the 4th race, we'll be all set.
Well, you know, the big desk that they give us here would make a pretty big grill top. We could either do scrapple, we could do cheesesteak. I mean, you name it, we could make it up here. All right, let's take a quick.
Why are we just talking Philly foods? Never mind, that's an inside joke.
Because it's either that or cheese curds. I don't know. Anyway, let's go and take a look here at how the practice session ended up yesterday in T2. And we were talking about Tony Roma and his stewarding of the CT4 and CT5 Blackwing programs. Well, we've got John Heinrichsey, multi-time national champion. I think this is the second season, pardon me, it's the second season of development for his Cadillac CT4 Blackwing. He was the fastest driver out on track during the practice session yesterday. Had almost 4 seconds on Albert Noserine. Mike Frost was third fastest. Noserine in a Ford Mustang, and then Frost in a BMW M3. In Touring 3, Isaac Beekman, your fastest driver on track. Isaac in a BMW 330 Ci. Anthony Pacelli, who, congratulations, Anthony, you are our outlap champion. He sets the fastest outlap of the session. Anthony Pacelli in his Super Impreza WRX, second fastest, and I think probably one of the stories for this weekend is going to see how that WRX holds up. I think Pacelli's had some issues with turbochargers and some ventilated blocks of late, let's just say, that it's been problematic for him. Third fastest, national champion Marshall Mast in his Pontiac Solstice this weekend. He's out of Denver, Pennsylvania. And then in Touring 4, Mark Cefalo, your fastest driver in his Mazda MX-5. Aiden Rose, second fastest in also an NC Mazda Miata MX-5. He's out of Staffsburg, New York. And then third fastest, Stephen Blethen, one of the 2 Blethen brothers, twin brothers here racing this weekend, both in Mazda RX-8s and out of New Hampshire.
All right, well, they get more than an outlap and actually get some times down here.
And actually, we just saw the 2 Blethen brothers working nose to tail in those RX-8s. Oh, so we've got one of our Mustangs getting a big load of dirt and grass at the inner loop.
Yeah, and a good work there. I think that might have been, was that our Mazda right behind him that quickly made do to get around him.
Readjusted very, very quickly there. And I'm going to get the number. That might have been Scotty B. Oh, nope, that was the 1 car. That was the EcoBoost of actually we have it as 01 of Randy Johnson. Yeah.
Also from the West Coast, talk about Scotty B and Randy Johnson, also hailing from Tacoma. A couple of West Coasters making the trip across the east to come to this beautiful piece of strip ribbon of racetrack here in New York.
Yeah, and interestingly, I don't think downshifting was necessarily the issue for him going into the bus stop, but Randy has a very apropos nickname, Larry. They call him Clutch. You want to know why they call him Clutch?
I can't wait to hear.
Well, you know, when I had my first Honda, I ran almost 300,000 miles on the initial clutch. Randy blew 2 clutches up at this race weekend last year.
Oh, right.
So maybe he had a downshifting issue going into the loop there. Yeah. He needs to learn his heel and toe technique. I don't know.
As our Subaru there had a little bit of smoke coming out underneath going up through those S's. I'd be curious if he also may be having a clutch issue or something else. There you can see the smoke in the shotter.
All right, and getting word that we've got a machine working its way around, putting off a bunch of smoke from the bottom center of the car.
It is the Subaru, yeah.
Yeah, and there you go. And so that is, like I said, Anthony Pacelli, the 14 car. So, when I said right off the bat that might be a big story, well, there you go.
Yep. And we'll see how he does, and then.
And we're seeing Marshall Mast
yes.
making sure that he is not in that line of oil going all the way around the outside.
A windshield full of that, I think, is what he's trying to avoid there.
Actually, I don't think that's the Pacelli car. The Pacelli car, if I remember correctly, is blue. I'm wondering if that's Lendrum in the 28 car. Because Pacelli's is like the traditional Subaru.
It could
blue.
be based on sectors, as Lendrum just went through Sector 2.
Right.
Pacelli also in the same sector, but Pacelli and personal best all over the place.
Yeah, that's not Pacelli. That's got to be the Lendrum car. Who's the only other
smoke and
Subaru
everyone's
out there.
backing out.
Yeah.
You can see Mast now letting a few others by to say, you guys go ahead.
you try it first.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, he seems to be no worse for the wear, to slowing down, but Mast looks like he's actually pitting in. Yeah,
I was going to say, it looks like Mast is calling it a session. Mast currently with 1.1 seconds on Isaac Beekman. So if that situation becomes worse, he might just be playing a little game of cards here, and if he plays them right, he will come away with that T3 pole. If we look overall, Mast is second fastest overall in the session behind John Heinrichsey.
He may have just been happy with that lap and decided to come in. Maybe a tire pressure check there for the Phoenix team just to double check things. Maybe we'll see him again. Maybe we won't. I mean, again, 2:07 is a pretty solid time there in that T3 car.
Oh yeah, definitely. And, we now have a debris flag, surface flag out at turn 8. Oh, no, well, not because of oil. Had a car. This is over here at the heel of the boot, and had a car pop over the apex curbing at 8 and brought a little bit of grass onto the surface there. So that's the reason for that. All right, let's take a look here. We talked about T2 and our fastest driver overall, John Heinrichsey, with a time of 2:05.053. That's 4.6 seconds up on the 08 Mustang of Albert Noserine. John Shannon in his Chevy Corvette, third fastest, about 1.3 seconds back from Noserine. In Touring 3, we talked about Mast, Beekman in the BMW 330 Ci, second fastest, 1.1 seconds separating them. Then Anthony Pacelli, third fastest. Lendrum, fourth fastest in the white WRX. And then finally in Touring 4, Mark Cephalo with 0.12 of a second over Aiden Rose's MX-5. Ray Blethen in his RX-8, third fastest. And then twin brother Steven, 0.33 back from there. And it looks like Pacelli's getting ready to pit in his WRX.
But Lendrum does not appear to be coming in, as he just went by our cameras there across start finish. Hey, the T4 grip's pretty tight here with Cephalo and Rose there just a tenth apart. And then, of course, you got the Blethens about second. Well, now Ray Blethen is about 3/10 behind Rose. So the top three right now separated by just 4/10 there in T4. Stephen Blethen just another second and a half back, but then right behind him, Adrian Comstock. So you've got a pretty good tight group. Matt Sisson also pretty tight there in that T4 group. That could be a really good, one of the better races today. With, we got 9 cars or 8 cars registered in T4, all of them running pretty quick.
Yeah, indeed, very, very quick group here so far, and we can see where they are using they're almost every inch of the pavement. So Sisson this weekend is once again in the Mazda MX-5. He had been racing a Subaru BRZ early on in the season, had some motor issues, and the MX-5 actually, I believe the BRZ was the backup to the MX-5. The engine issues were in this car. Here, so he's got the MX-5 back up and running, and I think this is the first event back for the MX-5. He had run the BRZ at VI as late as the VIR Super Tour back in April.
8 cars T4, none of them BRZs.
Surprise,
and C Miatas and D Miatas, Mustangs, RX-8s, but no BRZs. That's
the BRZs or FRSs, what we typically see.
Right, the twins.
Yeah.
But yeah, none of them here this weekend, so very interesting. Heavy field of Mazdas with the Mustang thrown in there of Scotty B. White, of course.
And we should hear from Scotty B. hopefully during this. I don't understand, because he said that he would come up during the Group 8 race later this afternoon.
Huh. Does he have visions of how his
visions
Group 8
and premonitions?
qualifying is going to go?
Well, he is currently 7th out of 8 cars, so I don't know what to tell you. And currently sitting 8th in class right now, Coyote Black. He is in an ND Miata. Brian, there we go. First time for the weekend. First time Larry.
Everybody
Coyote, Coyote kind of threw me off here. He has moved over to this ND, just got it built up and had its debut at Mid-Ohio a couple weeks ago. I know he has been complaining about the weight that this car is classed at. It's the same problem and same weight that I know Brian Price had to contend with at the National Championship runoffs at Indianapolis back in 2021. So it's one of, for the power that car puts out in touring trim, it is a little on the porky side. I think the Super Touring Advisory Committee probably waiting to see more chassis put in use to get a better idea of what their potential is going to be.
Yeah. Well, Coyote, one of the most interesting and fun guys to hang around with in the paddock. So if you don't know Coyote, just walk up to him and have a conversation. He will be happy to talk to you. He's so much fun.
Yeah.
Just chat with him. So,
and always very optimistic about his racing. Currently he is, as I said, sitting in 8th, and he is about 7 seconds off of Scotty B. White. So I don't know, maybe maybe Scotty should bring Coyote up for the Group 8 race also.
That would be a fun broadcast.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey Larry, real quick here as we're just about halfway through this session. Let me do this. Let me make a first call to the grid for our first race group, and we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group number 1, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Please head to the grid. Race group 1, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Watkins Glen.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody, in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg with not Brian Belansky. It's Larry Lefty MacLeod. I have to keep reminding myself of that. As we are working our way through our very last qualifying session of the day, just to give you a heads up on what we have on the schedule here. Our first 4 races of the day, all 25-minute sprint races. We'll come up and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll finish up the day after lunch with 4 more races. As watching, I think this is one of the Blethens in the RX-8s. They had gone out together and got split up early on in the session. Ray Blethen in the 51 car, currently your 3rd fastest driver. Steven, your 4th fastest driver. They're separated by 1.6 seconds currently. And if we take a look at the timing, doesn't appear as either of those drivers are on flyers at the moment.
No, it doesn't really look at that yet. Yeah, kind of looking down to see who might be on one right now. I don't know that we've got too much speed happening out there now. A lot of folks turning laps, but not yet going faster. Maybe some of the T3 field. Looks like a couple of personal bests popping up. David Oram, Weisberg, Karabakh, all look like maybe they've got a couple good sectors popping up there in their BMWs.
Looks like Coyote Black, who we were talking about a little bit earlier, he just put in his personal best of the session, went green in all 3 sectors to turn in a 221.4. That unfortunately it's still only good enough for 7th there, probably 8th in class, so it doesn't improve there. He's still got a couple seconds to pick up to get up to Scotty B. White. And let's see, coming across the line in the BMW Z4, that's Oram, and indeed Larry, he turned in that flyer to a personal best lap. He turns in a 212.1. That's good for 6th in Touring 3. And there he is.
That's a good looking Z4 there.
Yeah, and I thought that machine might have been one of, well, I thought it was one of the Ott Brothers cars that we've seen at the runoffs the last couple of years based on the paint job. But
similar, yeah.
Yeah. Ott and not.
Well, the Ott's obviously very quick in their cars. Having won at VIR was 2 years ago, right?
2 years, yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic race.
All right, the 50 machine, one of the 2 Blethens, that is Stephen Blethen, came down the pit lane and had the crew take a look at the car. He is heading back out into traffic now.
Okay.
He's still got, there he is. There's the 50 car. Still about a little bit over 4.5 minutes remaining on the session. Should be able to put in probably after the out lap at least 1 lap, probably 2 laps.
MacLeod going a little bit slow there on the back straight, letting another car go on by. One of those 330 BMWs getting on by. I think that's what that was.
Yeah, and I just went back through my notes, Larry. Indeed, we were talking about Matt Sisson and the whether it was the Scion FRS or the MX-5, and the MX-5 is the standard bearer. That is his normal machine. The FRS was the backup car.
Yeah, and that looks like him right there in that shot, I believe.
Yeah, I believe that is. So Sisson was the 2021 Native Spec Miata champion. Finished second in the Majors series back in 2022, and then was your finished third in the Majors championship in the Northeast Conference as well. And I know when we came into VIR, he had been leading the championship in Touring 4. He took back-to-back wins at Summit Point in the Majors early on this season.
Sisson's on a real good lap right now, personal best in all three sectors, and he's only about a half a second off of prior coming to this lap, off of what Adrian Comstock had done. Is that Comstock actually right behind him?
I think that's the Comstock car directly behind him, Larry. The Mazda MX-5, the number 5 car, yeah.
Let's see what kind of lap time Sisson could put down here. 2:14s is probably what he's shooting for. A 2:13 would be even better. Obviously. And there you go, 13.7 for Sisson.
Oh, there you go. So
T4.
yeah, so he leapfrogs both Comstock and Stephen Blethen to move up to 4th. Good lap for him.
Yeah. See if they back out or if Comstock looks to get a draft on the subsequent lap. Yeah.
No, he's still pushing with a little under 2 minutes remaining. Larry, let me make another call to the grid for our next group while things are winding down here. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 1, Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. Please head to the grid. Formula F, Formula 6, Formula V, please head to the grid. So, Larry, as we're taking a look here, we talked about how Marshall Mast, he ran, I think, 3 laps and decided to bring the car in with that 2:07.351 as his best lap of the session. He is or not only, I believe he's actually underneath the track record currently. Of course, we can only set track records during race sessions, not in qualifying here. But the Touring 3 track record, Darius Trinka set it back in 2019. A 2:08.9. So he's
and
he's
actually,
like
I think it's
2.5 seconds underneath it.
Yeah, it's a 9.7, I think, is the record. And Pacelli actually sitting on a 9.2. So technically, right now he's also lapping under that record.
Yeah.
And Jared Lendrum is just outside of that at 2:09.8. So you got a couple of guys putting down some serious lap times. So we'll see
indeed.
how that.
Very, very quick here in Touring 2. Heinrichs put in a 2:05 flat. And the track record here is, let's see, in T2, Kurt Resitano set it back here last year, actually, at this event last year at a 2:02.5. Yeah. So Heinrichs got some time. One of the things, and where I thought, especially in with race pace, that Cadillac would be in very good form, Larry, is it is certainly one of the heaviest cars out here, and has to run with essentially the stock suspension that the car comes with. But horsepower-wise, it puts down quite a bit more power than almost everything in the class. And one of the reasons why they set the Super Touring committee, or probably the Touring Committee, put it up that way, is because they had been told by GM's engineers that they could not easily restrict that motor without causing a lot of damage, essentially. So the only thing that they could really do is either A, throw weight, or B, limit what it could do handling-wise. So that's where
Yeah,
you go.
so the hind rocket driving literally a rocket. It's in a
Yes.
straight line.
Yeah, it's got
Hey,
great which
yeah,
for a course like Watkins Glen might not
that's
be
a
a
bad
horrible thing.
So you're going back to T3. We were talking about Marshall Mast and his incredible lap there, 207.3, and we were saying that Pacelli was also under the old track record, at least here in this qualifying session. Well, Isaac Beekman just put in a 208 6, if I had that right. Yes, and his 208.3. All these laps that he's done, and he's second quickest, are under that track record. Pacelli's last lap was a 209.1. So he was actually on a pretty good flyer there for a couple sectors. Here on his 10th lap, ended up just about 2/10 slower, but he's very quick. So, Mast, although did it in 3 laps, he's going to have Beekman and Pacelli when it comes to the race right there with him, and Jared Lendrum not far behind either. So that T3 race could be as good as we were talking about with the T4 race in this same group.
Yeah, it should be 2 very good races. T4 with Cephalo, only a 10th separating he and Aiden Rose. Ray Blethen another 3/10 back from there, and Matt Sisson about a second back from there. And then in T2, Heinrichs with 3 seconds on Al Nosserine. John Shannon another 2 seconds back from there. Let's do this, Larry. Let's take a quick break. You and I can prep for our very first race of the morning, and we will be back here in just a few moments. So first, let me make that final call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group, did I say race group 6? Race group number 1, Formula 6, Formula F, Formula V. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with race in action here from Watkins Glen International and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody, for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Qualifying is done. It's dusted. It's out of the way. It is time to go racing here. All of our races today, 25-minute timed sprint races. And Larry, our first group of the day, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. And we're going to have what's known as a split start. We've got that first pace car that you see right here coming through turn 2. It has our Formula 6 and Formula F drivers. And then now working its way down the front straight, we've got 9 Formula Vs behind. They will take the green then as well. Let's run down our Formula V starters, and then we'll move up to that front group. Starting 9th in Formula V, driving a warmer EV3 from Horseheads, New York, Trevor Miller. Mark Farnham is going to start 8th. He's driving the number 3 Protoform from Medina, Ohio. David Scalers from Asbury, New Jersey, drives a 2009 Vortec. That is the number 9 machine. He starts 7th. Starting 6th in the number 81 Mysterian from Horseheads, New York, Ray Carmody. Very popular town, apparently, for Formula V drivers. Rick Shields is going to start 5th today. He's driving the number 77 VDF. He's from Bridgeville, Pennsylvania. Jonathan Weisscheit out of Baltimore, Maryland, and is driving his JK Technologies XP1. He starts 4th in the 61 car. Roger Siebenauer is driving the number 72 Mysterian. He's from North Hero, Vermont. He starts 3rd. And your front row today in Formula V, driving the number 5 Silver Bullet FRS from Medina, Ohio. It's Brian Farnham. He starts 2nd, and your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, 16 seconds, .987 from Asbury, New Jersey, driving his Scaler Mark 1, Alex Scaler. All right, let's move over now to our second group. Starting 10th, driving the number 47 Formula 6 QRE Invader from Old New York. It's Russell Straight. Raymond Boyer is going to start 9th. He's driving the number 32 Formula F Van Diemen. He's out of Bellingham, Massachusetts. Washington Township, Michigan's Robert Gross will start 8th. He's driving the number 62 Piper DL7 with Robert Gray driving a Formula 6 Nova car. He's from Yorktown Heights, New York. He'll start 7th. Starting 6th, driving the number 42 Formula F Spectrum from Easton, Pennsylvania. It's Joe Parsons with Michael Dowden starting 5th. He's driving the number 01 Formula F Megal. That is the Hoosier race machine from Newtown, Pennsylvania. Then we got Charles Foster starting 4th. Charles is driving the number 27 Piper. He's from Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada, with Jay Beckley starting 3rd. He's in the number 44 Formula 6 Ellis. He's from Marlton, New Jersey. Starting on the outside of the front row today, driving the number 8 Formula F Piper DFO5 from Fitchburg, Wisconsin, Theodore Burns. And your pole sitter today in our first group, driving the number 55 Formula 6 Scorpion Rotax powered machine from Grand Island, New York. It's Keith Jocelyn.
Could be interesting at the start. The F6s could be pretty fast off the line there, but around turn 1, watch for the FFs. They are different races, but they're all bunched together. This could be a good one. And that FV race is all about the buddies, the pairs. They're either relatives, neighbors, or good friends, it seems. And that'll be a fun race there.
And apparently all from Horseheads, New York, Larry.
Several from there. We got Asbury, New Jersey covered. We got Medina, Ohio covered. We've got the entire East Coast represented there in the FVs, but it's going to be F6s and FFs going green first.
All right, so Keith Jocelyn leads the field onto the front straight. You may be asking why we don't have national champion Cal Stewart in the field. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But now green flag is in the air, and we are racing here at Watkins Glen International as our F6 and FFs already going 3 wide, coming down onto the 90 into the first turn. And look at that great jump from Jay Beckley in the 44 car. He pulls almost right alongside Jocelyn, but we've got now Jocelyn jumping to the point with Ted Burns in that Formula F machine. Directly behind is our Formula Vs now, Larry, coming to the start, and green flag is in the air. This will go, about 12 wide? Actually, that's going to be hard with 49 cars.
It's already there.
Yes. They're all going to come into the 90 in the turn 1 together. But jumping out to an early lead there is Alex Scaler in that green number 5. The green number 79 machine.
Yeah, well, you talked about whether you want the inside lane or the outside lane. Pole sitter Scaler took the outside. He's already dropped back to 3rd, but that's what you'd expect in Vs. There's a whole lot of jumping, a whole lot of moving around as Farnham and Weisscheit and the others. And that might be, actually looks like Siebenauer now in the front of the field there, all the way from the 4th starting spot. He's up into the pole spot there. as they head down the back straight for the first time. And I suspect it'll change as there goes Farnham to the outside already before they even get to the bus stop. This is
and there's Scaler trying to split the difference going down the inside. As Siebenaller, as you said, in that white with Dayglow Orange number 72 jumping out to a very good start, but he now falls back in the fourth as they come through the bus stop. And so, Farnham now is your leader as they come through the bus stop. And Larry, yesterday in qualifying, almost this entire field was locked nose to tail for the entire 25-minute session. And we're already seeing here where they're jockeying for position on the very first lap.
Well, as I mentioned, there's a bunch of buddies and family members and neighbors in this class. Of course, you've got 2 Scalers. We've got 2 Farnhams out there. Siebenaller actually is close friends with the Scalers. In fact, Alan Scaler drove Siebenaller's car at the Runoffs at Road America a couple of years ago. And then you mentioned the neighbors there of Horseheads, New York, between Carmody and Miller. So, you've got a lot of familiarity here among the FV family, which makes for a great race. Of course, they race against each other up and down the East Coast all year long, but certainly is a little bit more. They probably even have backyard barbecues with each other, it seems, for half of the year. So going to be a great race in the Vs. And then up front in the F6s, it's right now Jocelyn Beckley in that Ellis machine trying to chase him down as Beckley's gotten around Burns now to be second overall in the field. And there you can see in that white Ellis machine, which you can tell by the different nose it's got on there versus the Scorpion of Jocelyn.
Yeah, and then a little bit further back from there, we just saw coming up over the hill, Robert Gray and his Novacar J9. He's currently, I think, 7th in that pack. We saw in qualifying yesterday where there was pretty large gaps between each one of our Formula F drivers. And, we're seeing early on where Ted Burns really has opened up a pretty decent advantage in just one lap, almost 2 seconds, I think, back to Charles Foster behind. And then a nice gap back to Michael Dowden as well. We'll have to see how that plays out. But I think for the moment, Burns is probably pretty content to just hang in there at the back of Jay Beckley here, at least early on.
He's closed up to him for sure, but we'll see if he decides just to play patient there. I think as long as that advantage that Burns has on Foster remains, then maybe he'll be a little patient. But he just had a great run through that bus stop. We'll see if he decides to make a move and take the position from Beckley if he thinks there's an advantage. But look at this V race. Again, we're 3 and 4 wide into the bus stop. Ooh, they narrow it down. Let's see who that is now at the front of the field. Is that Weisheidt?
I think that's Jonathan Weisheidt in the 61 machine who jumped out to the lead then with Siebenaller behind.
Yeah, and then Scaler and then Farnham.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is not the order that came across start-finish a moment ago, where it was Farnham, then Scaler, then Weisheidt, then Siebenaller. But again, that's what you expect here, is that front 4 seem to be pulling away just a little bit now from the rest of the group.
And so we mentioned that we didn't have Cal Stewart, that we did not have Cal Stewart in the 07 Novacar out today. He was scheduled to be our pole sitter here today. Cal celebrating the Sabbath here and typically does not race on Saturdays. I'm sure we'll see him tomorrow. Now, the grid for our feature races tomorrow are set by the fastest lap in either qualifying or this sprint race. So it's not a foregone conclusion that he will be your pole sitter for tomorrow's race. Also not making the grid in the number 47 Formula 6 machine, the QRE Invader of Russell Strait.
Yeah, Russ, I'm not sure what's going on there. A little off the pace. Maybe he's having some mechanical issues he's still working through. Hopefully he'll have that sorted out by the time he gets tomorrow. But look at the smoke here in the V-Pack. And I want to say, is that Siebenaller's car more than the others? I know it's pretty typical, but there's a little more than normal.
More than normal, exactly. I think it was just behind Siebenaller.
Maybe. Scaler right now is in that third spot. He just let Farnham go underneath. So I'm almost wondering if there's something going on there. But he slots in behind Farnham this time. That looks like a little bit of a lockup or a little bit of that puff of smoke on throttle lift as well. So the fifth car in that group, I think is Rick Shields, has joined them now in the red one. So you've now got the front 5-pack in the Vs pulling away from the 6, 7, 8, and 9 of Carmody, David Scaler, Mark Farnham. So another Scaler and Farnham in the second group. And then Trevin Miller back there as well. Here they go. 4 wide down the back straight. One more time. As they sort things out. And it's going to be Scaler jumping from fourth to the lead.
And so we were talking, Larry, yesterday that and it probably will not be a factor for at least our next group, which is going to be Spec Miata. But there were some new turtle curbs placed in right at the entrance to the bus stop, to the inner loop, driver's right. And Brendan and I surmised it was likely because cars were actually brushing up against the Armco on the entrance there. Yeah. Of course, we know from our many iRacing events how many drivers get that wrong and drive right into the Armco.
Yeah, they haven't put the sausage curb in yet, but that wall is there, and it certainly is. It's an apex point. You definitely want to almost touch that wall, and if you can. But I think for the track safety, they decided maybe it's better to put a little bit of a harsher penalty, just a little bit out, and hence the
and so for a lot of these cars, it's going to keep them. It's going to force them to take a more shallow entry into the bus stop, and we've already seen now where a lot of these cars. They really miss the back end of the bus stop there. We could see one car running very wide, that they seem to miss that second left-hand apex over there because they have to take the entrance so shallow. Wow.
Yeah, a lot more smoke still coming off, and that still looks like Siebenhaller's car.
Yeah, maybe it is Siebenhaller.
Yeah.
Well, on the bright side, Larry, we know that these Formula Vs carry enough to oil down 3.27 miles of track.
They do carry a lot, and I know that the V fans watching are saying, hey, they always smoke. Yes, they do, and we've seen that a lot. You see it right there in turn one, a little bit of that lift and back to the gas, they'll puff a little bit. It just seems Siebenhaller's got a little bit more than maybe we're used to seeing. But could just be V things, V's doing V things. He has faded back a little bit, though. Remember, he was crossing it up there with the front four, and now he's actually a couple of car lengths behind Shields. Shields in fourth, Siebenhaller in fifth, while the front three, Scaler now on the outside, Farnham on the inside, Whiteside right down the center of them as the three of them go down again into that bus stop. And they'll sort it out by the time they get there. They're having a pretty good scrap in these front three.
A very good scrap. Yeah, so Siebenhaller might be finding that engine tightening up a little bit on them right here. But, again, the advantage here at Watkins Glen of that draft, especially with these Formula Vs, where you do have such a huge hole opened up in the air for them, he's staying right in with that lead group.
Yeah. I think the lead three yes, it looks like they're fighting for position. I think they're just doing what you have to do in these cars to keep your foot to the floor. If you're the lead car coming off of turn one at Watkins Glen, you know that you won't be the lead car by the time you get to the bus stop. You have to yield, coming up the S's, check your mirrors, pick your side, be predictable, because the next two are going to go by you. The game here is you do all of this, and then you figure out where you want to be on the last lap. You may want to lead turn one because you might be able to get it back in between turn 7 and 8. There's a lot of ways to get that lead back, and that's what we're seeing here.
Right here.
Here's turn 8,
exactly.
And there you go, Whiteside underneath of Farnham to take that spot back. So these guys are all doing the math, and everyone's going to say, well, I want to be maybe third starting the last lap. Well, everyone wants to be third, so not everybody can be. Somebody has to lead, somebody has to be second, and
not everybody can be third. Oh my God.
But that's the chess match that is Formula V, and here you go again. All 5 of them are equally playing the chess. With Farnham, of course, former national champ. Siebenhaller's got championships. We've seen Scaler up there. What was he, second last year?
Yes.
He was on the podium, right there in the mix with all of them. I've seen Whiteside up there every time we see him run. Rick Shields, did he have a championship years ago? Maybe. That's a maybe.
I should be able to pull that up.
But either way, a perennial contender in the mix with all of these guys. So they're veterans. They know each other very well. And
Rick Shields, 2-time champion, 2010 and 2014.
There you go. Yeah, a decade ago. This year is his 10th anniversary of his championship. So lots of experience in this group, even if at least 2 of them are a little bit younger in age with the younger Farnham and the younger Scaler in this group. But they've got a lot of seat time. I know that both of them have been at this for 5-6 years, running all these events. And of course, Farnham, like I said, winning that championship at VIR 2 years ago, I think it was. And if I remember right, without even a front shock on that car.
No. Well, he broke one of the front shocks. And it was just kind of flopping around when he pulled onto the pit lane for his interview.
He walked away. He didn't know it. He didn't care. He walked away with that race. He actually did something we don't see often in V's, which is he broke the draft and no one could catch him. And So he's got
broke
raw
the draft,
speed.
broke the shock, and well, it was poor. It was also wet, Larry. I mean, you look for a soft setup. I guess that's
Doesn't get any softer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it was all 5 of these in this front group, fantastic racers. And they're showing it now, not only their aggressiveness, but also their patience with this, knowing that this leapfrogging is part of the game, and you just have to keep positioning and repositioning. And I love watching this stuff. I want to be out there with them. All right, so the other things happening out there is you still have that twosome. That's Jay Beckley in the Ellis F6 and Theodore Burns in the Piper FF. Still the same way they were really since the second lap of this race when Beckley got around him, or the first lap even. Being very patient as Burns.
Yeah, and we said right off the bat that he was being patient. Now, again, Burns has now, I think, somewhere along the lines of 16 seconds on Charles Foster behind. In Formula F, or probably 12 seconds back to Michael Dowden, second in Formula F. So I mean, there's not much for Burns to do there. He doesn't really need the pressure, Jay Beckley, all that much. Keith Jocelyn, on the other hand,
good.
Yeah, it's very good. They both just ran their fastest laps of the race, but Keith Jocelyn has just checked out so far in his Rotax. And he's got 6 seconds on Beckley.
And he's still going faster as Jocelyn, just at personal best and session best in Sector 1, and his best trap speed for himself in this session. And still running at a low 2:02, his best lap of the race at 2:01.3. Behind them, though, Beckley and Burns, just the two of them combined, just ran 2:01.8, so 2:01.9 for Burns, 2:01.8 for the lead car, Beckley. So maybe working together is the best thing for them because it's got the straight line speed that Beckley has in the F6, and then Burns can just sort of do what he needs to do to sweep through the corners, because the EFFs typically are faster cornering speeds, but they're working very, very well together. Now they just took about a second out of Jocelyn's lead up in front.
All right, Larry, we are just about halfway through this 25-minute sprint race. Let me do this. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. We'll take a quick little break. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for Spec Miata, race group number 2. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata drivers. John Davis is going to show up awfully soon in the chat. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata to the grid, please. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with racing action here from Watkins Glen International, where you're watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and round number 17 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod. And Larry, just as we were coming back, big changes in Formula V.
Yeah, a little bit there. Right as we were coming back from the break, we saw Brian Farnham go into a spin in turn 6, and he was able to continue, so that's him trailing the pack. And the other 4 have kind of peeled away. Those other 4, of course, being Weishaupt, Siebenthaler, Shields, and Scaler. And there's the 4 of them, with Siebenthaler leading the way for the moment. Farnham, we know, has got raw speed. I don't know if he's got the raw speed enough to catch a foursome that's working together. Now, we've been speculating a little bit on that smoke there. It seems to be on left-hand corners only, and I'm even seeing in the chat that possibly it's Stasinski says there may be an oil overflow hits the exhaust on left-handers, so that's why it'd be a little bit more on turn 10 than anywhere else. But yeah, we'll see if Farnham can do anything to catch back up. We also had seen right before, as we were going to break, was the pack of Theodore Burns and Jay Beckley in their FF and F6 working their way through that front pack of 5Vs. It got a little messy down there in turn 1. They sorted it out. They were able to get on by. Beckley in the Ellis F6 did let Theodore Burns in the FF go by as they came through turn 11. So Burns now a couple of seconds ahead on track of Beckley. Beckley now 8.5 in the F6 battle behind Jocelyn, your overall race leader.
Yeah, Beckley ended up getting, I think, caught up with the Vs as they were going down to the apex at turn 1 at the 90 and held them back there. But it looks as though this pack here, and that is the Rice Racing machine there right back behind the Formula Vs now.
Yeah, that is not another V.
Exactly.
That is definitely one of these. Is that one of the Rice Racing?
Yeah, I think that's Dowdy. In the 01 machine that's up with them now. Yeah, as you were saying, the Formula 6s. I mean, obviously they've got a bit of an advantage in at least coming out of corners in a straight line, but more cornering an advantage. And it was very odd to see Beckley there let Burns go. It looked like he had made the decision going into turn 11.
I think so. I think once they caught traffic and that the twosome wasn't going to have the raw speed, he figured he'd just let him on by. The problem with that was they were entering the front straight, which is a pretty good straightaway opportunity for an F6 to be a bit more of like a rocket ship past those FEs and then maybe do the flip-flop somewhere else. He let Burns go. Burns didn't get by the FEs until they got through turn 1, and of course that left Beckley kind of behind them as well. But they seem to have sorted it out. They're both now turning back where they were at 2:01.4 each for them last time by.
Running as quickly as they were when they were together. As both Beckley and Burns just run their fast laps that they're running. They're running almost identical times, 15 hundredths of a second apart.
Yeah, and Jocelyn, he's got no room to let up either. He's running 2:01.9s. His best lap's at 2:01.3. He did lose about a half a second to Burns and Beckley behind him. He's got a buffer to do that with 5 minutes to go. But Jocelyn really can't back it off too much, or he'll have Theodore Burns looking at him for the overall race lead, as well as Beckley not too far back.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why I found it somewhat odd that Beckley made the decision that he had, because just in that previous lap before they had gotten there, and part of it might have been because Jocelyn was coming up on the Formula Vs himself, although we thought Jocelyn really got the benefit there as he ended up passing all the Formula Vs down on the sole of the boot. But Beckley and Burns were making up anywhere between a quarter of a second and a half a second each lap on Jocelyn, and even this time by about a half second. And I'm just wondering if those two racers had made a slightly different tactical decision before they came up on those Vs, that things might be a little bit more uncomfortable for Pete Jocelyn.
Yeah, and for Beckley, it might be a lesson learned he carries over to tomorrow when we reintroduce, of course, Cal Stewart back into this race. He'll be up in that mix, but Beckley may start to maybe have more confidence that he's got the pace to keep up with Jocelyn. It took a couple extra laps to get there in this race. But through 2/3 of the way through the race, he seemed to have as good a pace as Jocelyn did. So Beckley may have backed out a little bit early, I think, to not give himself quite the full chance there. And as Theodore Burns just went by in the FF, turned fastest lap of the race, and Jay Beckley does basically the same lap time right behind him a couple seconds back and just takes another couple tenths out of Jocelyn's lead up in front. So Beckley definitely has great pace at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
All right,
so I mentioned real quick about the Ellis Racing. If you look at the front of Beckley's car, it's got like a split nose.
Yes.
It's got a center nose piece and then two individual fairings that go in front of each tire. That's an Aaron Ellis design. He's the one that prototyped that. He's the one, apparently, Jay Beckley is driving an Ellis car. Hopefully we'll see Aaron Ellis in other races here.
See, there is, as Jocelyn goes by, where
Scorpion.
there is one continuous piece of bodywork that's running from
the Nova
from the center
cars
out
and
to the
Scorpions.
wheels.
Yeah, it's almost one continuous. So interesting little differences they have in the different emphases.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. Spec Miata, please head to the grid. Race group number 2. Spec Miata drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And look at that, Larry, as Ted Burns crosses the line to complete lap number 10. He just resets fast lap.
Yeah.
And again, about 2/10 faster than Jocelyn.
Yeah. All right. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what our cameras are following here, which is the FV group. And notice there's an orange one back in the mix. So Farnham, despite the spin in turn 6 a couple laps ago, has caught the pack again. Yes. And there's an FF in that group that they're working their way. Is trying to get his way through this pack, and he's trying to be gentlemanly about it, but knowing that this FV group is, they're giving the whole FV. The leader of the FV just got a blue flag for the FF behind FF. I don't think he cares.
I don't think he cares about that.
No, I'm trying to see who that is. If that's which one that is that might be behind them, but it doesn't matter. The 5 of the FVs are all together. There's 2 minutes to go. We might get a white flag next time by. We'll have to see. But this last group, be interesting to watch Farnham if he can do a full spin to win. But he's certainly caught them and given himself a chance. I want to say maybe that's Robert Gross. I'm looking at sectors and things, trying to figure out which FF is in the same sector as all of those FVs. As the pack comes down here to turn 8 at the heel. And the FF has got his way through. Fields is backed out from the pack a little bit. Looking at that front 4, they're still doing their thing. They're coming out between 8 and 9. That's Whiteside leading the way.
Yeah, and Brian, gosh.
2, that's twice.
Twice,
Drink,
2 down.
Everybody take your second shot. Let's go.
Drink. It's time to have my spotted cow. So I've been watching the battle here for second in Formula F. We've been following Ted Burns, but things are really starting to tighten up now between Michael Dowden and Charles Foster. They are coming up. They should be coming up through the S's right about now, and heading over towards the bus stop. They were separated out by here they come now into the bus stop. They were separated out by about 2 car lengths at the line, and here as they come across, I think we now have a new second place runner. I think that was Charles Foster in the 27 car getting around Michael Dowden to move up in second.
Yeah, I think he's in that red Piper, I think, now getting around the Megale, that 01 race racing of Dowden. So great race going on between these guys. Again, this, like you said, this is the second position up for grabs here in FF. I don't know that we've seen, has the white flag been thrown yet, or we're waiting for Jocelyn to cross now? Maybe
with 40 seconds on the clock, we should see the white flag here momentarily.
And that,
matter of fact, here comes our leader now out of turn 11.
Look who's behind him.
And I didn't see the white flag come out, Larry, unless they're showing a board.
Beckley just turned fastest lap of the race and gained 4 seconds on Jocelyn. There should have been a white flag thrown. But look at that. It's down to 1.7 seconds. It was 8 seconds about 3 laps ago. We have a race, folks, here in F6.
Yeah, indeed here.
And Beckley continues to go faster. Like I said, resets fastest lap of the race, 1:59.9. I'll be curious to compare that to qualifying times. And Beckley may have just put himself right in the reins of Stewart and Jocelyn for pole possibly tomorrow. We'll have to see, because fastest lap of whenever you do it is what sets the grid for tomorrow's race. But look at this.
That's right. Oh,
look at Jocelyn. He's going to get caught. He's going to get caught behind one of our slower FFs or FVs. And now
he gets balked. Yep. Beckley is right there. And Larry, we just got confirmation from race control. White flag this next time by.
Oh, wow.
So as Jocelyn and Beckley now are heading down into the chute and into the boot, we've got about a lap and a half more of racing to go.
Oh, Jocelyn cannot be happy about that, because the way things have gone the last 2 laps has been all the Beckley show. The last thing that Jocelyn needs, Keith does not need another lap on this race. Beckley says, yeah, let's go. One more lap, down one more run down that back straight would be fantastic. We'll see what happens because Beckley is definitely on the move, just reset his fastest trap speed. He picked up another 2 seconds as we saw coming out of the bus stop, and now they are nose to tail going through 8 with about 4 miles left in this race. I love it that Theodore Burns let Beckley go, recognized the situation, was no impedance, said, you guys have your race. But look at this. Look at Beckley now underneath that rear diffuser of Jocelyn as they go through 10, and they'll see that white flag just around the next bend.
And this is probably the most pressure that Jocelyn has been under, other than turn 1, lap 1.
Yeah.
And Larry, checkered flag is now being displayed.
Wow.
And it is going to end with Keith Jocelyn taking the win. Beckley will finish second and coming across the line, finishing third overall, taking the win in Formula F is going to be Theodore Burns. Question is that battle for second in Formula F. And crossing the line here, they're not at the line yet. They're still going to be coming around.
This is what I want to see.
Yes.
So we saw earlier the
V's,
spin.
then we'll check back in F in a few moments.
Yeah, we saw Brian Farnham had a spin right here a bunch of laps ago, was 5 seconds back, caught back up, and look at this. He's got about 5 car lengths on the next 3 behind him. And those 3 can't figure out who wants to be the lead dog to try and catch back up to him. They're still fighting for second.
All right, well, let's see as they now come down into the toe, and it's And we just had that battle for second in Formula F cross the line. Foster will finish out ahead of Michael Dowden, half a second separating them there at the checker. So let's watch this the finish of this Formula V race.
Yep, so Scaler now up in the second spot. Siebenhaler and Weishaupt are a little bit further back. I don't think they have a shot at this. Scaler's got one more chance. He's got to draft up behind him and maybe make a push down the inside at 10. And he's right in position. Can he stick his nose in there? He's an aggressive young driver. If anyone's going to make a bold move at the end, it's going to be Alex Scaler. He's got a good run off of 10. Is he going to show the move on the inside of 11, or is he going to try and draft past at the line?
He's going to try and draft past them, Larry. It's his only chance here as they come onto the front straight out of turn 11. And as they come to the line, side by side, and Alex Scaler taking the win over Brian Farnham. Margin of victory, Brian. Larry, whoever the heck you are. Larry, 32 1,000ths of a second separating Scaler from Farnham. Wow, Roger Siebenhaler will finish third. Jonathan Weishaupt finishing just off the podium in fourth.
Oh, what a finish. What a whole race for those V runners. And for Farnham to spin and to end up second is got to feel great. Had to worry himself there for a minute. Scaler, what a run off the last corner to line up and take that draft, to take that win. A great racing there. Jocelyn hanging on. Beckley, great run to catch him over the F6s. And, of course, Theodore Burns, a solid run there to clean that race up and win that one by a pretty big margin in FF.
Attention to the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments. Might even have a special guest with us here up in the booth. You're watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. After that exciting Formula V finish, and we saw what the draft can do here at WGI, we move on to our next race group, and probably more of the same. It is Spec Miata. We had 22 drivers set qualifying times yesterday. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 22nd, driving the number 92 machine out of Washingtonville, New York, it's Cody Connolly. Jesse Singer will start 21st. He's in the number 19 Mazda Miata. He's out of Miami, Florida. Peter Tonelli is driving the 117 car. He's out of Westboro, Massachusetts. He starts 20th. Thorsten Becker starting 19th. He's in the number 109 car, the Flat Out Motorsports machine from Westwood, Massachusetts, with David Nagler, starting 18th. He's in the 67 Crew Speed machine. He's from Chester, New York. Then starting 17th, Dom Luigi will start in the number 46 machine. He's out of Binghamton, driving the Mech Special Greater Bing car. Charlie Campbell is starting 16th. He's in the number 98 Campbell Trucking machine. He's from Corey, Pennsylvania. Seth Rowley is from Kekalin, Michigan. Is that right, Larry?
Yeah, close enough.
Close enough. Great Lakes Motorsports machine. Thanks for the help there, Larry. Brian, whatever. Starting 15th. Alfredo Zidane is going to start 14th. He's in the number 13 Miata. He's from Miami, Florida, and he's driving the House of Rare car. Sounds like a steakhouse. All right, Seth Gentry. I'm hungry now, Larry. Seth Gentry is going to start 13th. He's in the number 20 car from Hanover, Maryland. While we've got Chris Allen starting 12th. He's in the number 169 Mazda Miata. He's from Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. Dexter Suba will start 11th today. Dexter is driving the number 90 Mazda Miata. He's from Hollis, New Hampshire. We typically see Dexter, in FE2, I think. Neat to see him out here running in a Spec Miata. Christian Sarnecki in the number 44 machine. He's in the Stellar Custom Jewelry car. He'll start 10th with Peter. We had Peter Tonelli already. Oh, we've got Peter Tonelli and Peter Tonelli the second. Peter Tonelli the second, Larry, is going to start 9th in the number 18 car. He's in the Westboro Motors entry. Nick Leveroni is going to start 8th. He's in the number 192 Flat Out Motorsports Mazda Miata. With Chris Chufo starting 7th. He's in the number 34 Emerson Oil car. He's from Livonia, New York. Matthew Dirks is going to start 6th. He's in the number 176 car, the Dirks Motorsports machine out of Johnstown, Colorado, with Sean Varwick starting 5th. He's in the 02 Javelin Motorsports entry. Frankie Barroso will start 4th today. He's in the IAG Aero Group machine out of Miami Springs, Florida, with Noah Harmon starting 3rd. Noah's in the number 99 Mazda Miata. He's out of Orlando, Florida. And your front row today, driving the number 0 Spec Miata, the Kessler Engineering Crookspeed entry from Newburgh, New York, it's Sean Noonan. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 70 Crookspeed SCDA 1.com machine from Shelton, Connecticut, with a qualifying time of 2:14.763, Elvin Goulart. And Larry,
you asked about Conklin, Michigan. I should know better. Seth Rowley's actually from my little region, Saginaw Valley region. You think I should know better where he's from?
Oh, you're not going to hold a position on the board any longer. All right, as the pace car gets ready to come down the pit lane, Larry, we have joining us today John Weisberg, STU driver, and he's going to help us out here. Also, formerly Spec Miata racer, as we get ready for our start as our pace car on the pit lane, our pole sitter, Elvin Goulart on the front straight, waiting as the engines start to rev up, and green flag is in the air, and Elvin Goulart starts from that inside lane. So there's the answer for what we were talking about earlier, with Sean Noonan right alongside Harmon, who's got some SMX wins already this season, starting 3rd. Then Frankie Barroso, as we see all of them running so wide, looks like a NASCAR start through the outside of the 90, as Goulart already jumping to an early lead as they head up the hill.
Yeah, good start there for Goulart. Way to get the inside, get that position. Now let's see what happens behind them. They're 2x2 for the moment. I'm sure there's a lot of pushing going on. That's what you do in Spec Miata. The question is, are they going to make a push down the inside to get underneath Goulart? That looks like it may be happening, but he's also going to push from behind as well. Can't tell who's who, but we'll figure that out here in a minute as they go, some cases too wide into that bus stop. It's a lot of sliding. Tires are cold. That's a lot of slide. That's some dirt too. They're 3 wide.
3 wide, Larry.
Woo.
A lot of pushing and shoving through the bus stop there. It looks like Goulart got a little bit ahead there, but I'm sure on the straight the draft is gonna come back to bite him.
Yeah, the pushing and the bump drafting is so crucial down the straightaways here to maintain those gaps. So while it looks like someone's got 4 car lanes coming off of a corner, it'll get evaporated pretty quickly with a little bit of help of the two cars working together behind.
Well, Larry, I don't know here. So many of the field here still too wide as they came down through the chute and go into toe of the boot. Too wide here. Certainly not the fastest way through. Even with as he's trying to protect from the cars using the draft behind him. I don't know how long it's going to take for those cars to start working together. Goulart now with about a 7-car length advantage over our second place runner.
Yeah, Goulart runs really wide at 8 there. Cold tires still, I bet.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of that as well. But you're right that Goulart's smart, just ran out in front. And the rest of the guys all wanted to be third. And it's like, well, you know what? You can't all be third. So at some point, you got a single file. It took them 2/3 of a lap to get there. And now they've got themselves down by, about 8-9 car lengths behind Goulart. Now they're really going to have to work to catch certainly one of the fastest drivers in the country.
Yeah, he's got that 2-second lead right now. But I suspect that coming down the pit straight here, he's going to give a lot of that back. But as the guys behind him working together, as we call bump trapping.
And so, Larry, you might have seen there, the number 44 machine, Christian Sarnecki, started 10th today, had wins earlier this season at the majors at Summit Point. He brings his car down the pit lane. He's got the team taking a look at it right now. He was definitely a little bit off the pace on the second half of the pace lap. So we'll take a look now, and after one lap, it is Elvin Goulart. Noah Harmon in the 99 machine moves up in the second. He got around Sean Noonan, who started on the outside of the front row. Frankie Barroso now in the 48 machine, just where he started in fourth. That's where he is now. Sean Varwig, Chris Chufo as well. Chufo getting around a couple of drivers. One driver that got caught out a little bit there, I think, was Matthew Dirks, who started off 6th. He is now sitting back in 11th position, Brian, as he really got shuffled back.
Brian,
Larry, yes.
But the pack of fives that's behind Goulart starting to try to work together. They're doing Noonan and Harmon are doing a really good job of staying in line, just pushing each other. It looked like, I couldn't tell if that was Barwig or Kufo or whoever that was that had a better run to the bus stop but nowhere to go with it, and it created a bit of chaos coming out. That makes things very difficult to stay in line and to get speed when everyone ends up going side by side around that outer loop. Packs behind now, starting to get in line as well and sort things out a little bit. Behind Nick Leveroni there in that 7th position, kind of by himself at this point.
So John, speaking of Chris Chufo, he actually lists you as one of his mentors. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how you've contributed to his racing career?
Well, Chris is a great story. He actually worked for me when we were racing when we were endurance racing in Grand Am and then in IMSA when that changed over. And Chris has really matured a lot. Oh, we've got a little bit of action going up in the turn 9 there on the inside, but looks like it's cleared up. No, Chris has done a great job and just has become a really, really talented driver and working hard. He's one of the hardest working guys in Spec Miata and is so technically advantaged with his car. He really works hard at it.
Yeah, so 2 cars that were involved there, John. Charlie Campbell in the 98 machine, and then the 20 machine of Seth Gentry. And we saw that Gentry definitely got the worst of that as he's the blue car that we saw pulled all the way over driver's left, and he drops all the way back to the back of the field.
Yeah, watching the cars going through turn 1, we obviously are not adhering to the normal track limits rules because, unfortunately, I missed the drivers' meeting yesterday, so I don't know what the rules are this weekend, but they are using every single little bit of track out there.
Yeah, well, and they did it during qualifying yesterday, so I'm guessing. I'm making a wild guess here that none of them got dinged for it like they did last year.
I don't think we'd have to do a drive-through for every car in the field. So,
so that would be difficult. Well, maybe that's what Christian Sarnecki was like self-reporting or something that he ran wide. I don't know. All right, so Larry, it did take a couple laps, but it appears as though Harmon and Noonan and Varwig, they have now caught back up to our 2012, national champion Elvin Goulart, and we'll see how things work here as we're now working lap number 3.
Yeah, I was trying to see who it was. There was some shuffling behind Goulart as they were trying to maximize the straightaway speed there going into that bus stop. If it was Varwig that got around Noonan and Harmon, it might now be running second. I can't quite pick out who's the white and blue second place runner now, with a little bit of rubbing having been happened there on his right front somewhere along these first couple laps.
Yeah, we shouldn't discount the fact that Elevon is actually champion in this class and also in Formula 500 2 years in a row, I believe, in the early 90s. Somewhere around there.
That's right.
So, along with his father, Adamir, who was the engineer on that car.
And actually, I got it wrong. It's 2011 national champion. I think I said 2012 in Spec Miata, 2012, and 13 was Jim Drago.
We've got a new leader in this race.
And there you go, Elvin Goulart, 2001 and 2002 Formula 500 national champion. Yes, is Elvin Goulart now dropping back in the second position. And Larry, you're right, that was Sean Varwig moving up into the lead. And I think in doing that, check as Varwig ended up resetting fast lap also just under a 2:16 at a 2:15.9. That may be enough for the Spec Miata track record. And nope, needs about another second. Chuck McTudis 2 years ago reset the lap here at a we'll call it a 2:14.1. So still quite a bit off that record.
If Varwig had a heck of a run off of turn one and then was able to use a lot of draft to get by a couple cars, that led to that great lap. But now, of course, things are starting to shuffle. Look at that top six, all the way from Varwig in the lead to Leveroni in sixth. They're just all nose to tail. And now, like we saw in the V's, it's going to be a lot of little jumps, a lot of little gentlemanly moving around and pushing each other, just playing the chess match here. Wait to see how this thing works out in about 16 and a half minutes.
You got to wonder if maybe Elevon might have hurt his tires a little bit. They're trying to run out and trying to break away from the pack a little bit. But it looks like through six, he was challenging again for the lead. So
yeah, you may be right. Sometimes running by yourself and trying to run, thinking you can run away, you start pushing a little bit too hard and see if there's much tire left under him.
Yeah, unfortunately, hurt the tires, and then it takes 2-3 laps to let them come back to you. So.
As far as it looks like he's aggressive at this stage, and Goulart certainly no short of an aggression there either. And then is that Barroso, I think, in the red?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Frankie Barroso, the red number 48 machine, looking there, and you can see how defensive they're already getting coming down into turn 8 as Barroso now moves up in the second place right behind Goulart there. But Goulart was protecting quite a bit going into 8 that last time by. Both he and Barroso getting a very good run out of turn 10. We'll see if that matters when they come under braking going into the 90 over turn 1 again, though.
Yeah, I think maybe John, you probably confirm. Sometimes there's certain corners you would rather be in a certain position on, and if you start getting pushed offline, you might lose not one spot, but you may end up losing 3, and that may be one of the spots there at 8 where Goulart just said, "No, I'm going to hold this position. If you're going to get me, it's going to be somewhere else."
And watching Chris Ciuffo there working with Nick Leverone back in 5th and 6th place, they are in a really good spot in this race because when those leaders start beating up on each other, Nick and Chris are going to be right in the best position. So,
well, it's looking though. I'll tell you, things are tightening up right behind them. It looks like both Chris Allen and Peter Tonelli, and I think Matt Dirks as well in the 176 car. You can see they're starting to close things up just a little bit on that lead pack of 6 cars with that has Leveroni at the tail end there. Matter of fact, well, at least the 2, yeah, there are the 3 of them right there with a little bit of a bridge between Leveroni, Chris Allen acting as that bridge between Leveroni, Tonelli, and Dirks.
And it just seems to me like the top 4 there aren't working together, as we were saying, getting each other shoved down.
No, not at all.
Straight. Aren't working together as well as Chris and Nick are in 5th and 6th there. So I suspect we'll see Chris and Nick right up into that fight pretty soon.
Yeah, and I'm wondering here as they come down into the toe of the boot here. We just saw Goulart run very wide through the chute over there. It looked like he had a bit of a front end push to the car. We'll see if that continues to affect him as this goes on, and it may exacerbate itself as he continues to try and defend. Although this time by, I think he doesn't feel the need to try and stunt Barroso's advances there as they came out of turn 8.
And again, you got to wonder if he hurt those tires early on. So
yeah.
And you see him; he's a little wide coming through 9 there, getting way out onto the runoff.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like the front end wants to take a set.
It doesn't look like it wants to turn.
No.
Which is frustrating because your natural what you want to do is make it turn more, so you turn the wheel more, which just makes it even worse.
Exactly. So. Oh, hey, as a front-wheel drive racer, I know that in spades. and it only gets worse.
Yeah, it takes so much patience to back out of it and unwind the wheel a little bit to get the front end to bite. So.
All right, so hey John, so I had a question. I know Trans Am was running up at Lime Rock, and I think the last time we sat down and talked was at Road Atlanta when you were doing some test and tune for the Road Atlanta, I think, speed tour round in Trans Am. Were you up at Lime Rock last weekend with the TA2 car?
Yeah, we were up at Lime Rock and started the race 15th. Had a little problem in qualifying and didn't get the times that I really wanted to, but and the car's a little new to me, and it's a lot different from what I've driven in the past. So
right.
Still learning the car. Started 15th. Finished 15th, but an hour and 15 minutes in that car at Lime Rock. Lime Rock's so small, there's just no chance to rest
TA2
at all.
Fields are huge.
Yeah, and some of the talent in TA2 is just amazing. Some of these kids are just remarkable. I think I could be their grandfathers. It's crazy. I mean, Ben Mayer, I think he's 15 years old, and a couple of the other guys up front. Annunziato. Tommy Annunziato.
Who came over from doing MX5 Cup.
Yeah, MX5 Cup, and I worked with him with Shea Racing in MX5 Cup, and he's a really strong talent, and starting last and getting up to getting on the podium at third spot was absolutely amazing.
I know Evan Slater has been running, and Evan's from up this area as well. I think we first saw him racing in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 a couple of years ago. He spent, I think, most of his time in TA2.
Yeah, and Evan's a great story. I mean, he's not a kid with a ton of money, and he's a kid with a ton of talent, and he's able to. He's personable and a good driver, good talent. So, looking there at turn 9, it looks like Chris Jufo has kind of broken away a little bit from Nick and wanting to get up into this top the top 4.
Yeah, I was just going to say he gets there, and we got Leveroni and Varwig running 5th and 6th. Varwig, as they cross the line, though, looks like Varwig, good run there. He gets around Chufo, and Varwig just now resetting fast lap here as well, and was running almost 0.8 of a second faster than the 3 drivers ahead of him. All right, so tell you what, guys, we are about 14 minutes in. We've got about 11 minutes remaining in this very exciting Spec Miata race. Let's take a quick break. We'll make a call to the grid for our next group, and thanks to our partners and sponsors. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, this is your first call to the grid. All right, we'll take a little break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more action here from Watkins Glen.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And we're back, everybody, here at Watkins Glen International in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with the guy I keep calling Brian. That's Larry Lefty MacLeod. And we've got John Weisberg here with us as well.
Brian.
And gentlemen, yeah, Brian Weisberg. Well, we'll just call him Matt for the rest
Everybody's
of the day and
Brian
see how things go. And we can see here coming out of turn 9 that we were talking about Goulart and Barroso just working incredibly well together. They have moved now and opened up probably close to 3 seconds on Varwick, Chufo, Noonan. Also in that group, of course, Nick Leveroni now tailing on, and a little bit further back, we got Peter Tonelli, Matthew Dirks as well. But gentlemen, I've been, wondering if, because we talked about how it looks like Goulart's car doesn't appear to be the best handling. He's definitely got some front end push, which appears to be getting worse. That if we saw Barroso try to take advantage of that and they go into a corner side by side, what happens then with that second pack? Do they all basically draft right up to the back of our 2 leaders, or are they too far back for that?
Well, I think I saw Barroso. Yeah, it looks like he tried to take a look a little bit through 3 there. But I gotta think he's smarter than that, and wants to take advantage of the fact that he and Elevon are getting away from the pack. Last time by, I counted it's about 4 seconds, and interesting to keep an eye on that gap, because the 3 cars behind him are going to be faster than the two cars out front. So.
Exactly. Well, and that's assuming they can stay together, because they're just
not working together like Barroso and Goulart. So.
Yeah, that through almost every corner, you can just see that each one of these drivers is pretty much driving their own race. They just happen to be a couple feet behind the guy that's in front of them.
And that last time through 6 there looked like Chufo had a little bit of rear end slide there. So got to wonder if his tires may be going away a little bit. But I know Chris well enough that he's giving it his all for sure.
He's running out of time here with the way that Goulart and Barroso were working so well together out in front that the rest of the guys may at some point realize they're just running for third, that there's no shot at the top 2 as we get down to about, 3 laps to go here?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think that's it. And and with
5 minutes left.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I would bet as they're running, Larry, about 2 laps at a 2:15 clip. We're probably going to see this next lap, and it looks like probably 2 more, so maybe 3 laps total.
Well, I imagine that they're going to start getting anxious up front there, and when they start fighting for the lead, then they are going to back up very quickly.
Yeah, we'll start to see it tighten up here. Let's take a look as they come over the rise and head down into the 90. And for the moment, Barroso's hanging and holding station there, as are the group behind. But also that group behind, we've seen them now compress down. So it's Varwick, Chufo, Noonan, Allen, Leveroni, and it looks like Peter Tonelli might be part of that. Leveroni's the last car in that group, and then a good distance back to Tonelli and Dirks.
It looked like through 3 and 4, Barroso was playing it sharp and not pulling out, keeping in the draft there.
Yep.
Yeah, he's still just pushing away. So,
Yeah.
John, if you're in Barroso's position and you know that you're going to come by start finish 2 more times, you play this right, you're going to get at worst a second, but you want the win. Where and when do you start that? Is it your last lap, or also does it help to know that maybe Goulart's car might be a little bit pushy and maybe not the best handling car right now?
Well, I mean, from watching Goulart's car, it looks like 6. He's going down into 6. He's pushing a little bit through there, so maybe a late dive going into the toe of the boot. But that leaves you kind of open coming out of 9 and into 10 for a comeback from Goulart. So, well, it'd be really interesting to see.
All right, so I've gotten word from race control that our leaders will be getting the white flag this next time by. So only about a lap and a half, less than a lap and a half here remaining in Spec Miata. Let me make a quick call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 3. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please head to the grid.
Well, if they're going to get a white flag next time by, that pack of 5 who's playing for the last podium spot is going to get real spicy really quickly.
Right about now.
Yeah.
Because if you're running 7th and you think you're only a half a second away from a podium, I got to imagine you're going to get real aggressive now. If you're Leveroni, if you're Chris Allen, you're at the back of this train. You're going to want to move now.
These guys in this pack of 5 are all thinking that, those guys up front are gonna take each other out, and whoever's leading this pack of 5 is going to get the win.
Going to get the win, exactly.
So I'm sure it is going to be a dogfight going down into the 90 and up through the S's. So.
Now let's take a look. Barroso again holds station.
Yet.
Oh, yeah, taking a quick look to the inside. Chris Chufo there on Sean Varwig, and he steps in. And this is
a run for Leveroni.
Yeah. I mean, it all depends on how good a run you get out of turn 1. I think that when you start to make that run down towards the bus stop, Leveroni had the wheel straightened out and had a great run. The question is, can he do anything with it with 4 cars up ahead of him?
Now, this is really a great passing spot here for Barroso going into the bus stop under braking, but it looks like Elevon running down the inside line there.
Yeah, he knows.
He knows
the
what's
cover.
coming.
Yeah. Oh, and rear end steps out a little bit on Barroso there. So here, I wonder now as they come through the outer loop, we've seen where Elvin's had a lot of trouble getting the car down to the apex over at turn 6 all day long. I wonder if Barroso maybe tries to sneak underneath him coming into the next corner here.
Yeah, and Chufo actually makes a car length coming through the bus stop there and down through 5 and 6 there.
Yeah,
just talking about that Goulart and that push. He just showed it there in 6. And John, you mentioned maybe this Barroso's chance and stuck it in down here at the toe, and he may be trying.
So he was able to get underneath him. The problem is that when you go to the toe of the boot, you now end up on probably the longest corner if you have to get all the way to the outside. So let's see if he makes up any ground coming into turn number 8 and to go uphill and have to carry all that extra ground is tough.
And going into turn 9 is always a good opportunity. So it might get a little spicy here if they can. I don't think he's close enough right now. So.
Yeah, and he drops a wheel there just as that concrete goes back to the grass. Although it looks like we might have had a change there in the group right behind. We'll track that in a second as our 2 leaders come out of turn 9. Barroso taking a look to the inside as they come into the high-speed turn 10. And look at this in the battle for third, 2 by 2.
By 2.
And our leader's coming through the final corner now onto the front straight.
And Chufo definitely has the best line here.
Yeah, he's got the inside on the 63 car there as they come through and taking the win in Spec Miata. It is going to be Elvin Goulart. Frankie Barroso finishes second, but look at this drag race for third. 4 wide. And as they come to the line, Chris Chufo, he will finish in third. Chris Allen finishes 8/1000ths of a second off the podium. Sean Noonan, then Sean Varwig, then Nick Leveroni. And oh my gosh, if we go and exclude our top 2 racers, it was 0.2 of a second separating 3rd through 7th. Oh my gosh.
That's incredible.
Spec Miata never fails to deliver.
No, it does not.
Yeah, as they went over the line, I was watching out the window here, and I could not tell if Chris was ahead or not. So,
Well, the
congratulations.
good news is between them, Chris was ahead. It just mattered which one. He said,
Yeah, exactly. Tufo or Allen.
Right, exactly.
Moral of the story: always mount the transponder on the outside of the car.
on a 4-foot-long stick sticking out of the front of the car. So
2023 runoff lessons.
That's right. All right, guys, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 3. That's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, your race is next. So, John, you going to stick around with us a little bit longer? Or,
yeah, I think so. No problem. I've got some time on my hands, unfortunately.
we may get into that a little bit later. I didn't want to bring up a very sore subject between you, me, and Brian. I mean, Larry over there. So yeah, good to have you. We'll have you here for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with more racing here from Watkins Glen in a few moments.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And real quick, before we get started with our next race, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, wanted to thank the fine folks from the International Motor Racing Research Center, the IMRRC, that have been providing us some information and some help here this weekend, and they do each and every year. The IMRRC, they collect and share and preserve the history of motorsports, spanning continents, eras, and race series. The center's extensive historical collection embodies the speed, drama, and camaraderie of amateur and professional road racing throughout the world. The center welcomes serious researchers and casual fans alike to share the stories captured on their shelves and walls and brought to life through a regular calendar of public lectures and special events. And of course, the Sports Car Club of America has their archives at the IMRRC. I'm a Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA member. We have our archives there as well. And John, my understanding is that you and your wife have a pretty special attraction to the IMRRC as well.
Yeah, actually, my wife was invited to be on the board at the research center, I think 3 years ago now, and she really enjoys being part of that process and getting to hang with the other board members. There's some pretty lofty names there. Janet Guthrie, I think, is on the board, and a bunch of other big time racers. So it's an honor to be that and to be on that board for her. And I believe they are in the process now of moving
to a larger facility.
And moving to a larger facility as the archives were overflowing.
Yes, they were a couple of years ago when I was there. All right, and also want to thank Josh Ashby, who has been assisting us all weekend long. Josh is a research assistant at the IMRRC. So let's go. We'll run down the starting grid for today's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 race. Starting 30th, driving the number 81 machine from Painesville, Ohio, Mark Fickenshire. Starting 29th in the number 65 Spec Racer Ford from Nashville, Tennessee, it's Scott Ross. Chris Current, the most electrifying driver out there, he starts 28th. He's in the number 01 machine. He's from Silver Spring, Maryland. Bill Watts, starting 27th today. He's in the number 66 machine. Interesting that we've got Watts and Current starting right with each other there. He starts 27th. Chris Jansen will start 26th. He's in the 181 car. He's from Dallas, Texas. Brian Sullivan starting 25th. He's from Princeton, New Jersey in the 12 car. Doug Garrison starting 24th. He drives the number 10. Chris Pluta is in the number 23 car. Starts 23rd. He's in the 88 car. Mike McGahern will start 22nd in the 113 car. He's from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Brian Grigsby will start 21st. He's in the number 71 machine with Judson Holt starting 20th. Judson's in the 188 car. He's out of Houston. Greg Miller is starting 19th. He's in the 04 car, while Patrick Stringer's driving the number 40 car starting 18th. Theo Pepe's driving the number 2 machine. He's out of Clifton, New Jersey. He starts 17th. Craig Chase starting 16th in the 42 car. Lee McNish starting 15th. Lee's in the number 22. He's from Southbury, Connecticut. Robert Reed driving the 03 Spec Racer Ford. He is starting 14th. Todd Vanacore, who's our reigning national champion in P1, he starts 13th today in the number 97 car. Michael Perotti will start 12th in the 11. Jeffrey Lehner in the 177 car starts 11th. David Dickerson starts 10th in the 38. Bruce Myers in the 111 car starting 9th. William Hendricks in the 101 car starting 8th. Colin Clark in the 23 car starts 7th. James Goffrey starting 6th in the 68 car. Justin Clardy is starting 5th in the number 7. Starting 4th outside of the front second row, Morgan Burkhardt in the 27. Denny Stripling starting right beside him. In your front row, Bobby Sack in the 19. And Russ Turner, your pole sitter, in the 123 car.
All right, watch for Turner and Stripling, two buddies, both on that inside row. Could easily be working together here as they come and get the green flag.
That's right. So we've got now the green flag in the air, and we are racing once again. And last year in the Saturday race, it was Stripling and it was Turner walked away from the rest of the field and left Bobby Sack trying to figure out what exactly happened. He learned very quickly on day number 2, and he slots into second place right now between Turner and Stripling. We got Morgan Burkhardt directly behind in the black and red number 27. Clardy, Goffrey in that silver number 68, and much like Inspect Miata, John, a lot of the field still 2x2 as they're making it up the S's and making the run down towards the bus stop for the first time.
Yeah, and you can see that at the front of the field there, they're, as we said before, working together, which means they're they're messing up the paint. So
exactly. So we got already a little bit of a breakaway. Top four: Turner, Sack, Stripling, then Burkhardt. James Goffrey in that silver 68, only about 3 car lengths behind. He's got Clardy, Hendricks, and Colin Clark along with him, as well as now the field getting all straightened out. There looks like Clardy in that yellow and black number 7 had a little trouble entering the chute there.
And we saw that mid-pack 3 wide coming out of the bus stop there, which that can be really exciting.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of track there, but not you really want to be using all that. That can be a little bit crazy. But up in front, great move for Bobby Sack. Greg, as you mentioned, last year got caught out and the 2 teammates just ran away. This year, he made sure he split those 2 and made sure that he was between Russ Turner and Denny Stripling as they came out of turn 1, and that's where he's been. He actually was pushing, I think, Russ Turner down that back straight going to the bus stop just to make sure he held that position and leaving Burkhardt and Stripling behind them to sort of wait in the wake and see what happens.
Exactly. And so Burkhardt, interesting note, this is his first time here. We've got the 42 machine going around.
Craig Chase.
Yeah, Craig Chase there. A little tap coming through turn 9. He gets the car back underway, but he's going to drop, about 12 or 13 positions. And I think that was with I think it might have been the 11 car Perotti that possibly got together with them. We'll try and get a little more information on that. I was going to say, Burkhardt, first time to Watkins Glen, wasn't old enough to race here last year. And so looking to see what he can do. Of course, he's got thousands of laps in a sim here, but the first time he put wheels on track was just on Friday, and he ran 5th fastest in practice, and then 4th fastest yesterday afternoon in qualifying.
And yeah, of course, he was a pole sitter at the runoffs back in October last year, so certainly very familiar with this group in front of him because it was Russ Turner, Denny Stripling that he was running with at that event as well. So he's right in the mix. And then Bobby Sack, who's had a lot of success this season so far on the Super Tour, 2-time national champ in this class. So it's a heck of a pedigree of cars up in front. I do want to mention Denny Stripling last year. You said he and Russ Turner, the teammate, kind of ran away with the Saturday race.
Yeah.
He was driving Russ Turner's backup car last year. They were nearly identical. Those blue, they were 23, 123. Looks like Denny's brought his own car all the way from Texas for this one, so maybe a little bit more comfortable jumping in here, and that may be why he's going to be maybe fighting for the race instead of just pushing Russ Turner around.
All right, so let me apologize to Beth and John Burkhardt now, because as I was talking about Morgan, he got freight trained coming out of the S's and going into the bus stop there. Both Goffrey and Clark got around him, and it looked like it was Goffrey, Clark, and Clardy who were all trying to come underneath Burkhardt. Burkhardt managed to hold off the number 7 machine as they went through there, though. And we're starting to see with that move, we're starting to see a little bit of a breakaway there right at the front of the field. 3 cars, Russ Turner, Bobby Sack, and Stripling now with a couple car lengths on the 68 of Goffrey, our new 4th place runner. So John, before we started this race, you were telling us that the car that Bobby Sack is in, 2-time national championship winning car, you might have had your fingers and toes and everything else all over that car at some point.
Well, yeah, it's funny that I've been doing this now for 30 years, so I think I have a little bit of experience pretty much every class on the track. So, but it's funny that the serial number on Bobby's car is the number 150. It's one of the early cars. I bought it from a gentleman in California. Had them shipped to Connecticut, where I was living at the time, and was running 2 of those cars, and brought the car up to New York, where I live now, and then Bobby bought it from me good 10 years ago. I say that I wish it was the same now as it was then, but I think the only thing that's the same is the serial number. So
serial number 150, was that one of the original spec Renault cars, or was that
I believe so. It started life as a Renault, and now went through being the SRF and now SRF3.
So big, and some of these cars, again, they've been around forever, but again, if you have incidents or you do anything with them, they're pretty easy to fix up. I guess if you got a grinder and a welder,
I would imagine at this point, being as old as it is, it's kind of like restoring a hammer by putting a new head,
new head,
and then you put a new handle on it. So it's probably not a whole lot left of the original car. they are an absolute ball to drive. They are super fun, super competitive, and it is absolutely driver's class. I mean, these cars are so identical. Even the setup there isn't a lot of room to move things in the setup. So it really comes down to driver talent. And Bobby, obviously, with multiple national championships in the class, it has really shown well in the car. Much better than I ever did in the car. So
yeah, and, you know, I was saying, Larry, I'm gonna call out Brian now. I know about a month and a half ago, Brian Belansky, our partner here on the Super Tour, had a great interview with Bobby Sack. As they were talking about his racing, and also I think it was one of the track guys. But on the Inside the SCCA podcast, you can find out the back episodes on YouTube on the Racer channel, also Racer Magazine, also on the SCCA website as well. And actually, his preview for the Watkins Glen installment of the Super Tour was Russ Turner. Who, along with Bobby Sack, now starting to walk away from the rest of the field, is Stripling now, Turner's teammate. What about, I'd say about 10 car lengths back.
And didn't he interview Denny also earlier in the winter, perhaps?
Yeah, I think so.
I think the key here is if you want to be fast in any one of these classes, you need to be interviewed by Brian Belansky, because apparently it works with Russ Turner, Bobby Sack, and Denny Stripling all having been on the show.
That's right, and obviously, anytime I mention the drivers, they fall back 3 positions. So pick your horse. All right.
And these guys have broken away about almost 3 seconds now. So they're as we were saying earlier with Spec Miata, that they're working together. Cohorts there.
Yeah, and look right behind Denny Stripling, right behind that white, black, and red number 4 machine. Burkhardt and Colin Clark almost side by side as they were coming through turn 6, and Burkhardt taking a look underneath Clark as they come through the toe of the boot as he's trying to make back some of those positions. Now, I wouldn't call Burkhardt a teammate of Stripling's or Turner's, but I know that they've worked with him quite a bit, and I'm fairly certain that if Burkhardt could get up to Denny Stripling and get around Colin Clark, they would probably work together a little bit to try and make their way back up to the leaders.
Yeah, he's not quite to Rich Stevens or Dave Ogburn level of teammate, or even Judson Holt sort of teammate auxiliary there, but they're pretty quick to maybe adopt this kid, Morgan, because I think they all see the same thing the rest of us do. The kid's got talent just oozing out of him, and so if you don't embrace him, he's just going to pass you anyway.
Yeah, and quite possibly that is the case. Yeah, we'll call him teammate adjacent there. You should mention, as you mentioned, the other teammate there in the and I forget the name of the top. Although I'm hungry and could use some tacos right now.
3 fast guys in a Denny.
Well, there is 3 fast guys in a Denny, but there's also their endurance team. Like I think it's Lupe Tortilla, if I remember correctly. So Judson Holt currently running a little bit further back in the pack, currently 18th in the 188 car. As we run down the top 10, it is Russ Turner, Bobby Sack, Stripling, Clark, Burkhardt, your top 5, James Goffrey, Justin Clardy, William Hendricks, Jeffrey Lehner, and David Dickerson. And I think Dickerson is out here. This is the first time he's been behind the wheel of his Spec Racer Ford in almost 11 months. So good to see him back behind the wheel. I think the last time he was out is actually a Majors that one of the Bryans and I called over at New Jersey Motorsports Park. And let's take a look here. And orthopedic surgeon Dickerson there. All right, let's check in here. We got about 9 minutes in the books. Let's do this, gentlemen. Why don't we take an early break here and come back, since the action is so tight still, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you more than half the race here when we come back from the break. First, we're going to make a call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4, our last race before lunch, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and SMX. Please head to the grid. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and SMX drivers, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Watkins Glen.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier racing tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Attention in the paddock, with Seth Gentry, driver of the number 20 Spec Miata. Please report to the SCCA trailer by Tech. Seth Gentry, driver of the number 20 Spec Miata. Please report to the SCCA trailer located next to Tech. All right, ready? Welcome back to Watkins Glen for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And we are watching right now the battle not for first, the battle not for second, the battle for third as it goes four wide. And Morgan Burkhardt now, he works his way back from sixth. He has now moved up into third position. And Denny Stripling, who had been our third place runner, he now falls back to sixth here, back behind Colin Clark and James Goffrey. It looks like Goffrey's back behind Stripling there, but he falls back a couple positions. And we were talking, John, Larry, during the break here. It really looks as though Bobby Sack is just kind of biding his time. It looks like he's got a little bit more pace. He keeps taking little looks to the inside on Russ Turner, maybe to get some air into the.
Yeah, I would think he's just doing that to keep the engine cool, keep it in the window, the power window. And when these cars get over temperature, it pulls timing out of the car and slows them down. Right. So you got to be very cognizant of the engine temperature, and when you're drafting the way they are, it's a possibility definitely to get those temperatures up. But they look like they're trying to get that gap so that they can fight. They have some room to fight and not fall back into the clutches of that third through, what is it, eighth?
Yeah, it's like I think third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, something along those lines.
Yeah. So Bobby's a smart driver. So
it's a little bit like the Spec Miata race we just saw a bit ago, where the front two finally found themselves locked in. They weren't teammates to start, but they kind of became teammates to the race and figured, let's sort this thing out at the end, while everyone else was just fighting for third. Kind of seeing the same thing here in that battle for third. As the laps go on, should start to heat up a little bit, because these guys are all going to realize, like they did in the Spec Miata race, we don't have a shot at what's up front too, so let's make sure we're in the right place to finish third.
Yeah, it's a tough decision especially for the leader. Does the leader slow down enough to stay in the lead, but back themselves up so that the car behind him starts getting attacked by the third place car, or does he continue trying to make this gap so that he has a chance to fight with Bobby at the end. So it's a tough decision.
I've seen a few races with Russ Turner, and he's very strategic that way. And I think he's I don't want to call him a gambling guy, but he's an odds guy, and he'll say, "I'll take my odds on 1-on-1 instead of 1-on-7."
Right.
And I think that's what he's going to do, is to play this and say, Bobby and I 1-on-1, we'll figure this out. But as soon as you throw in 5 more, which include the likes of Stripling and Burkhart and Goffrey and Clark, you're just going to say, you know what, that's too much of a wild card in the mix. Let's leave it as a 2-man fight and go 50-50.
Yeah, at least he's a guaranteed first or second. So.
Yeah.
Right.
And
no guarantees in racing. So.
Yeah, and he's mano a mano against somebody that this could happen at Road America in 3 months. This is the kind of thing that could come down to these 2 drivers in this scenario. The more time you have to see someone else's hand, to see how they play out at 1-on-1, maybe the better chance you have of using this to win a championship in October.
Yeah, absolutely. And the draft is so strong at Road America, so it's definitely a learning experience all the way up to that. It's great that that the Fords here have that a lot of racing against the same guys all the time.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
So we saw here, and as they come into the final corner, Colin Clark, James Goffrey, both driving past Burkhart and Larry. Oh, and here we go. Bobby Sack now going down the front straight, side by side as they come into the 90, and Bobby Sack now going to take over the lead from the 123 as he used that draft to perfection coming out of the final corner. I was to say, the draft here is so powerful coming up through the S's that we saw on the previous lap Morgan Burkhart lead this pack here up through the S's, and Colin Clark and Goffrey had both driven past Burkhart before they ever made it to this right-hander coming up now, that the third and fourth cars in that pack were just carrying such a head of steam. This time we see where Denny Stripling can't get that done. He's almost 2 car lengths back from Clark and Goffrey as they come up into the bus stop.
Yeah, you got to wonder if Turner is thinking, hey, you know, I'd rather be in second going into these last couple of laps, because that's going to be the powerful spot to get past the leader. So,
and I wondered if Russ actually did a little bit of a slow exit on 11 to get Bobby, bait him to go by him.
Yeah, you got to wonder.
Yeah, if nothing else, learn a little bit of Bobby's habits from the back instead of having to try and figure it out from the mirrors, because their first sector time in this lap wasn't great. About a second slower than the group behind them, which makes me wonder if it was more about Russ giving up a little bit to force Bobby to go by as opposed to Bobby just getting a run off of 11.
Yeah, absolutely. Or he could have just, had a little moment there.
Yeah. Quote unquote, air quotes moment.
Yes, a moment.
Gee, I don't know what happened. Bobby, I guess you have to take over the lead.
Although the gap back to third place is still significant, so these guys are really, really driving well.
And as they come out of the final corner to complete lap number 9, Larry, it appears, and again, it might just be strategy, at least for the time being, we see Russ Turner hanging a little bit further back from Bobby Sack. Sack was really tucked up right underneath the gearbox of the 23 machine before. I'd be interested to see here as they come up the hill and into the bus stop if maybe Sack starts to open things up a little bit on the 23 car.
I did see a little bit between 9 and 10 that Bobby was a little further ahead of Russ than they were vice versa a few laps ago. I think it may be Russ just sort of feeling things out. He knows that he can be comfortable at a couple of cars. But look at it right now.
Yeah, he's right back there.
Yeah, I was gonna say going through 2 and 3, it looked like Sack was making up a little bit of time, but no, that's not true.
and same thing here. Look at Russ give an extra car length or so as they come into the bus stop. Again, just sort of be conservative, be soft, nothing crazy. He knows he's got a cushion behind him. He doesn't need to be up underneath the back of him at this point.
Yeah, the 5-second gap behind him will give these guys a good cushion to really throw the gloves off for that last couple laps coming up. I think we've got probably 2 more laps.
I think probably 2 more laps. We've got about 5 minutes left on the clock.
Or whenever they feel like throwing the flag.
Yeah.
Sorry. I hate
See when we get the white flag, if we get a white flag.
It kind of writes itself. The second back, though, Burkhart having been shuffled back, Stripling, again, those guys made up the second row of this grid. And they are really not in control of this group. It seems as though Clark and Goffrey seem to be controlling the pace there.
Goffrey taking a quick little look to the inside on, or probably Goffrey taking a quick look to the inside on Clark as they came into turn 8. He was a little bit too far back. You can even see now where he's about, I think, almost a car, well, now a half a car length. It was a car length. As we see Clark running a little bit wide. That's that you know, we always say that corner there, turn 9, is just one of the trickiest places. There's such that tendency to turn in early, and you're left with
it's so hard to keep the momentum up through there, and that wall comes up so fast. It's really a difficult corner, being off camber, and you know, especially when you've got this howling pack behind you.
Knowing that you can't make a mistake, it sometimes pushes you into one.
Yeah, and much closer now between Sack and Turner going through 2 now, and then up through the S's. I suspect we might see something going into the bus stop here.
And we are getting word from race control, gentlemen, that the white flag will be shown to our leaders the next time by.
He takes a peek, but I imagine he's just trying to get some air. He's going to do it on the next lap if he's going to do it there. So.
And we see it looks like Goffrey is driven past Clark, and so has Denny Stripling. So move Goffrey up to 3rd, Stripling up to 4th, then Clark, then Burkhardt, then Clardy. In that, well, actually Clardy around Burkhardt now. So move Clardy up into 6th position.
Stripling, the veteran in this group, they're all veterans back here in this gang, but Stripling maybe now realize if he wants to finish 3rd, probably wants to be sitting 2nd in this pack as they start this final lap, and that's where he's got himself right now.
Yeah, such a game of chess with these cars. Same with Spec Miata. It's a game of how slow you can go to keep your position so that you can be in the right spot for the last lap.
And as they have to make their way through some slower traffic, and I believe, it's like, and I think that's the number 2 machine of Baldock there that they just went by coming through turn 9, and it looks like the second pack probably won't have to worry about the 2 car.
They get the white flag now, which we believe they are. It's going to be a run for Turner. He's going to have to close the gap up coming off of turn 1, and there's a slow.
We got
could bring a yellow.
Yeah,
this might where the pass would need to happen if you're Ross Turner. This may actually help Bobby.
Very, very much so. On the run down to the bus stop, it's quite a bit up there. But there's a long run between the flag station and where that car is off. That the flag station is right up the crest over by turn 3.
Oh, but he's definitely not close enough going through
going through
3.
Run off of 1.
Yeah,
got a great run, and there's the yellow.
Yep.
So that's gonna lead them into the bus stop.
Yeah, no passing to the incident. And, incident looks like it's right in the brake zone. Not an incident, but just a stopped car. So,
and that's also that battle for 3rd now, which has been that group has been very competitive. That holds them off as well.
It's a big gift for Godfrey. So
yes.
Well, if Russ has anything, and I'm not sure he does, because he just hasn't been as crisp once he got passed by Bobby. But if he's going to have anything in the car, he's going to probably do it. I'm guessing maybe coming off at 7, going up towards 8.
Yeah, it looks like he's pretty close going through 6 down to 7. Not close enough, though.
Stripling's in the same position behind Goffrey.
Yeah.
Let's see if Ross is anywhere even close. It doesn't look like it. Probably a good full 2-car length margin.
He's maintained a pretty constant gap there for the last lap, as we now have a bit of a breakaway with Goffrey and Stripling in the battle for 3rd as our leaders come out of turn 9. 2 turns remaining. We have gotten word from race control that there is a pretty significant track blockage a little bit further back in the field. We'll take a look at that maybe after our podium is resolved, as Bobby Sack leads Russ Turner out of the final corner. He didn't look close enough to draft by, but as they come to the line, it is going to be Bobby Sack He is your winner today in Spec Racer Ford as over Russ Turner. And here comes the battle for third, and it's going to be James Goffrey taking the last step on the podium over Denny Stripling. Margin there, 95 one-thousandths of a second. Morgan Burkhardt works his way back up to fifth. Colin Clark, sixth. Justin Clardy will finish in seventh. And now Jeff Lehner, seventh. William Hendricks, Justin Clardy, and Bruce Myers rounding out the top 10.
A great run for Bobby to secure the track position on the first turn, push Russ Turner around for a while, take the lead, and never really give Russ any serious chance. Russ just almost struggled to keep up with Bobby's pace.
Larry, real quick, let me jump in. I said that Justin Clardy had finished back in, I think, sixth position. Yeah. Clardy is actually the car that had gone around, and I think we had that happen down. I think it was coming through the outer loop, trying to get the turn number. Oh, there you go. It's actually at the toe of the boot where that car went around, and he is, I think, still sitting counter races. The rest of the field filters through, so he's going to drop now all the way to the back of the field there. So it's actually Jeff Lehner finishing seventh behind Colin Clark, then William Hendricks, Michael Perotti, Bruce Myers rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, tough finish there for Clardy there on that last lap as he was running right in that second pack with a good shot of finishing in the top 7, but things not finishing his way, and he'll be down the order and probably end up on the toe coming back.
All right, let's do this, gentlemen. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Tension in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 4, our final race before lunch. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, STL, STU, and SMX drivers. This is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. As I said, one more race before lunch here at Watkins Glen International. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
And after an extended time for some repairs out here at Watkins Glen, we are back with the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg with Larry Lefty MacLeod. We've got John Weisberg sitting in the booth with us, and John, hopefully when I run down the grid, I won't mention your car by mistake because it's obviously not out there. We've got in this group Super Touring. The Super Touring Light class for machines 2 liters and below. Super Touring Under for, what is it 3.5 liters?
Super Touring Under is actually the biggest engine in the class was in my car, actually. 3.23.
Okay.
So it's just the S54 BMW motor. So 3.2 is about the limit for STU.
Gotcha.
All the way down to 2-liter cars.
2-liter cars, and then we've got the STL from down there. And then we've got SMX, what used to be known as Spec MX-5 Challenge, for our NC 3rd Gen Mazda MX-5. So let's run down the starting order. Much like we did with our first race of the day, we're going to have a split start. We've got the STU and STL cars behind the first pace cars. You see them here making the run down to the inner loop. And then we've got our SMX cars behind a second pace car. There you go, the white Camry there, bringing them up through the S's. Let's start with SMX. We'll run down the starting order, and then we'll move over to STL and STU. 18 cars in SMX set qualifying time, starting 18th, driving the number 60 machine out of Glenwood, Maryland. It's Aiden Coleman. Adrian Comstock starting 17th, and he is in the number 5 machine. He's out of Beverly Hills, California. Starting 16th in the number 17 car from Manson, Washington. It's Woodfield Gregg. David Chufo will start 15th today. He's in the number 74 SMX. He is from Livonia, New York. Jillian Fichter's driving the number 12 car. She starts 25th today. She comes from Jupiter, Florida. With Dave Pinterick today driving the number 57 SMX car. He's from Canfield, Ohio. He starts 13th. Chase McIntyre starts 12th. He's in the number 13 car. He's from Akron, Ohio. Then we've got Will Lucas from, what is it, Brendan? It's Dahlonega, Georgia. There we go. Not Talladega, Georgia. Starting 11th. He's in the 134 car. Jason Fichter, that's Jillian's brother, is going to be starting 10th, driving the number 71 car. He's also from Jupiter, Florida. Then we've got Michael Tosi from Sterling, Massachusetts, starting 9th in the number 1 car. Michael Tittis returns to the Super Tour after some engine issues at Virginia International Raceway. The East Meadow, New York driver will start 8th in the 26 car. Don Squirick will start 7th, driving the number 175 car. He's from Peachtree Corners, Georgia. Will Robinson starts 6th in the 115 car. Jarrett Jones starting 5th in the 86. Cam Evans starting 4th in the 55 car. Noah Harmon starting 3rd in the 111. And your front row in SMX, Camden Gruber in the number 24 car. He's out of Winchester, Virginia. And then Rafe Abdullali from South Salem, New York. He's your pole sitter in SMX. He's driving the number 98 car. Now if we move over to STL and STU, starting 9th, driving the number 117 STL Mazda Miata, it's Peter Tonelli II. Hugh McAfee is going to start 8th. He's driving the number 81 Mazda MX-5. That's another STL car. He's from Boca Raton. Starting 7th, driving the number 32 STL Honda CRX SI from Bristow, Virginia, Deacon Greenfield. Jim Schlecht is driving the number 75 STU Nissan 300ZX. He's from Moab, Utah. Starts 6th. Chris Childs, the Cat Killer, will start 5th today. He's driving the number 7 Mazda Miata from Purcellville, Virginia. Craig McAfee starting 4th in the number 68 STL Mazda MX-5. Matt Rook in his STU BMW 325 will start 3rd in your front row. In his Lotus Exige, David Brand in the number 3 car, and your pole sitter, Darren Treacle in the STU BMW 325, just as the green flag comes out and they make their way down to turn 1. And we've got Darren Treacle gets ahead of the Exige of Brand. Matt Rook slots in behind with McAfee, and the rest of the STL field is our SMX drivers now get the green flag. It's Rafe Abdullali in that flat-out Motorsports MX-5 car. He's going to hold position going down into turn number 1. He holds off Camden Gruber in the 24 machine. Gruber out of Winchester, Virginia. Harmon sliding in. And look at this as we're still 3 and 4 cars wide coming out of the 90.
And in these cars, it is absolutely flat out from the exit of the 90 all the way up through the S's to the bus stop. So these guys are on cold tires, side by side, going through there. It's going to be exciting.
All right, and we already see jumping out to an early lead, Larry, here in STU. It is Darren Treacle in that number 70 BMW, who's online for for a podium finish in SDU at the runoffs this year until he wasn't. David Brand, a couple carlings behind. Look at this, the MX5 cars trying to shuffle through the inner loop side by side there.
Yeah, Spec MX5 doing what you'd expect. A lot of hard-nosed racing. They are going to continue that probably the entire 25 minutes. Wouldn't be surprised if it goes right down to the end. But now it looks like maybe front three or at least single file. The battle for fourth was still side by side. This is just how Spec MX5 does it.
And I'm getting word that that Michael Tosi, driver of the number 1 SMX car, he may have pulled that car off before ever taking the green flag. Trying to get word on what corner he is currently at, but he is now out of the way. As David Brand, now as they come out of turn 8, and again, it's handling over power between that Exige and the BMW. David Brand now jumping out to a lead here at the end of lap number 1, shuffling Darren Treacle back to second. He's got Rook and McAfee directly behind him. McAfee, believe your STL leader in that red number 68 Mazda MX-5. The black Mazda Miata MB Miata there of Chris Childs, currently running second in STL, 5th overall.
Yeah, I got to think that Trickle probably had a moment on cold tires there, where it's a heavy car, lot bigger motor, and the Lotus definitely is able to fire off those tires a little bit sooner. So I think we should watch for Trickle to make that gap back up through the race.
All right, as our leaders in SMX now filter through here, completing lap number 1, and it is Camden Gruber in the white and yellow number 24 machine. He is your leader after lap 1. Pole sitter Rafe Abdullali dropping back to second. Jared Jones, Michael Tinnis, and then Cam Eben rounding out the top 5 in the class there, as most of that field still in very close proximity. And one of the things, much like in Spec Miata, much like in Formula V, that we have seen in SMX is that it has been highlighted by some incredibly close racing, and once again relying maybe not as much as the Spec Miatas, but still relying very heavily on the draft.
Yeah, absolutely, and you see them going through turn 1 using every single bit of the corner up. I saw one car way out close to the wall out there, so I'm not sure if that's the fastest line. There's a lot of gravel and dirt and rubber out there, but he seems to be getting back into it. So.
Now, what we did see in qualifying yesterday, and actually during practice yesterday morning, was that the fastest STL cars are running very similar lap times, or probably the fastest SMX cars were running very similar lap times to mid and even upper portions of the STL field. And that was one of the reasons for that split start, so they weren't going to be mired together. But I think we're already starting to see some of those SMX cars starting to close things down on the back of the STL field.
Yeah, the split between them for the start wasn't a huge gap, so I think we'll see the SMX cars up into the STL and competitors very shortly.
Oh, right back. Oh, wow. Right back behind our timing tower. Somebody went very wide through turn 8. I don't know if they actually caught the tire wall over there, but we'll try and get the number on that, that machine if we can. Yeah, we'll see if we can pick that up. And I'm about to get the call now. And it was it looks like we've got one car that has pulled off in the cutout, basically as you come through the outer loop, that little short chute used by NASCAR. That is the 111 car now that has pulled off. That is Noah Harmon, and that is very unfortunate. Harmon, a race winner this season in SMX, and he's not going to get any points for today's race.
We see Hugh McAfee looks like he's going to be the first one of the ST cars that's going to get swamped up by the SMX hive.
Yeah, they're getting awfully close again. Those two pretty identically prepared Mazda MX-5s, one driven by Hugh McAfee, the other one driven by Craig McAfee, Hugh the father, I believe, and Craig the son. Getting word of Dave and Tarek having a little bit of a rough ride through, they call it the duck pond here, but on the coming out of the bus stop there, he gets the car back under control. It's been, I think, a rough transition for Dave here into SMX.
Yeah, it's definitely going from the GT1 car into an SMX where GT1, I mean, we just don't have a lot of them on track, so there's not a huge amount of competition, but it's such a difficult car to drive.
Right. And
now the SMX, a little bit easier car to drive, but a huge amount of competition. So, yeah, it's. I think Dave will eventually get the hang of it, because he's a very good driver.
Incredible.
So,
yeah.
I think it's a little new to him still, but he's getting the hang of it.
All right, as we take a look now, coming out of the final corner here at our SMX leaders. And it is, let's see, as they come to the line, we'll check now. It is Rafe Abdullahi, your leader in SMX. Still has got Camden Gruber behind Jarrett Jones, Cam Eben. As we are starting to see those two fields, and this is where it gets confusing for us, because we've got a whole bunch of NC Miatas, SMX, and then an STL. The big difference, Larry, obviously we can pick out is most of the STL MX-5s. They do have the wings on the rear, which the SMX cars do not have. So a little bit easier to pick out from there.
And the SMXs have the different windshield banner.
Yes.
Going back to the sim stuff that you and I call, you can look at the colors of the windshield banner and say that's a Spec MX car.
They have different color mirrors also, Larry. And plates on the wings.
All right, looking up front at the STU lead, Darren has run the fastest lap of the race, and I suspect that those tires are firing up now, and he'll be able to catch up to the Lotus, I hope.
Yeah, we'll see here as they're coming through turn 8, and David Brand with about 8 car lengths advantage at the moment. Neither of those drivers under any kind of pressure at the moment, as Matt Rook and Craig McAfee. Rook running third in STU, McAfee your leader in STL, quite a distance back, as you can see there. They're still working together here, coming out of turn 9, and Chris Childs has really dropped off the back of the 68 machine, not even coming into the shot here yet. Childs, the last time they crossed the straight, almost 7 seconds back from McAfee in that battle in STL. Matter of fact, we see here where Childs, he's the black Mazda Miata, is actually given up a position on track now to Jim Schlechte's Nissan 300ZX. And Schlechte currently now running 4th in STU.
Good response for David Brand there on that last lap. Realizing Treacle was starting to pick up the pace. Brand now fastest lap of the race, 2:06.4. Treacle's last lap, 2:06.7. So Brand started to crank it up a little bit and try to pull back away from third.
Absolutely good competition there. So,
all right, we have our leaders in SMX now coming down into the 90, and that is Rafe Abdullahi, who has gotten back around the Planet Miata, number 24 of Camden Gruber. I will get crucified if I call him Cam Gruber. Jarrett Jones running in 3rd, Cam Eben running in 4th. Remember, it's Camden Hibbett, Camden Gruber, Cam Eben. That's all you need to know. Okay.
Twin cam engines.
Yes, and twin cam motors. Exactly. We see here, we were talking earlier, Larry, about that entrance to the bus stop where they put up those turtle curbs there to keep people away from the fence line, and we thought, well, certainly for most of the Formula cars, they're not going to want to hit them. They're too firmly sprung. But these cars have absolutely big moment there for, I think that was Hugh McAfee in the STL machine as the rear end steps out on him. But obviously no fear for the SMX drivers and frankly the touring car drivers as well, as one of our machines just lost a big piece of bumper there over at turn 7. But those turtles not really causing all that much of an issue for these touring cars.
Yeah, I tested here a couple weeks ago with the BMW, and really it's not that much of a difference between the old curbs and the new curbs. So I guess the NASCAR guys were actually getting all four wheels off the ground going over the old curbing. So it's still very upsetting.
I'm
going over
sure.
it, but it's not launching the car in the air.
Well, and it looks like it's profiled. It's got a very sharp rise on the the outer portion of that curbing closest to the track surface.
Right.
Much more, not quite as sharp a rise between that curb and the Armco. And so if you move the car over close enough to the Armco to not, rub the door or the mirrors, it's probably not as rough a ride anyhow.
It looked like on that shot there, it looks like Treacle has made up that gap to Brand. So I think we might see a challenge for the lead here shortly.
And we just saw there the little Honda CRX. That is Deacon Greenfield. Just got swallowed up by looks like most of the SMX field. Greenfield currently running third in Super Touring Light. And I think this is the first time that Greenfield has been old enough to race here as well. He was actually co-rookie of the year for the Washington, D.C. region back in 2002, shared it with Morgan Burkhardt here, and spent a year racing in regional, what was known as SSM, and then starting last year, started to do some development on this Honda CRX.
Yeah, looking at the timing result, it looks like Treacle has responded to Brand's fast lap and set the new fast lap for the race at a 6:1.
Yeah, almost a second and a half faster.
And that may change again
than
here.
Brand ran. Yeah, let's take a look as they cross the line. That time across, Brand clawed back another 0.2 of a second.
Okay. But now just a second between them, and you can see that Lotus a little quicker around turn one, but the BMW is coming.
Yeah, it's a nature of these cars that the bigger, heavier car going to be faster down the straight, but the Lotus is gonna make time through the corners. And
I was gonna say probably is gonna eat it up in the bus stop, but you can see her. Look at the ground,
getting defensive here, going down the back straight, heading for the bus stop.
And he knows this is where his advantage is.
Yeah,
for sure.
now the gap down to almost nothing. But I suspect Brand will probably make a little bit of that gap back up here, going down
the hill through
the exit
this area
of 5,
here, and then
the exit of 5 and 6. You see Treacle using a lot more track than Brand. So.
And there you go. He drops off about three and a half bar lengths, just coming out of the inner loop, out of the bus stop, and coming back. But I would assume motoring up that hill out of the toe of the boot.
The BMW is going to do really well.
Yeah, exactly.
and Brand actually set his quickest personal best in the second sector, right there from the bus stop all the way down into 7. So. He knows that that's his advantage. He's pushing to it. But look at this now as they come between 8 and 9.
Brand's got a problem, Larry.
Oh, yeah, he's off the pace, unfortunately.
Brand looks like his day. Well, we'll see.
He's
that car, it does not sound good. And, we saw there, he may not make it back to the pit lane at this rate. All right, let's do this. As David Brand tries to work his way back to the pit lane, we're going to try to work our way through a break. So we're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors. We'll be back with more action here from Watkins Glen in just a moment.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Seneca has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International, the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg with Larry Lefty MacLeod, with John Weisberg, and this is our SMX, STL, and STU race. And, I always joke, I say, help me, Will Robinson. We saw Will Robinson get so loose coming through the bus stop. Third car, that little train to come through. He's obviously doing what he can to hold on to fifth place right now in SMX as our two leaders, Rafe Abdullahi, who's gotten back around Camden Gruber, your leader, Gruber, in that Planet Miata car, running right behind the Flat Out Motorsports machine. And then Cam Eben, who's moved up. He was fifth just 2 laps ago. Jarrett Jones and Will Robinson rounding out the top 5. And this next group coming through, that is Michael Tinnis leading that group. Tinnis had a pretty dramatic ventilation of his block, we'll say, on the very last laps of the SMX race at Virginia International Raceway. He's got a brand new motor in that car, and it's been running pretty strong this weekend. Currently has him up into 6th. Tinnis, a race winner this season.
And these guys out front having a really great battle. They were absolutely nose to tail going up through the S's there, and I was suspecting that we might see something going into the bus stop, but as we've seen in the other spec classes today, they look like they're trying to work together, build that gap so that they can race together at the end.
The group behind them, not so much.
Group behind's having way more fun though.
So the other thing that we were looking at, I was just talking about Tinnis, who's in that the red SMX machine. Directly behind, we've got that STL Honda CRX of Deacon Greenfield. The one thing, John, that we noticed on just as we went to break, a lot of white smoke coming out of the rear of the CRX, and the engine might be loosening up a little bit.
The fuse might be lit on that one, so let's hope that he can make it to the end, and hope that he's not spilling oil on the track too. So.
Yeah, exactly. So Greenfield, he just ran his fastest lap of the race the last time by, so the engine's he's not slowing down any.
Well, it's the configuration of that motor where the exhaust comes out the front of the motor, then curls underneath the motor means that, there it is again.
Yeah, you can see it there coming through 9.
It means that anything that's leaking out of that motor is going to hit the header.
Exactly.
So, maybe it's just something simple, but
it could be a windage issue. It could be especially as we see him coming through 9 as the car is leaning over for a left-hand turn. Could be any one of a number of things. But we'll watch that. The flaggers will watch that. We've also had some reports. We've seen that debris on the track down at the toe of the boot. There's also some debris right by the inner loop that we've seen as well. And I know the corner workers there have been using the debris flag to let drivers know about that. like. Actually.
It looks like that race pretty far offline.
Yeah,
so unless there's a braking battle going in there that's going to push the guys to the outside, I don't think it'll be an issue. And this fight up at the pointy end of SMX is really getting spicy up there. They are really pushing each other.
Yeah, indeed. We've got now. I think that is Jarrett Jones, Will Robinson, and then Cam Evan now dropping back in the 5th in the 55 car. But yeah, this is a heck of a fight we got on our hands. Just to give you a little update here in STU, we've got Darren Treacle, and with the retirement a couple laps ago of David Brand, he has got, I think, somewhere along the lines of a 35 or second or so advantage now over Matt Rook, another 9 seconds back to Jim Schlechter. In STL, McAfee now with over a 20-second advantage over Chris Childs, and then another almost 30 seconds back to the CRX of Deacon Greenfield. So we'll continue to update you there, but certainly these two fights right now at the front of SMX, definitely the one to watch, is we've got just under 3 minutes now remaining on the clock.
That's great. We got the standout Miata competitor of Flat Out Motorsports and Planet Miata up front there. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I mentioned earlier, Rafe. When we talked about the Spec Miata race, he's been one of the fastest regional Spec Miata racers on the East Coast the last couple of years. Camden Gruber has been racing an NC Miata in ITS in regional competition. Reset, I think he was last year's Mars champion, reset the track record at Summit Point Raceway a couple of times, beat some longtime front runners in that class. And so I don't think it was a very difficult move for him to go from that ITS car over to this SMX machine. And he's been on the podium. I think he was on the podium at Mid-Ohio a couple of weeks ago. He's just still looking for that first win.
Yeah, the ITS and SMX rules very similar, other than the fact that the SMX has a spec
shop,
spec parts,
right?
But they're the same parts you would change to go from ITS. Although the ABS brake control is not allowed in IT.
Actually, ABS for the last couple of years has been allowed with a weight penalty.
Okay, so
yeah.
It gives you an idea of how long it's been since I've raced in ITS. So, but I have.
and so when Gruber was racing that NC, and some of the cars that he was competing with were like early 70s Datsun 240Zs that already have front brake issues with non-vented front rotors.
With the 8-inch diameter rotors, non-vented.
Yeah.
Scary stuff.
It was not a fair fight, let's put it that way, here. And so far, not a fair fight is Abdullahi and Gruber now opening up, close to 5 seconds as the white flag is in the air. Larry, one last lap here. And look, Gruber taking a quick look to the inside on Abdullahi there, going into turn 10.
Yeah.
He knows
Gloves
the
are
end
about
is
to
near.
come off, I think, now. We'll see how early he decides to go. I think he'll wait through turn 1, and then it's going to be pop, and then it's going to be side-by-sides as long as Abdullahi can continue to push.
There you go.
Got him.
Yeah, got him coming out of the final.
Wow. 11. And a significant lead. So I'm thinking the flat-out car must have had a problem through 10 and 11.
Yep. Maybe.
Let's see if he can make up that room.
Yeah, maybe he was hoping to just kind of like let him go by, but maybe I don't think he meant to go that far by.
Yeah, that's a little bit more than you want.
Yeah.
And see if if he can get back up under him for the draft here going into the bus stop. But that's a big,
pretty far.
It's a big gap, and you see the Planet Miata car. Definitely going defensive. He knows he's back there.
But the battle for third is side by side now as they come into the bus stop behind them.
Here we go as they go in now.
Third going in side by side, and
I believe it's Jones, then Will Robinson, then Cam Eben directly behind. That is third, fourth, and fifth as they come through the outer, and there you go.
And 98 really falling off the pace there. So
Yeah, so Darren Treacle taking the win here in STU as the checkered flag is out on the session. We're going to jump back to this SMX battle here, which now no longer much of a fight.
No, in fact, now that battle of 3, that's the battle for second because Abdullali's completely out. In fact, I didn't even see him coming down to turn 7
well,
yet.
Here he is right now as he's now coming through in 5th.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty far back.
Yeah, something let go at just the wrong time, just as the penultimate lap was ending.
If it could have lasted only one more lap.
Yep. But watch this battle now. So second place looks like there's an opportunity here for, might be Jones, but I think even and Robinson behind them will be likely side by side coming around through 10 and 11 here on this last lap. I wonder if Abdullali had a gearbox issue. So some of the slower, like he can't get it into or out of a certain gear, because he looks seem to be okay in spots, but unfortunately it's going to cost him his race.
All right, here coming to the line, and we just saw taking the win in SMX. It is going to be Camden Gruber. We've gotten word that Raif Abdullali pulled his car off coming out of turn 7, out of the toe of the boot. And so that is where he stays. He's going to drop through the order. Let's take a look at SMX, and we'll jump back over to STL. Camden Gruber, Jarrett Jones finishing in 2nd. Cam Eben getting around Will Robinson on the last corners. He will take 3rd. Robinson finishing just off the podium. Michael Tosi, great run for the number 1 machine. And the number 1, he started 9th. He finishes in 5th position. Michael Tinnis will finish 6th. Will Lucas 7th. McIntyre, Squire, Pinteric rounding out the top 10 in SMX. In STU, we talked about Darren Treacle crossing the line and taking the win. Matthew Rook will finish 2nd. Jim Schlechter will finish 3rd. David Brand, who had led this race for so long, he finishes 6 laps down. And then finally in STL, Craig McAfee goes flag to flag. 23-second advantage over Chris Childs. Hugh McAfee finishes in 3rd. Thorsten Becker, and we were talking about Deacon Greenfield, and that CRX, he only completes 9 laps. He's going to finish back in 5th. All right, so that is going to wrap things up, gentlemen, for our morning's activities. Try and take a look here and see if we have word on when we are getting back underway. I don't have that yet. We are scheduled to restart here at 1:10 p.m. I have a feeling that might be delayed a little bit. As soon as we get some information, we'll put it up on the screen for you, and we'll put it in the chat so that you have that information. But we're going to take a quick break for lunch. Next race up is going to be our open wheel and prototype races, the Formula Cars and Prototypes. John.
Just wanted to say I got a couple of messages during this race that they're asking why am I not in this race, and unfortunately
he likes us more.
Yeah, I do enjoy being up here. Unfortunately, I had an incident in the first practice session yesterday, and the car was unrepairable for the race. And thank you to all of the people who reached out to inquire about my well-being. I'm a little sore, but it was a pretty hard hit. But we'll live to fight another day. So,
well, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you were able to come up and join us here this morning, John. And like I told you at Road Atlanta, I'll tell you here again, you're welcome anytime to join us up in the booth. We love having you up here and love having all your insight. Larry's not so much. Just kidding.
In fact, just got a message from Chip Hare, our STU national champion, asking, "Hey, why aren't you racing?" And I actually was talking to him on the way here, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to send him a picture of my unfortunately wrecked car. So, But look forward to getting that car. It's been a lot of development for that car, and unfortunately, just pulled the tire off the rim, actually going through turn 11 and backed it into the wall there. So pretty significant damage. So hopefully we'll get it fixed up for the next one, whenever that may be.
All right, so we're going to take not so quick, but about an hour's break, and we'll put in the chat when we're going to be back from lunch. It'll be about an hour, where we were originally planning for 1:10 p.m. I guess it's going to be a little bit later than that. But everybody, enjoy lunch. Thanks so much for joining us for this morning's coverage of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Watkins Glen, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
All right, welcome back from lunch, everybody. We are here at Watkins Glen International for round number 17 of 20 of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And our first race after lunch, it's for our big open wheel cars, the open wheels and prototypes, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, and also Prototype 1 and Prototype 2, as we see our Atlantics and prototypes heading down into turn 1. Let's go and we'll run down the starting order for this race. And we're going to once again have a split start. We're going to have the FE2s and Formula Continentals in the rear group. We're going to have the prototypes and Formula Atlantics up front. Let's start off with FE2 and Formula Continental. In that group, starting 15th, driving the number 46 Formula Continental Van Diemen, it's Douglas Rocco. William Hoops will start 14th. He's driving the number 41 Van Diemen RF99. And then we've got Brian Yates starting 13th. He's in the number 145 FE2. Russell Straight will start 12th. He's driving the number 91 FE2 machine, while Don Betterly is driving his Formula Continental RFR. He starts 11th. Jonathan Weisheit will start 10th today. He's in the number 67 FE2 machine, with Chris Fahan in his Van Diemen RF2000, running in Formula Continental, starting in 9th. Starting 8th, James Regan in his FE2 machine. That's the number 0 car. Starting 7th, driving the number 37 FE2 machine out of Greenwood, Indiana. Representing Alliance Autosport, it's Amy Hollowell. Marshall Stocker is going to start 6th today. Marshall's driving the number 2 FE2 machine, while Sam Harrington will start 5th. He's in an FE2 car as well, the number 33. And actually, the next two rows 2 and 1, are all Formula Enterprise 2 machines. Starting 4th, driving the number 08 FE2 from Georgetown, Texas, Steve Whitston. Dexter Suba will start 3rd. Saw him a little earlier in Spec Miata. He is now in his FE2 car. He's driving the number 77 machine. Jason Conzo will start on the outside of the front row in the number 4 FE2 machine, with Russ Turner starting on the pole with qualifying time of 1:49.887. Let's move over now to our Atlantics and prototypes. Starting 14th, driving the number 00 Swift 014. That's a Formula Atlantic car. It's Jeremy Hill. Paulie Gatto, driving a JDR F1000, will start 13th in the number 99 Formula Atlantic car. Steve Hamilton, also in a JDR F1000. He will start 12th today. He's in the number 93 machine, while Charles Livingston, driving, repeat after me, everybody, JDR F1000. He will start 11th. He's in the 38. Matthew Gendron is driving his Elan DPO2, the Downing Atlantic Peach, the number 82 car, starting 10th. Tim Pierce starting 9th. He is in a JDR F1000. That's the number 81 car in Formula Atlantic. While starting 8th, we've got the Critter CSR1 of Todd Parks, starting 8th. That's a Prototype 1 machine. Starting 7th, driving his Formula Atlantic Ralt RT41, Mark Sherwood. That's the number 3 car, with Bruce Hamilton starting 6th. He's driving the number 06 Swift 014 in Formula Atlantic. Starting 5th, driving the number 30 Prototype 1 Elan DPO2. That is Rod Rice with John McAleer. Well, John is actually scheduled to run and start 4th today in the number 68 Elan DPO2. I've gotten word that he may come out in a Formula Atlantic machine at the back of the pack as he's trying to get it qualified for the runoffs. Matt Romer will start 3rd. He's in the number 29 Elan DPO2. And your front row, reigning national champion Todd Vanacore in his number 19 Elan, and then Chip Romer, your pole sitter, in the number 62 Elan DPO2. Let's go racing, Larry.
Yep, and off they go. We're 4 wide down into 1. I'm going to say that is probably a Romer at the front, but we'll see as there's a couple of Romers around between Chip and Matt.
With the blue nose up at the front, that is Chip Romer. Matt Romer is in the red-nosed car. Vanacore in the green and black, number 19, slotting between them, as our FE2s and Formula Continentals get the green flag and jumping out to an early lead. That is Russ Turner. We've got Conzo in the gold number 4, Dexter Suba, I think, in the white 7. Yeah, we've got a lot of cars off at the 90, Larry, here to start this race off.
Yeah, a couple of Formula Continentals we think at the back. We'll try and catch numbers on them shortly as they get, at least 2 of them get moving. And
I think the black car, Larry, is the 91 car. And trying to get a number on the other. Russ Straight, exactly. Wow, and
19
Vanacore was in there as well. How'd that happen with the prototype 1 machine that he ended up over there?
Did he not start at the front of the field because he?
No, that
he
could
didn't appear to
very
be.
well be. Yeah, that could very well be that he wasn't up there with Chip and Matt Romer.
Yeah, and maybe he tried to make up, starting at the back, made up a couple of positions or something, but he was slowly pulling away. Don't know if Vanacore's got any damage on his number 19. We'll have to wait and see on that.
All right, and Larry, we are very early on here, going to a full course caution, our first of the weekend here at Watkins Glen International. And we see here we've got the safety car staging up here to pick our cars up, pick our drivers up as they come out of the 90. And so we'll pick up the order here as they cross the start-finish line to complete lap number 1. As it is, they're right at the front of the field. It is Chip Romer and then Matt Romer. Rod Rice in his DB02 third. And we've got a car, one of the JDR cars, I think, just out of our view.
Oh, wow.
We can see it.
Spin.
Yeah, it took a spin off the wall. There are actually 2 cars over there.
And that was all under yellow already.
Yes.
So maybe just some incidental contact, but certainly one of them has hit the wall driver's left. The other is up against the pit wall driver's right.
Yeah, he's actually almost center track, Larry, pointed perpendicular, not leaving a lot of room, basically turning a part of the front straight here into a chicane.
I have a feeling that's Amy Hollowell and Jonathan Weisheidt because they are the ones, I think, that haven't tripped the next sector, but we'll have to wait and see. Again, that's just how I'm reading timing and scoring. Could be wrong, but...
So they are 2 Formula Atlantic or Formula 1000 machines, and I thought Amy Hollowell was in one of our FE2 cars.
She is, yes. This is a different timing error that I'm just seeing in the FE2 cars. So then possibly Mark Sherwood and Charles Livingston? I don't know. I'm just looking at timing. Yeah, I'm just looking to see whose names aren't crossing the next sector,
the next stripe, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
All right, so we think that one of them might be Gatto. Is that in the red machine?
And that is one of our F1000s. Used to be a Formula B, now all lumped into Formula A. Quite a few of those F1000s actually in this race today. So we're talking about during the grid rundown, Gatto in one of those.
Yeah. And so
Hamilton in another.
Yeah, and so here is a story also, Larry, that we had gotten word from SCCA's social media department that John MacLeod, who was scheduled to start 4th today in his Prototype 1 Elan DPO2, he is on track now with a very different machine. He started from the back of that front pack in a Formula Atlantic car running in the number 71 Swift 016. And so he is now showing 10th position currently.
Yeah, that's why the timing screen shows who John MacLeod is. One in the LNTP and the other in the Atlantic. So,
all right, sounds like the other machine there, Larry, is Steve Hamilton in the number 93 Formula Atlantic JDR F1000. And so we've got the entire field under safety car conditions here. Currently working lap number 2. Yeah, it's still, and so it sounds like 39. I'm trying to get also some information on that turn 1 incident on the opening lap, where there were actually 4 cars involved initially, and it sounded like it was the Vanacore was involved with that incident over there, which seems sort of odd since most of the other cars were from the second pack. The 141 of Glenn Cordova was involved. I think we mentioned the 91 of Russell Straight, and the other one, Chris Fahan, in the number 39 machine. And Fahan was the only one who had not completed the first lap. He is in one of the Formula Continentals, so he was definitely in that second group. So I'm still trying to figure out why or how we had Vanacore who was scheduled to start on the front row, how he ended up back with all of the cars there in that second pack. And we are black flagging the session here, it appears, or I don't think they're black flagging the session, Larry, but the safety car is bringing the field down the pit lane, primarily so that the safety workers can work the incident, getting those two cars cleaned up on the front straight.
Yeah, you get the debris in the front straight as well as maybe some debris down in turn one. Going through the pits will bypass all of that and give those workers a faster chance to get to that.
Larry, why don't we do this since we're under full course caution? Why don't we take our break a little bit early here, and that way, hopefully, when we go back to green flag racing, we'll be able to go all the way to the checkered flag here at Watkins Glen. And I'm getting word from one of my spies that Vanacore actually started off at the back of the second pack. All right, so let's take a quick break. We'll be back with you in just a few moments here at Watkins Glen for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody, for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry MacLeod. And as you can see, we are still under full course caution. But Larry, I don't think it's going to be much longer. They've gotten the incident cleaned up on the front straight here, just ahead of our safety car and our leaders here, Chip Romer and Matt Romer. So hopefully the next time by, we'll be going back to racing.
Yeah, good job by the crew to get this thing cleaned up pretty quick. We should end up with probably about a 12-minute race, maybe about about 6 laps, 7 laps, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, all the races today, they are 25-minute timed races. Tomorrow, slightly longer races, they're going to be 35 minutes or 15 laps, whichever comes first. But everything here today working on the clock. So let's quickly reset the field at the front. Our top 3 in Prototype 1. There are top 3 overall. It's Chip Romer, Matt Romer, Rod Rice. Running in the lead in Formula Atlantic, it's Bruce Hamilton. He's 4th overall. Tim Pierce, 2nd in Formula Atlantic. 6th overall. Mark Sherwood, 7th overall. 3rd in Formula Atlantic. If we then move over to FE2, Russ Turner, who, by the way, has the fastest lap of the session, just so happens it was under full course caution. Russ Turner, he is your leader at FE2. Steve Whitston moves up into 2nd position. Great start for Whitston, who got around Dexter Suba to move up. And Jason Conzo, wow, Jason Conzo fell all the way back through the order. Conzo started on the outside of the front row in FE2. He now finds himself in 8th position here. And then we've got CM Harrington, Amy Hollowell rounding out the top 5 in FE2. In Formula Continental, it is, let's see, Continental, who do we have? Don Betterly, your leader in his RFR, then Douglas Rocco, then William Hoops. That's your top 3.
All right, so we are going to be interesting to see who's able to build up a little bit of heat in their tires and try to maintain that heat here under this full course caution. Chip Romer, the veteran, out in front of this group. I think that's his kid, Matt Romer, right behind him. Chip running in, runs up there in the prototype classes, runs also in Formula Atlantic at the runoffs. Got this right. He won one of them at VIR in 2022.
I was just going to say he won. So he won Prototype
Atlantic,
1 in 2022. Fairly certain it was P1.
It may have been P1. He won that year in
2022.
It was the tire changing stuff.
Exactly. So actually, Formula Atlantic in 2022. You are right, sir.
Okay.
And then in Prototype 1, also in 2022, but in addition to that, 2021. Yeah. So there you go. And then actually, Jim Davenport is actually. I'm looking at national points champions. Give me a few moments. I'll work this out.
But don't take too long. The lead pack coming up.
I know we're going to be going back to green in just a second.
I know you can do like the front 5 rows and calling the grid here within the last 2 corners, but no pressure.
All right. So yes, 2022 Chip Romer, national champion at VIR. Lee Alexander had it in 2021.
Yep.
And then, as we said, the Vanacore, your current champion. As the pace car now, Larry, on pit lane. We're back to going back to green flag racing. And green flag is in the air, and we are back underway. And a row of Alans goes by me here on the front straight, followed by Bruce Hamilton in his Swift, and Todd Parks in that Critter, which is essentially an older store chassis that has been redone. And not mixed in, but right at the tail end of the field, no longer with that split, is the battle for the lead in FE2 as Russ Turner leads the field in FE2 up the hill with Steve Whitston. Dexter Suba looked like Conzo may have made up a position on Jonathan Weisheit as they entered turn 2.
That's what I'm looking for is Conzo. See how much room he can make up on this first lap back into green conditions. And Russ Turner probably has been told that Conzo is pretty far back but has a shot to move in this sort of bunched up field. So I think Russ Turner got a really good jump, and look at him already getting into
coming
the
underneath
back
the
of
Georgia
the P1s.
Beach there, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was Matt Gendron. He just went around.
Yep, that's exactly right. As he got around Gendron in the Downing, the 82 car. Yes, this one right here.
The livery, that car had some issues, incident we'll call it, at practice for the runoffs last year. So he wasn't able to run. Great to see the car getting back together again.
Indeed, and we see somebody else coming down underneath him, and I believe that FE2 machine, I believe that was Steve Whitston in that white 08 machine. Zuba, the one we want to look for is Conzo in the number 4, the gold and black FE2 machine, trying to work his way back up from 8th. And Conzo's been putting in some time this past year running the British GB4 Championship. And he's come back for a number of races, yeah.
Yeah, he's putting in a pretty good solid opening lap here. We'll see how that compares. Look at the sector times. Russ Turner is still quicker, but Conzo's second quickest of all the FEs on track. And I'm trying to see which one he might be in the order. He might be one of those.
There he is. Yeah, he was the one right ahead of the blue car.
As they come across timing, we'll get an accurate count, at least as they are at the moment.
Yeah, so as they come across, and let's verify because, of course, my timing just froze up. As they come across, he is sitting 15th overall.
Fifth in FE2.
And fifth in FE2, so he made up 3 positions there.
Yeah, and right on the tail of
Harrington.
Sam Harrington, and then they're both came across right behind that P1 of Matt Gendron. So if Gendron lets those 2 through or just gets on the hammer, which actually I think he did that, he'll be out of the way, allowing Konzo and Harrington to maybe start working their way up to Suba Witston.
Yeah, and as they came down to the bus stop, Amy Howell right on the back of Jason Konzo in the light blue number 37 FE2 machine. Here there they are right there, coming down out of the outer loop. She's racing for Alliance Autosport this weekend. 4-time WKA champion with 4-time Nationals champion there, and so we'll see how she is running here.
You
She's
know how
been out.
Yeah, you know how I feel about my people with karting experience. They're my peeps right there.
I know they are. So Amy's been out of the car for 10 months as she was working on getting her bachelor's degree. This is, I think, the first weekend back behind the wheel of a car for her. As we see a good portion of this FE2 field coming through that wide shot, that we have a beautiful shot over at the heel of the boot. And it looks like still a good portion of that FE2 field trying to find their way around the Gendron car. Because we've got one machine a little bit off the pace coming out of turn 9. We'll try and see who that was. And
Gendron's still moving along pretty quick. He picked up the pace there as he came across the end of that first flying green lap. Now still ahead, I think, of a few others that were behind them. I got to see where this ends up. He's waiting on timing. I think he's still ahead of Konzo and Harrington, though.
Yeah. All right, so I said we had a car that was a little bit off the pace coming through turn 9. That car has now come down the pit lane. And I'm trying to get a number on that. We've got a car off, I think, coming out of turn 1. And it sounds like Todd Vanacore has pulled his car off. I think he's down over right near the cutout that we've got.
Yeah, we thought maybe he was going to have some issues as we saw him pull it away from that opening lap incident. Looks like the car may have some damage, and those carbon fiber cars, if they get a little bit crack or a piece of inlet somewhere, it gets a little bit off, they just won't handle right. So Todd may be deciding that's the end of it. Well, out in front, though, Matt Romer has been laying him down as he just reset fastest lap of the race at 42.4, 7 tenths quicker than Chip behind him. So now it's 2 seconds between the two Romers out in front.
Yeah, so Larry, I saw both Matt and Chip race at Portland International Raceway a couple weeks ago for an earlier round of the Super Tour, and without a doubt, Matt Romer was the faster of the two racers. He had a spin going into the chicane at Portland early on in the Saturday race that put him all the way to the rear of the field, but he was certainly on it in the afternoon. Here, should note that Chip Romer holds the track record here at a 1:40.5. So both of these drivers not quite close to it yet, but should note closer. That Chip knows his way around here.
Yeah, no, Matt's getting closer, and we'll see how he does sector by sector. Want to jump for a second, talk about FE2 again, as we're watching that Jason Konzo recovery drive. He's now got himself up to second place in this field, about 5 seconds back from Russ Turner. So there goes Russ. That's Gendron in the P1 car between them, and then that car coming out of the bus stop now, that's Konzo.
That's Konzo in the black and gold machine, directly behind that prototype car.
And they're running about similar pace right now, so Konzo needs to go a little more. He's going to need some help. Russ Turner, obviously, we just saw him in the Spec Ford race a little bit ago. We know that he's the reigning national champion in this class. He'd be tough to catch, but Konzo's going to have to find opportunities, as they say, or maybe a little bit of luck
All right, well, so this you see here, this is actually Todd Vanacore. He got the car back underway. The corner stations have been covering him with a white flag so that the other drivers on course know that there's a slow-moving vehicle ahead, but it looks like Vanacore's trying to limp that Elan DPO2 back into the pits.
Okay. Yep, there he is, staying track left and letting the rest of the field roll on past.
And so that's an unfortunate outcome there. Chip Romer just resetting fast lap as our leaders starting lap number 9.
That's Russ Turner going past him, and then that's Gendron in the P1 car, and then there's your second place in FE2, Jason Conzo behind him, all trying to get around Vanacore right now, who should be in pits now.
Yep. And right behind Conzo, and there's still a couple car lengths back. This is the battle for third, Brian, in FE2. Really shaping up to be a good battle. Steve Whitston in the 08, Dexter Suba in the 77 machine here as they come down into the 90, separated by, about 4 or 5 car lengths at this point. Last time by, Whitston was able to open up maybe an extra 0.4 of a second. But we'll see here what happens when they're in the draft. And because of the full course caution, Larry, we've only got 3 minutes left on the clock here. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 6, Big Bore, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, please head to the grid. I haven't called you Larry. I haven't called you Brian in the last 10 minutes, have I, Larry?
No, you just did. You're up to 5 today.
Oh, jeez. So we should have kept John Weisberg here as one of his sponsors as a distillery. That I mean, if we're gonna have a drinking game for me doing this
I think the folks at Mazda would love it if we would just toast have a drink of Mazda every single time.
Every single time. Gosh. All right, just gotten word that the next time our leaders, whether it be Matt Romer, Chip Romer, or maybe even Rod Rice, who's currently running third, next time they come across the start-finish line, they will get the white flag signifying 1 to go here as they are currently working lap number 10. And look at the margin that Matt Romer has now opened up on Chip Romer there as they come through the chute. It's about 3 seconds at this point.
And you said the Chip's lap record around here was a 140 and change?
The track record set by Romer 2 years ago, by Chip Romer 2 years ago, a 140.544.
Okay, because Matt Romer did a 141.3, so he's about 0.8 now off of track record. He's moving. And we're keeping an eye also on the Russ Turner Jason Conzo battle, as Conzo had taken a couple more tenths out of Turner. Not over yet there in FE2. Yeah. There you can see. There goes one. There
exactly.
Goes Conzo.
He still has to find a way around Matt Gendron. That battle, again, directly behind is that battle for third right now in class as our leaders getting the white flag.
Yep, one more time around. So may not be enough time for Conzo, but that battle for third of Whitson and Suba is pretty good.
There's another great fight going on right now in Formula Atlantic. Between Tim Pierce and Charles Livingston here, and I believe this might actually be them now coming through turn 8, Larry. They were separated by about a half a car length when they went past the start-finish line, so they'll be getting the white flag here in just a moment. I think with both of them are JDRs, if I remember correctly. Yeah,
they are the JDR F1000s, the former Formula B as we call them. Those are the 1,000cc bike motors. Tunnel Aero, very different construction vehicle than the other FAs, as this discussion was going on in the chat here in the last little while. The other FAs are more traditional Atlantics, the wide chassis with the either Toyotas or the Mazdas. But it looks like it's a great battle there between those two F1000s as we see there. Pierce now ahead. But for how long as they come up here down the back straight towards the bus stop? Livingston maybe he's going to pop out.
No, feigns to the right, moves to the left, gets covered by Pierce to the left. Let's see as they come down into the bus stop.
So I'm not how much.
Pierce is going to hold him off.
Yeah, I'm
as
not
our
sure how much air wash these have. These cars are definitely a more diffuser tunnel type of aero. So obviously there's always some draft, but probably not as much as you would see with like an FC or even a traditional FA.
All right, as our leader is coming out of the final corner, and second car in that line taking the win here at Watkins Glen International, Matt Romer, driver the number 29 along DPO2. Chip Romer comes across the line 7 seconds in rear. He's going to finish second in Prototype 1. Rod Rice should be the next driver across. And there's Rice right now. This is a lapped car here. We'll see Rice here in just a moment. But let's try and jump back to that Atlantic battle if we can. And is this it right here?
I think so.
Yeah, here we go. Coming to the line. Yes, that is definitely it. We had Bruce Hamilton take the win in his Swift, in that one of the traditional machines. And then we've got John MacLeod second. And here is the battle between Livingston and Pierce. And as they come to the line, it's going to be Charles Livingston over Tim Pierce, finishing third in Formula Atlantic. In FE2, there's that battle we were watching for third. Taking the win in FE2, it's going to be Russ Turner with Jason Conzo second. Steve Whitston holds off Dexter Suba for the last step on the podium in FE2. That leaves us with one class remaining, Larry, and that is Formula Continental. And Don Betterly, let's take a look. I'm looking to see, because they are still working lap 10. I'm wondering if they have been both put a lap down.
He might have been a lap down. I'm not quite sure. I don't see him a sector 1.
No, not at all. So Betterly in the number 8 RFR will take the win. Glenn Cordova runs his fastest lap of the race on the final lap, will finish second, and Bill Hoops will round out your podium in Formula Continental. All right, let's make another call, our final call to the grid for our next group. Tension in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 6, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 6, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Watkins Glen International.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody, for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Gregg Ginsberg, he's somebody named Larry, not Brian, Larry MacLeod. And let's take a look now at our starting order for our next race. These are the ground pounders, the big bore cars, the big GT cars. Let's run down the starting order. We're going to have another split start here today. We see our GT cars going out behind the first pace car, and now I think coming up over the hill, we're going to see our second pace car that's going to have our touring and American sedan cars. Let's start with them. Starting 12th, driving the number 4 American sedan Chevrolet Camaro, it's Doug Cross. Kelly Lubosh is driving the number 31 American sedan Camaro. He starts 11th. Beth Aquilante in the number 58 American sedan Pontiac Firebird will start 10th, with James Jost, assuming he got that Mustang back together. Had some engine issues in qualifying. He's scheduled to start 9th in the number 14 Ford Mustang. Jason Smith starting 8th. He's in the number 97 American sedan Ford Mustang, with Thomas Brown starting 7th. Thomas is in the number 23 American sedan Chevrolet Camaro. Amy Aquilante starting 6th. She is in the number 51 American sedan Pontiac Firebird. Starting 5th, driving the 173 Touring 1 BMW M3, it's Mark Gatensi, with Clark Nunes starting 4th. He's in the number 79 Touring 1 Chevy Camaro. Then we've got our American sedan pole sitter. He's your reigning national champion, and starting 3rd, driving the number 22 Chevrolet Camaro, Danny Richardson. And your front row for this second pack, on the outside of the front row, driving the number 48 Touring 1 BMW M3, it's Brian Goodman, with Timothy Rebright driving the number 77 Touring 1 Ford Mustang. He's on the pole. Let's move over to our front group, our GT cars. Now starting in 17th position, driving the number 3 GT1 Lamborghini Huracan, it's Michael McAleenan. Starting 16th, driving the number 72 GT3 Mazda Miata, Armin McGregor. Joe Christensen, scheduled to start 15th in the number 74 GT3 Honda Civic. Starting 14th, driving the number 32 GT. Well, we'll have to see if it's the 32 GT3 Mazda RX-7 or if it is the Jaguar XKR GT1 car. That's the
It's
number
the
12.
Mazda.
It's the Mazda, Michael Lewis. So he's running the GT3 car. Ken Nelson, starting 13th. He's driving the number 91 GT3 Nissan 200SX. Peter Mumford in his GT1 Chevy Corvette starts 12th. That's the 45 car. Brianna Ogden is starting 11th. She's in the number 141 GTX Porsche GT4 Club Sport. She's moving over from one of the Lamborghinis this week. Richard White starting 10th. He is in the number 197 GT1 Porsche 911 Cup car. Also in a Cup car, it's Ray Ramirez. He starts 9th in the 43 car. Starting 8th, driving the number 28 Chevrolet Corvette Z06, Lou Gelati, with Sterling Cole starting 7th. Sterling's in the number 13 GT2 Mazda RX-7. Tad Berger will start 6th. Tad is in the number 60 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. That's a GT2 machines here in the SCCA. Brian Scheibel starting 5th. He's in the number 11 GT2 Chevy Camaro. Joe Frieda starting 4th, scheduled to start in the number 122 GT1 Chevy Camaro. Rocky Bolduc starting 3rd. He's in the number 9 Lamborghini Super Trofeo. And your front row, starting on the outside with the number 132 GT2 Ford Mustang, Barry Bowes, and your pole sitter, Dave Penterick, in the number 57 GT1 Ford Mustang.
And Frieda's looking like he's going to make a move on the outside in his red Corvette. He may be trying to get around Bowes. I don't think he's going to be able to, but I think he was at least able to get up to the 3rd spot around the Super Trofeo of Rocky. Yeah, Bolduc.
Yeah, and so good to see Joe Frieda get the car out. Remember, we ended qualifying today with him sitting dead stick on the entrance to the bus stop as our second group here, the American Sedans T1s, get the green flag. And moving down to the inside, it is looks like that was the 77 or Rubright Goodman. I think the 48 car, the red BMW M3. May have dropped back just a little bit, and then we've got Richardson and Nunes. Actually, Richardson looks like he might have had a couple BMWs get by him on the start there.
Yeah, Bolduc was able to get back around Frieda, it looks like, as he's back in the 3rd spot in his Super Trofeo. But look at this T1A sedan group. They were about 4 wide going around that first 90-degree corner there. And looks like, I'm not sure who actually came out. It looks like it's a bit chaotic right now.
Oh, very chaotic. So Richardson, he's in the white car, fourth in line in this group. The white Chevy Camaro started off third in the group. He falls back as he got bum rushed by a bunch of T1 cars, and he almost got squeezed right into the Armco going into the bus stop. So we'll see how things play out here. But there is the orange Mustang of Rubright with Goodman and Nunes, and then Danny Richardson, as they now make their way down into the toe of the boot.
Yeah, a couple of car lengths there for Danny Richardson ahead of, I think that's Amy Aquilante in that Pontiac. A couple of car lengths back, holding down that second spot before you start get to the rest of the pack. One of our Lamborghinis making a move on one of the Porsches there. The MacLeod may be making a move, I think, in that Lamborghini. I'm not sure which Porsche that was, if that was the GT4 or one of our 911s.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not positive, but of course, MacLeod is starting all the way from the back of the pack. He did not put in a time during qualifying, brought the car out and did a what we call hardship lap right as lunch concluded, right before our last race went out on track. And he's got a number of wins so far in GT1 so far this season, but obviously he has gifted Dave Panteric, Joe Frieda, quite a bit of real estate there as he tries to make his way up through the field.
Yeah, head of steam here as they go past the speed trap, and if you keep it scored home, Dave Panteric in that Mustang, 166 miles an hour at the speed trap down the back straight. That thing has got some guts. That car will go. And not to be outdone, Barry Bose, who's in a GT2 trimmed car, clocked in at 159.2 miles an hour in a GT2 car.
Well, and now you know when we were talking, and that's a TA2 machine, and wow, and going side by side through the bus stop is Rubright. Rubright and I think Brian Goodman in the number 48 BMW M3. That is the battle for second right now, I believe, in T1, as Mark Gatensi had managed to get around them in his BMW M3.
Yeah. And then you got the Camaro, I think, right up in there as well of noon. So it's a good little three-way battle there for second, third, and fourth.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, look at all three of the different lines. They go through 7. And Danny Richardson, early in this race, at a great pace. Look at him. He's keeping up with the T1s. While there you can see the rest of the A sedan group coming in behind. I do see what looks like. Is that a James Jost out there?
I thought I saw the 14 machine of Jost out there. Apparently, he hadn't let all of the smoke out during qualifying. There's at least a little. There's at least a little left. Here he comes now into turn 8, coming underneath. I think that's Jason Smith in the 97 machine there in the Ford Mustang that he just came underneath.
Yeah, so Jost is one of those, I think, didn't get the lap in at qualifying that he wanted. So now he'll be coming from behind here in this field. So he's already got himself up to 4th. He's got a bunch of car lengths, though, to catch up to Thomas Brown and Amy Aquilante up there in the second and third spots here at A Sedan.
Yeah, again, Jost, a former national champion in his own right. And again, kind of started the session off on the back foot as we watch this group now coming out of the uphill S's there and onto the short chute.
That's a GT2 battle there. Of course, you got the Corvette leading him. That's Lou Gelati. Then you got Sterling Cole in that Mazda right behind. I think that's the Camaro of Scheibel.
Scheibel, exactly. In the
who just got around him on this lap. Cole was still ahead at the stripe when they started this lap. So good lap going here for Brian Scheibel. Of course, Bose is leading GT2, currently third in the field, as Joe Freda in his red Corvette's actually gotten around him in GT1 cars. So now it's Panteric, then Freda, about 4 seconds between them, both GT1s before you get to Bose, your leader in GT2. And then you got Rocky Bolduc, your leader in GTX, currently 4th on track in his Super Trofeo.
So, neat story about Rocky Bolduc here, Larry. Let me bring up the info. So he raced. We saw him earlier this morning in Spec Racer Ford. He is racing. He plans on racing all season in the Super Trofeo series, and this is one of those machines. He actually owns Bolduc Maple Farms. Okay, and so if you're looking for maple syrup, I think he is your man. Now lives in Nashua, New Hampshire. Is originally from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. but says that he has been wishing to race pretty much all his life. I believe this is his very first year road racing, and the one who really got him into it was his father here. But his mentor he looks up to, and maybe this explains why he's running in Super Trofeo, is Corey Lewis, who is the 6-time Super Trofeo champion and also winner of the 24-hour as well. So good for he qualified incredibly well in a car that he hasn't raced all that much, and right now leading GTX over Brianna Ogden, who, as we mentioned, is in a brand new car. Brianna had been out for a number of stops on the Super Tour in her Lamborghini Super Trofeo, but has moved over to the GT4 Club Sport now.
You're saying that he's a Canadian who owns a maple farm?
Yes,
Just
absolutely.
saying. He may be a stereotype. I'm just saying. He told me he's a fan of the Montreal Canadiens. Then they hit the trifecta there. But
he did not tell me that. But I would assume, well, being from New Hampshire, I guess it's either that or the Buffalo Sabres.
If he's
Take your
from
choice.
Quebec, yeah, I'm assuming he would be Canadiens all the way. Patrick Waugh, his hero. Oh, we've got a slow car there coming out of the bus stop. Let's see who that is.
And that is the 44 machine that went off there. It appears as though it's the 44. Certainly not the 144. We know he's not here today. 45 Black, I'm sorry, is the number that we have gotten. That's Peter Mumford in his GT1 Chevy Corvette. Yes, that makes more sense.
Okay. Well, he's able to continue there. I noticed right behind him as we got the camera shot
Michael
there
Lewis.
is your leader in GT3. Yes, is Michael Lewis. Moving right along there in that his traditional second-gen RX-7 has gotten around Ken Nelson. And there is Lewis. The car is so beautiful. He's got that thing running, and I also happen to be fond of Ken Nelson's 200SX.
We know why you are.
I happen to have actually, yes, I've got a long history of that body style. Of course, mine were all still the traditional front drives, unlike this one, but I do love me some 200SX. He just needs an SER logo somewhere on there.
Yes.
I'll bring him a sticker next time I see him. He is from Detroit.
Well, look at this move as Nelson's going to come underneath Michael Lewis and retake the lead, at least for the moment. Great move there by Nelson. And, just a couple laps ago, we saw a shot of Nelson all by himself going up through the S's. So Lewis, who started at the very rear of the field, I was going to say, had a great start, but now Michael Lewis, a pretty poor ending, as it looks like that car has let go on him.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
He's likely going to come right down pit lane with this one once he gets back. That's unfortunate. When you got a double-digit multi-time national champ, you love to see him in the field, and you love to see guys like Ken Nelson taking it to him. And unfortunate for Michael, this is going to probably end his race early.
Yeah, and it's been a tough day for Michael. He went out and qualified this car this morning. Did not set the lap charts on fire, and then switched over to his Jaguar to qualify it in GT1. And just as he was doing it, full course caution came out, and he never got a single flying lap in. He was going to be starting, Larry, 17th in the field, regardless of which car he drove today.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. I think this pretty much guarantees he's going to be in the GT1 machine tomorrow.
I would think so, and it's a long haul here. Remember, he's from the Southern California area, so this is quite a run to come up here to the Northeast, up here to the Finger Lakes area to run this thing, and it's a bummer when the car doesn't quite make it to the finish. Look at this. Look at Jost now up to the back of Aquilante here between that Mustang and that Pontiac. And that should be the battle. I think that's battle for third right now.
Right now, that is the battle for third, the 51
Jason
car.
Smith, Smith and his Mustang got around Amy. Now Amy's into the clutches of the former champ Jost. There they are, going through seven.
And he's right there with Nelson, who we were just talking about in GT3, directly behind. But let's see. Again, this 14 car of Jost has been rather finicky for the majority of the season here. He's had, this is something that is somewhat endemic, I think, to many American sedan cars, that they are very, very finicky. And it is in many times a question of longevity and whether you can make an American sedan car get to the checkered flag. And he's had some mechanical issues this year, but for the time being, he's in good shape. And obviously, whatever problems he had in qualifying, he was able to rectify them. That car's been running very well this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think if you go back to like last year at the runoffs, his season ended in also a reliability issue with a couple of Mustangs that struggled in that race, unfortunately. Hopefully he's got that all resolved here. He does look like he's got his pace back, and he's going to be pushing Aquilante here as they come up to turn 1 here to start lap 5 or 6.
Starting lap number 6
oh, no.
now.
He runs wide at 1.
Yeah, just as we jinxed it. And of course,
well,
the other
he's got
issue,
race leader Pintar coming up behind him quickly.
And of course, the reason he just went off there is because he was one of my students in driver school for his competition license originally. I taught him how to do that.
You taught him everything you know,
everything
which wasn't enough. There goes Pintar, race leader around him.
All right, we've gotten word that Brian Scheibel.
Oh! And he's off in the runoff there on the outside of the bus stop, somewhere out of hammer shot.
Sounds like he may have gotten all the way to the wall, Larry.
Oh no! I wonder if he's having a brake issue. Oh, he's out. So I wonder if his brakes are an issue. We saw him go wide at 1. Now he goes wide at the bus stop. Both pretty decent braking zones. I wonder if the brakes are just being a little bit of a problem for him.
And we'll see how he handles. I mean, he's back up to speed here. If you're having braking issues, Larry.
Yeah.
Now he's carrying a lot of speed down the hill. Let's see what he does now. He falls back behind the other Aquilante sister, behind Beth Aquilante.
Yeah.
So he now finds himself, I think, in 7th place ahead of Kelly Lubosch's Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, the other Phoenix Performance Pontiac Firebird with an Aquilante at the wheel. There's a few of them. They're fast.
And, oh, wow.
Oh, we do have a car off the outside of the bus stop again.
Yeah, see there, the blue was a
probably should. That's
Porsche.
Not a Mustang this time.
No. Well, you can only have so many cars and coffee up here in Watkins Glen land. And there was contact
Send your complaints to
between
Gregg
the two
at
cars.
Ginsberg.org.
And that is... trying to get the number, which Porsche that is. Can't tell. I don't think it's the 60 car.
Yeah, I don't even want to speculate because the timing of scoring has been a little bit finicky today, so we'll just wait till we get a call from the flaggers.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Larry, let's do this. We are a little bit past halfway through the session. Let me make a call to the grid, and we'll take a quick break, and hopefully we can find out who it is stationed there over at the bus stop. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7. Small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, and B-Spec, please head to the grid. Race group number 7, small bore, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Hopefully we'll have some more information for you from the bus stop.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Gregg Ginsberg, Larry MacLeod. Got joining us now, Scotty B. White here up in the booth. Good afternoon, Scotty.
Hey.
Hey there. All right, thank you for coming. We got a little bit more information there over as to what was going on at the bus stop. It sounds like some Porsche on Porsche violence, Larry. The 197 of Richard White. And we just saw him bring the car back behind the wall. And then I believe the other machine, Tad Berger, the number 60 out of Redmond, Washington. He was a GT2 Porsche. And I think they were able to sneak him back as well here. But, of course, we were able to go green. And we've got even no local cautions there at the bus stop either. So, we continue on. So what brings you on up here, Scotty?
Well, you know, just going to go out there and ride around this place a little bit. It's trying not to get any blue stripes on my blue car. Of course, I might get away with it.
Yeah, who'd know the difference, right?
Yeah. Man, did you see MacLeod catching?
He's getting up there. So right as we went to break, MacLeod in that number 3 Lamborghini, who started off at the tail end of the field. We didn't have a qualifying time for him at all. He's still 20 seconds back from Paterick, but he's lapping about a half second to a second faster than Paterick every single lap. The only problem is he doesn't have 21 laps to go. He's got 6 laps to do it.
Yeah, and David Paterick has been running really steady times. I don't think he's run anything above a 54.
No.
And a whole string of 51s there when he's not in traffic. So pretty consistent.
All right, so if we go and give a quick rundown here. So it's Paterick, then MacLeod, then Joe Frieda in the red Corvette. As we mentioned, Frieda giving up that second position to MacLeod a couple laps ago. In American sedan now, Danny Richardson in that Chevy Camaro. There he goes on the front straight, right past us in that white number 22 Camaro. He's got a considerable lead now over Jason Smith, and he's just playing a real bright race there, Larry, as he lets some of the faster traffic, lets Frieda and Bolduc through and underneath them going into turn 1. It's Smith second, Amy Aquilante third in American sedan, and James Jost. Haven't checked in on Jost. We're showing him as being a lap down from Richardson, Smith, and Aquilante, and I think it's just simply that he hasn't crossed the start-finish line yet. Ken Nelson is your sole racer remaining in GT3 and in GT2. Lou Gelati with almost 8 seconds now on Brian Scheibel. And I think probably the biggest story here is Barry Bowes, who was our GT2 pole sitter, started off on the front row today, now finds himself 3rd in class and 8th overall.
Yes, that's definitely happened to us, yeah.
Yeah, because he had a 2:16 the previous lap, but he looks like he's back up to speed now with a 54.1.
Yeah, I don't think we caught any shot of what may have happened there, so hopefully it's Barry, one of the fastest all around anywhere in a GT2 car, has got that thing back underway again. But I think he's lost so much track time. I don't think he's going to be able to catch Gelati or Scheibel right now running 1-2 in class.
Well, how about Gelati? You know, put a point up on the board for the old guys, right?
Yeah, seriously. Well, you know, he said he's been racing here at the Glen. I mean, obviously, he's been out in Texas for a number of years. But he started racing here at the Glen in the mid-'70s.
Yeah,
and
72. 1972. I talked to him in that Bug Eye Sprite, I think it was.
Oh my
gosh. TR3. It was TR3.
Oh wow. All right, in T1. You know, and Larry, remember how that T1 race started with Goodman and Catensi and Rubright all just fighting for position on the opening lap? It is Catensi now with a 16-second advantage over Brian Goodman's M3. Tim Rubright, who was our pole sitter in Touring 1, now finds himself in third. He's 7 seconds back from there. But great fight unfolding right now between Rubright and that 77 Ford Mustang. And I believe right behind him, that is the fight. And we've actually got great job here, Jordan. Clark Nunes in the number 79 Camaro, the TA2 Camaro, or probably not TA2 Camaro, it's a T1 Camaro, directly behind him. And then MacLeod is trying to fight his way through as well.
Nunes may be picking up the pace here. You know, these guys have lost sight. Goodman has sort of run away in front of him. They were in a good little fight before, but now Rubright is all alone with Nunes, and Nunes looks like he's pressuring. Look at that. He looks like a Spec Miata pushing the back of that Mustang. That Camaro is quite a bit wider, I think, than the Mustang is as well. And I just am waiting any moment here for Nunes to just pop out at some point, but he just, maybe this is it. Nope, he's still in behind as they go around. Looks like they're coming up on one of the Lamborghinis. Or letting the Lamborghini through.
I think that's MacLeod that they just let by.
Yep, so that may have been a bit of separation there. But look at here goes Nunes again. He's going to be right up under the back of Rubright here.
Yeah,
we gotta be coming close to white flag.
Yeah, and Larry, Nunes was our 2022 June Sprints winner in Touring 1. So, and this is a chassis that he's been running for a number of years now. So, we'll see how things play out. He didn't get the qualifying that he wanted, but he is now obviously taking a look to the inside of the Mustang.
A little defensive.
Yeah, Rubright
here, though.
Moves to the inside to hold him up a little bit, Scotty.
Yeah, that car, Clark's, is a predecessor to the GT4 Camaro. I can't remember if it's Pratt Miller or Riley, but it's more sophisticated than it looks from the outside. They always give him a hard time about the tires sticking way out. He finally put some flares on it, but it still looks like a 4x4, but man, is it fast.
Well, he's going to get one more lap after this. They did not yet get the white flag. That should be given to Petarik next time he comes by. So this battle is going to keep going here. Maybe more chances for Clark to get around Rubright. Nice tidy line there for Clark coming through the bus stop.
All right, just got, it sounds like one of the cars a little bit off pace. It's the 22 machine of Danny Richardson. And sounds like the number, he was your American Sedan leader. The number 9 machine of Rocky Bolduc in his Super Trofeo actually got into the back of Danny Richardson. We'll see if Richardson can hold off the rest of the American Sedan field here, as he is limping that car around at the moment.
Well, let's keep an eye, though, on this battle here in T1 for the third spot, as Nunes is continuing to pressure the back of Rubright now, as they should be coming up right at us here into turn 8. You'll see the boss ahead of the Camaro. Maybe a little bit better dig there for Rubright coming off that corner.
Yeah, I would say coming out of the toe of the boot, looks like he might have gotten a little bit better jump there. Opened up maybe an extra 2 car lengths. Now
they were only 3/10 when they came past start-finish last lap.
All right, white flag is in the air, Larry, as our leader, Dave Pentarik, now working his last lap. And there's Pentarik now all by himself.
James Joe's back in that shot. He's still in the race, despite what we may think still has possibly some issues. He did ultimately got around Beth Aquilante, though he's still about 20-some seconds back from Amy, as right now Joe's running 4th in a sedan. Looks like Richardson did continue.
Yeah.
Timing shows him still out there.
Well, looking at Pentarik's lap times so consistent. That is
Yeah.
just not very common for a GT1 car. I got to give Dave credit for that.
Well, I mean, and when you have so much slower traffic that you have to be able to weed your way through over the course of even a 25-minute race, he's been running mid 51s to a low
every
52
lap.
every
Yeah.
single lap. Yeah. He's just locked in as Pantera comes out of turn 9 now. And we continue to watch this battle for the battle in Touring 1. And this is the battle for third in Touring 1. But here comes Dave Panterick out of the final corner. He's going to take the checkered flag, and he will be your GT1 winner here today at Watkins Glen. And just ahead of him, and I think.
And by the way, resets fastest lap of the race on his last lap.
On his last lap, was he in a 151 race? No, he dropped down into the 50s.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, and we just crossing the line just ahead of him. Was the battle in American Sedan? Beth Aquilante and Thomas Brown battle for 5th. So they are still out there circulating.
And like putting an exclamation point on that.
No,
win,
yeah,
isn't there?
yeah, right.
The stamp is on.
All right, checkered flag is out there, and in Touring 1, Mark Catensi going to take the win. Brian Goodman, we should see that red BMW M3 coming out of the final corner here in just a few moments. Somebody not taking the checkered flag, and there is so Goodman. That was Goodman crossing the line. Tim Rubright in the number 77 machine. Newlands will finish just off the podium in 4th there in T1.
That was Barry Bowes that came down pit lane.
Mm.
His GT2 Mustang.
Yeah, he's sitting there across from us. I can see him.
Yep, there. That's it. There he is in that white and aqua TA2 machine.
Mm.
So, yeah, unfortunate for him, he does not complete the last lap. So let's take a look here. GT1, Panterick, McAleenan, who finishes 42 seconds back. Joe Frieda will finish in 3rd. In GT2, Lou Gelati taking the win. Brian Scheibel 2nd. Sterling Cole will finish in 3rd. Bose on the pit lane there will finish in 4th. Then in GT3, Ken Nelson in his Nissan taking the win. Of course, we saw Michael Lewis break and retire after lap number 3. GTX, Rocky Bolduc with the win over Brianna Ogden. And then finally, we move over to American Sedan, where Danny Richardson does hold off the rest of the AS field. He will take the win. Jason Smith getting around Amy Aquilante. He will finish 2nd in his Ford Mustang. Amy will finish on the last step of the podium. James Jost will finish in 4th, a lap down. Beth Aquilante, Tom Brown, Kelly Lubosh, and Doug Cross, the rest of your field. All right, let's ring the bell, ring the chimes, call our next group to the grid. Attention in the paddock, race group number 7, small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid, race group 7 to the grid, please. All right, we are going to take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Watkins Glen. Scotty B, I know you don't have the headset on right now, but thank you very much. I assume you have to go down and start getting your car ready. It's only about a 4-mile drive over to where you are in the paddock. And everybody, we'll be back in just a few moments with more action from Watkins Glen.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody, in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Gregg Ginsberg, Larry MacLeod, who is not Brian Belansky. And Brian, by the way, hopefully we'll have him back for the June sprints. He is out at Buttonwillow Raceway Park this weekend, calling an event with Cal Club. On track right now, and I'm just so glad to have Larry here with me. It's like having a security blanket that I only normally get on Monday nights. Anyway, all right. Let's run down the starting order for our next group. This is our production category, GT Light as well as B-Spec. We're going to have another split start, as in fact we are. We're going to have the production and GT Light cars up front. We've got the B-Spec drivers, who you're seeing right in front of you right now, at the back of the field, and we're going to run that order down first. We've got 11 B-Spec drivers here today. Starting 11th, driving the number 86 Chevy Sonic, is Anthony Ruddy. Jim Kelleher will start 10th. He's in the number 31. He calls it a mini, but yeah, Mini Cooper. David Oliveira starting 9th. He's in the number 56 Mini Cooper. He's from Moose Up, Connecticut. I was about to say Moose Cup for some reason. I don't know why. All right, starting 8th, driving the number 3 Chevy Sonic. It's JB Swan with Ken Lendrum starting 7th. Ken's driving the number 129 Mazda 2. Thomas Tremper will start 6th. He's in the number 33 Mini Cooper, while Jared Lendrum will start 5th. Jared's driving the number 28 Mini Cooper. Then we've got Andrew Nelson starting 4th. Andrew's in the number 52 Mini Cooper, with Alex Ratcliffe starting 3rd. He's driving the number 103 Mini Cooper. Frank Schwartz will start on the outside of the front row. He's in the number 24 Mini Cooper, and your pole sitter driving the number 11 Mini Cooper Coupe. He's your reigning national champion, Rich Roman. Who's that Steve Intron guy, by the way? All right, let's look at the
Have they ever
front
met?
back. Have I ever met Steve Intron?
No,
yes.
no, Intron and Roman.
Oh yeah, yes. As a matter of fact, they have. By the way, Steve Intron has apparently taken me off his Christmas list. Anyway, because I have obviously been very naughty. All right, starting 16th today, and I have a feeling he's probably not going to be out there after what we saw in the previous race. Michael Lewis driving the GTL Mazda RX-7. Starting 15th, Michael Tosi in the E-Production Mazda Miata 15th. Starting 14th, driving the number 53 GT Light Fun Cup Beetle. God, I love this car. From Georgetown, Texas, it's Brian Scheibel. Paul Sultanis starting 13th. He's in the number 73 Nissan Sentra, the GT Light car. Starting 12th, driving the number 90 H Production Volkswagen Rabbit, Tom Broering. Anthony Parker starting 11th, driving the number 47 E-Production Mazda RX-7. Vince LaManna in the number 84 H Production Volkswagen Rabbit, starting 10th. Scott McAllister starting 9th. He's driving the number 19 GT Light Volkswagen Scirocco. David Colby's in his F Production Acura Integra, that's the 154 car, starting 8th. Starting 7th, driving the number 03 F Production Mazda Miata, Mark McAllister. Peter Tonelli II is starting 6th. He's driving the number 117 E-Production Mazda Miata. And then we've got Chris Copley. He is going to start 5th. Chris is driving the number 10 Toyota Paseo. That's a GT Light car. Then we've got the GT Light Mazda RX-7 of James Gregorius. That's the 09 machine. He starts 4th. And our GT Light pole sitter, he is your reigning national champion, driving the number 22 Toyota Paseo, Graham Fuller. And your front row, Charlie Campbell in the number 89 F Production Mazda Miata, and your pole sitter in his E Production Mazda RX-7, John Hainsworth. All right, as our first back now takes the green, Larry, and heading down into turn 1. Not a big surprise that the E-Production machine would jump to an early start there. Hainsworth leading the field up through the S's there. Charlie Campbell in the white Mazda Miata. He is in the number 89 F Production Miata. He is running second. Graham Fuller in that light blue Toyota running in third as our B-Spec racers get the green flag. And look at this, starting from the outside of the front row, not on the inside, Rich Roman, our pole sitter, chooses to try and go around the rest of the field there as they go into the 90 and maybe pinch Frank Schwartz in just a little bit. You can see how wide Roman took the first turn, Larry, but it really paid off for him as he manages to hold on to the position going up the hill.
Well, ironically, that's what you had said as we were closing up the qualifying run earlier this morning, was maybe these pole sitters may want to take the outside line instead of the inside, and there you go. That's what Roman decides to do here. So he's on that outside, and now he's out in front. But it's B-Spec. It's going to be a draft race. Frank already going to get spicy here. Going to try and maybe peek to the inside, going to the bus stop first time through.
Yeah, and we had in that light blue Mini Cooper right behind. That was Alex Radcliffe running third. You saw there, though, the Mazda 2 machine of Ken Lendrum got trapped to the outside going up the S's, and there was just nowhere for him to go. It's kind of like you decide to go high on the NASCAR oval or something like that. You just kind of don't have a dancing partner that follows you, and you just end up losing positions and dropping like a stone. That's what happened to Lendrum there as they come down through the chute for the first time. A little bit further back behind Lendrum, I think we've got Tom Tremper, Ken Lendrum, J.B. Swan, and that brand new to him Chevy Sonic as well.
There's been a bit of loose fender well, or with our fender arch piece from the third place runner there in B-Spec. It's just a little bit loose on his right front as they were coming around turn 7.
We'll take a look here, and that would be Alex Ratcliffe in the light blue Rat Sport machine.
Doesn't seem to be holding back too much, but again, any deviation from body panels, this thing can be some pretty serious drag on these cars that don't have the most horsepower.
Yeah, exactly. You need and want all the momentum you can have, and if you've got additional drag, that definitely creates a problem here. As they are about to complete their first lap, ahead of them in our production group, Hainsworth is your leader after one lap. Charlie Campbell, Graham Fuller, your top 3. And then Gregorius just behind. And actually, Larry, we're just now getting a call over the flag net about that bump, about either the bumper or fender liner on the 103 machine, which is flapping around just a little bit. So here's the battle for the lead right now in GT Light. That light blue Toyota Tercel, that is Graham Fuller. James Gregorius in the Mazda RX-7 behind. And behind them, Mark McAllister, who's running second in F production in his Mazda Miata.
Well, Campbell, who's running first in F production, was in front of this group, and he's far enough, there he is, far enough ahead of them that he's barely in their shot anymore. But the E production of Hainsworth is just checked out. His first lap was 5 seconds faster than anyone else in the field. It's going to be tough to find him on track to keep up with him. He's moving around there so quick.
Well, Larry,
there he goes.
Yeah, there he is going up to 9. But John Hainsworth, he qualified 4.7 seconds faster than anybody else in the field. So if he's already got 5 seconds, I guess with almost 2 laps down, kind of makes sense. But you can see here even already that the gap is really opening up in that battle for the lead in GT Light. So let's look at the battle for the lead in B-Spec as our racers are now coming down into the chute here, and Frank Schwartz has taken over the lead in B-Spec from Rich Roman.
Expect to hear that a lot with the lead changing in B-Spec.
Yeah, exactly, quite a bit. Now right behind the 2 of them there, it is not just a 3-car battle. You can see that we've got Jared Lendrum and Andrew Nelson right behind as well, the 28 machine, the 52 machine. And a little bit further back from there, we've got Ken Lendrum, Tom Tremper, and Kelleher. We just saw J.B. Swan in the number 3 machine, the number 3 Sonic. He's lost a number of positions here in the first lap and 3/4 as he now finds himself in 10th position in B-Spec. And that's a car that is very new to him. He's been racing a Sonic for the last couple of years, but just picked up this new machine from Tony Roma just, I think, about 2 weeks ago.
A little bit of dirt kicked up there in the back. That might have been, that was Lendrum? Or no, it's the car in front of Lendrum there. It made if that was Tremper or not, but yeah, somebody picked up some dirt there coming off of that difficult turn 9. But that front 3 now starting to just open up a little bit over the 4th, 5th of Lendrum and Nelson.
And much like the Spec Miata, we saw it on the start with this group with our B-Spec racers, Larry, but much like Spec Miata, using every last bit of the apron there on the outside of the 90 just to keep the front wheels as straight as possible, scrub off as little speed, and carry some speed up the hill. And I think during practice yesterday, we were looking at whether they were doing that, depending on how wide they went out, it was knocking a couple tenths off their lap times, even without the draft.
Well, Ratcliffe had popped out for a moment there as they were going down the back straight, slips in behind, probably just didn't want to get too much up into the front two. And the ones behind, though, that's your battle for fourth. That's Lendrum and Nelson. You've got to figure out a way to gain back up, because right now Roman and Schwartz are leading Ratcliffe pretty effectively.
Yeah. And Ratcliffe is probably right on the tail end of the draft there. But one of the things that we talked to Rich Roman last year at the runoffs. We talked to him. Certainly, I've got access to him. As he is drives a lot of events in the Washington D.C.
You're still
area
on his
as well.
Christmas card list.
Yeah, I
Intro?
am still on Rich Roman's Christmas card list, and certainly on his girlfriend's Christmas card list as well. But one of the things that Rich said was because of the lower roof on that car and because of the slope of the roof, it's not impossible to draft off of it, but it is much more difficult to draft off of it than
in the
the
chat
Standard
here.
Mini Cooper.
Yeah, Trenton Kramer made the same comment in the chat here a minute ago that coupe is just a very different car to be drafting behind. It's not quite the same pocket of air that you would get following the traditional Mini.
Yeah.
So I think that's where Ratcliffe has to be careful. He's got to know that the draft won't be as strong, forcing him to stay just a little bit closer to get whatever he can off the back of Roman, as well, or sorry, off the back of Schwartz, even if he can kind of be tucked in close enough behind Roman. He's still there now.
All right, as I take a look, Larry, at some of our other fields here, things really spreading out in GT Light. Graham Fuller now with almost a 5-second advantage over James Gregorius, another 20 seconds back to Chris Copley, another 10 seconds to Scott McAllister. Hainsworth now resetting fast lap, Larry, at a 2:06.8, and this is the time where I start looking at track records here. And in e-production. And again, things have warmed up. It's a little warmer than we had during practice yesterday. It's now up to about 75 degrees here. E-production track record set at this event last year by John Hainsworth at a 2:05.895. So he is about a second off of it. He's been down to a 2:06.8 already today.
Yeah, without being pressured. He's just doing that almost like his own qualifying session. Now, of course, he is going to catch the back of the packs here very, very soon, as he would have started on the front row for the early start. And then, of course, you had the B-Spec starting afterward, and those guys are about 30 seconds per lap slower. So he should already be catching the back of those B-Specs here if he isn't already. And good news, you're back on Steve Intron's Christmas card list, if you can remember his name. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Of course, the envelope might not make it to me because he spelled my name wrong in the chat. So,
so you're back on his list, but now he's on yours.
That's right. Good thing I'm Jewish there, Steve. Anyway. As now we're starting to see parts of the B-Spec field here start to stretch out, and Frank Schwartz starting to open up a little bit of an advantage now over the two Rat Sport drivers of Rich Roman and Alex Ratcliffe. And as they're both coming up now on the H Production Rabbit of Charlie Broering, the number 90 machine. But nice little fight here going on in the battle for fourth. Because what we're seeing, Larry, now is there was a pretty significant gap from Jared Lendrum in the 28 Mini back to Andrew Nelson. Nelson's been able to draft up, and he's actually taken a look to the inside of Lendrum as they come down into one, and he may have just taken over fourth position.
Yeah, well, while that's happening, I'm also watching what Frank Schwartz was doing, which is he was using Tom Broering for a draft. So the B-Spec car, using the little bit stronger H-Prod car on the straightaways to do what he can to get a little bit of draft, and it worked. He was able to put about 6-7 car lengths between himself and Rich Roman and Ratcliffe running second and third. So look at that. That's a huge gap now. It's essentially in one lap.
Yeah, and neither of the Rat Sport cars were able to really use it, although take a look now as is Ratcliffe is starting to take a look to the inside on Rich Roman.
Yeah, now that Roman doesn't have a draft to follow.
Right, exactly. But Ratcliffe, I think, as soon as he got out from behind the gold mini of Roman, realized that, well, there was like a brick wall right in front of him, and he just lost all the momentum he had. He was certainly a lot faster in the draft of Roman.
Yeah, look how quick that Roman was, though, through the bus stop. He's already essentially split the gap now. Look how much quicker he is. Faster than Ratcliffe, who's just now trying to stay in the draft around the second half of this lap. Oh. Roman's the guy. If you're going to try and catch back up to a Frank Schwartz, Rich Roman's the guy you want to hitch onto.
Wow, heck of a slip angle there. I think I think that was Andrew Nelson in the 52 machine. Because I'm going. I think he got around Jared Lindrum there as he came out of the chute. And wow, look at that. There's our overall leader, Hainsworth, now coming up towards the back of our leaders in B-Spec. But yeah, Frank Schwartz now used just that bit of draft from the Rabbit to such an advantage. And that is going to be very difficult now for Roman and Ratcliffe to run him down.
If anybody could do it and run down a Frank Schwartz out there, it would be Roman. Obviously, one of the quickest guys, defending champ, quickest guys in the country. He's got a chance, and he may have closed a couple of car lengths since they came through turn 1 to where here we are now, coming off of turn 10 towards 11. Only halfway through this race, and if Kramer can get, if Ratcliffe can get up there a little bit, maybe he could push Roman a little bit down the back straight and try.
I thought you were going to call me Greg Kramer.
No, I'm reading the Trek Kramer comments here in the chat. So. He's certainly our producer for this race. He's doing a good job giving us all sorts of stuff.
Thank you, Trenton. By the way, have I mentioned, because we've had him in the chat all weekend, Boy from New York, it's almost like this is his home race to some extent, and he's having a good time in the chat here this weekend. Welcome back. All right, so here now as Hainsworth makes his way up through the S's and gets around both Roman and Ratcliffe, and that open top Mazda not putting quite the hole in the air that I think Roman and Ratcliffe wanted.
Or that hole disappeared quickly.
Yeah, it did.
That Mazda's trap speed, 131 miles an hour. The Mini, 104. So about 27 miles an hour slower.
Oh gosh.
That hole in the air just disappeared.
Yeah, you literally do need like a strap and a hook to pull you along in that case. No chance of getting a draft off of that car. All right, well, Larry, we've got about 10, 11 minutes left here in the qualifying session. Let's do this. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group and take a little break. Tension in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 8, touring 2, touring 3, and touring 4, race group 8. Please head to the grid. Race group 8 to the grid, please. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Watkins Glen and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody. And Larry,
yeah,
something's happened here at the front of B-Spec.
Yeah, there's something up with Frank Schwartz, as he had a multiple car length lead over both the twosome there of Roman and Ratcliffe. Suddenly we see him come out of the next corner, and Schwartz was in front of Ratcliffe, and now you can see as they go through one, it's Schwartz now trailing and having to push along a little bit. So I don't know if he's having mechanical issue or if there was something else going on, but right now Schwartz has lost a little bit of pace of where he was for the first, I don't know, about 6-7 laps of this race.
Well, let's see if we can drop back just a little bit. Jordan, if we can stay on this shot right here for a moment. This is our GT Light leader, Graham Fuller, in his Toyota Tercel, and running second in GT Light, that white RX-7, James Gregorius. And just as we went to break, Larry, Gregorius was picking off time from Graham Fuller's lead by almost a half second every lap. Graham Fuller, that last time by, looks like he grabbed some of it back and has really opened things up. And a lot of that, I think, just had to do with as these two racers were trying to make their way through the B-Spec traffic.
Yeah, there's a little bit of traffic there, and I think Fuller's responded now they've gotten through. His last time around was a 2:14.1. Gregorius was a 2:14.7. And they do have different strengths in different sectors, but Fuller seems to have righted the ship a little bit once he's gotten through traffic, and now he's got clean air in front of him. But keep an eye on it. I mean, these are still GTL cars. Anything could happen here with about 5 minutes to go in this thing. So not over yet in GTL.
No, certainly. I mean, we talked about the fragility of American sedan cars in the last group. It's no different in GT Light, exactly. So we will continue to watch that as Fuller, at the last time the stripe had opened back up almost to a 4-second advantage. Chris Copley, almost 50 seconds in arrears. And and I know we had somebody in the chat there asking if we would show more prod racing. Wow, here we go.
But this B-Spec racing is so good, and there it is. As Schwartz has gotten back around Ratcliffe, and look at that, he's right up under, essentially up under the back of, as the leader in GTL gets underneath Roman. Your three B-Specs are nose to sail again.
There we go. Is Schwartz again using the draft from out-of-class cars to his advantage. And I was just going to say, I know we had somebody in the chat asking if we could show more production racing. As we mentioned, that big gap in E production, Anthony Parker 2 laps down from John Hainsworth. In H production, Tom Roaring a lap down from Vince LaManna. In F production, Mark McAllister a lap down from Charlie Campbell. So, again, we're trying to show you the big fight here as Gregorius now gets around the 3 B-Spec leaders. And I think once again, Frank Schwartz using an out-of-class car to his advantage. And
it's crafty.
He's right back there. Right under the roof, I guess, of Rich Roman.
Yeah, very crafty by Schwartz to find a way to use some traffic coming along to his advantage. Probably a draft a little bit up behind the Graham Fuller Tercel, and was able to use that to catch up to Roman. And then it looked like maybe the Tercel had some issues trying to get around Roman and brought Roman back to Schwartz as well. Great racing there for all of this. I'm sure sure Rich doesn't agree that it's good, that it was good for everybody, but it's certainly good for us watching now. Is look at the speed though that Roman carries through that bus stop more than the other two.
Yeah, absolutely. As he opens up like 3 or 4 car lengths. Hey, wanted to welcome to the chat Parker B. He says he's watching from work. His dad is James Gregorius out on the in that Mazda RX-7. So of course we're all cheering him on. We'll see if he can close things down. Looks like he may have knocked a little bit of time off that last time. I actually knocked about a half second off of Fuller's
He
lead.
did last lap, and he's taken another second now in the first sector alone this lap. Now, Fuller's quicker in the second sector by about a half a second. So Gregorius starting to wind it back up again. He's 3 seconds down. Maybe he's 2.5 right now, but you can see the clock countdown. There were 3 minutes left. Probably going to be seeing white flags here pretty soon. The Mazda's got to pick up the pace a little bit if he thinks he's going to catch that Toyota.
All right, getting word now that next time John Hainsworth brings his Mazda across the line, he will see the white flag. So not a lot of time left for James Gregorius here to get up to the back of that Toyota Tercel. Probably, well, given where Hainsworth is, it looks like it's going to be for them this lap and probably one more following.
That's what Gregorius needs. He needs a little bit more race to have a chance. If this thing were to go checker now, he'd finish second, but maybe, just maybe, he can get up there. Now, the last time around, net on the lap, a 10th in favor of Gregorius. That's not fast enough for him. He's trying to catch Graham. He's going to have to do it here. This first sector seems to be his strength. Maybe a little bit of that is some straight line speed, as he's about 5-6 miles an hour faster than Fuller. But the rest of the track, Fuller has definitely got it hooked up through the twisty bits down through 6, 7, 8, and 9.
All right, why don't we jump back to that battle for the lead in B-Spec here. I guess just behind this battle. And here they come as they're fanning out, going through the S's. A Schwartz now with a great run. Slots past Rich Roman to retake the lead.
Well, keep your eye on Ratcliffe now, as he's just going to see if he can draft off of one to the other as they come down this back straight.
Or does he try to push his teammate back up to the lead and around Frank Schwartz? Let's see what happens as they come into the bus stop, and neither one is close enough.
Well, this is where we've seen Roman so quick as exiting this bus stop, and that's a little too quick there as he gets a little bit of off-road action there with the dirt.
All right, white flag is in the air as John Hainsworth has crossed the stripe. He has 2.4 miles remaining in his race so far, with a real strong run for Hainsworth here today. So let's stick with this B-Spec battle.
Well, Jeff Hainsworth in the chat says we need more E-production. Of course, Jeff Hainsworth would want more E-production with John Hainsworth leading the race.
That's right. And, as we said, Anthony Parker right now 2 laps down here from John. So I'm sure we'll get him as he crosses the line. Yeah, let's stick to the B-Spec. Sorry, guys.
It's such good racing. Well, if the white flag just went to Hainsworth in the lead, that means these B-Specs are going to have one more lap of this.
Indeed.
Yeah, so this is where the good positioning, if you're Roman, knowing if you think you're quicker through the bus stop, you want to be leading it on the last lap. He's in second place now. If he gets a good run off of turn 1, he can maybe make that pass and do exactly that. The wild card here is Ratcliffe. Can he do something here to disrupt that, either on the front straight before they even start the last lap, or can he be a bit of wild card going down maybe a 3 wide toward the bus stop?
Well, and again, I'm sure that Alex would probably be there to help push Roman past if need be, but he's had trouble with the pace, and I think a lot of that is that flapping fender liner that he's had to deal with all race long has kind of stunted his straight line speed. Here he's been able to overcome it with the draft slightly, but you can see even here where he's just not able to pull up, and he also keeps taking a look to the inside, probably as he's out in the air like that, probably impacting his speed as well. As Roman gets a great run out of the 90, but I don't think it's going to be enough, at least there. The question is now, Larry, can he use the draft up the hill and maybe pop to the inside? Right here.
Frank used the apron at 1 to get a little bit more momentum going, but I don't know if it's enough for Frank. I'm watching Roman. Look at him. He's right under the rear hatch there of the larger traditional Mini in front. Roman, see if he pops out here. He would love to be leading going into that bus stop, but there is John Hainsworth.
Yeah, Hainsworth taking the win in E-Production. Again, up 2 laps from Anthony Parker. Those were our only 2 E-Production racers running, coming across the line there. Then Charlie Campbell, David Colby should finish in second in his Acura. Mark McAllister crossing the line. He'll finish third, 2 laps down in F production. We'll get over to H production here in just a few moments.
I wonder
as
if in this case...
Vince Lamana just crosses the stripe. He's going to take the win in H production with Tom Broering finishing a lap down.
I wonder in this case if Roman thinks that he's quicker around 7 to 8 at that sole of the boot there, and that's why maybe he's okay being in this position. Or maybe Frank Schwartz is just hitting his marks perfectly on this lap. As that, by the way, that's the margin in GTL. They're nose to tail in this last corner.
They are right there. Gregorius, maybe with one more lap, would have had the chance, but coming to the line and taking the win in GT Light. Graham Fuller, James Gregorius only 0.6 back at the checker. And here comes that battle for the win in B-Spec coming out of turn 9. And Frank Schwartz, he's opened up a gap when he needed it most, Larry.
Yeah.
Now, it's only a car length, but that is monumental in B-Spec.
Remember, he had the issue where he was leading by the others by a bunch, and all of a sudden he was back behind Ratcliffe, and here he is, one more corner away from winning this thing. Great final lap for Frank to not get past on that major. He had a great run off of 1, a great run down there through the boot, and look at this, down the front straight. This is going to go to Schwartz.
And there you go. Frank Schwartz will take the win. Finishing second is Rich Roman. Finishing third is Alex Ratcliffe. And now here comes that battle. And it looked like it opened up a little bit there at the end. Finishing just off the podium here coming across the line. That is the number 52 Mini Cooper of Andrew Nelson. Jared Lendrum will come in 5th. Tom Tremper in the number 33 Mini will finish in 6th. And I believe we already had Ken Lendrum, David Oliveira, Jim Kelleher across the line. Oh, maybe not. Nope. Here comes the Mazda 2 of Ken Lendrum, the number 129 car. He is going to finish in 7th position. All right, so Larry, let's make a final call to the grid for our last race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4 racers. Race Group 4, please head to the grid. Race Group 4 drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, Larry, let's take a little break here, get set up, get ready for our last race of the afternoon, where you're watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody, for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It is our last race of the day. And everybody, you want to join us tomorrow morning for all the hijinks and banter between Larry Lefty MacLeod and myself as we're going to get underway with our feature races, 8 a.m., same that channel or SCCA official channel or something along those lines. All right, Larry, it's Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4, just like you've got on your screen right there. Let's run down the starting order. We had 22 drivers set qualifying times. Here they are. Starting 22nd, driving the number 13, Touring 4, 2023 Mazda Miata. It's Coyote Black. Randy Johnson is going to start 21st in the 01 Touring 3 Ford Mustang EcoBoost. Something you know about, Larry. Scotty B. White's going to start 20th. He hoofed it all the way over to the other side of the track after joining us here in the booth. He is driving the number 0 Touring 4 Ford Mustang. Carl Fung is going to start 19th. He's in the 116 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. He gets all the way from Rancho Palos Verdes, California. Dina Weisberg is going to start 18th today. She is in the number 2 Touring 3 BMW 330 Ci. Edric Karabek will start 17th. He's in the number the number 39 Touring 3 BMW 330i. Adrian Comstock is in the Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. He's going to start 16th today. And then we've got Stephen Blethen. He is driving the number 50 T4 Mazda RX-8. He starts at 15th. Matthew Sisson, also in Touring 4, he's driving the number 87 Mazda MX-5. He starts 14th. Ray Blethen will start 13th. He's in the number 51 Mazda RX-8. Aiden Rose starting 12th today. Aiden is in the number 4 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. And your pole sitter in Touring 4, driving the number 00 Mazda MX-5, Mark Cephalo. David Oram is going to start 10th today. He's in the number 6 Touring 3 BMW Z4, while Mike Frost starts 9th. He's in the number 21 Touring 2 BMW M3. Chris Allen's in the T3 Mazda MX-5 Cup car. He starts 8th in the number 10 machine. Starting 7th in the number 88 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette, it's John Shannon with Jared Lendrum jumping out of the car he was just in and into a Subaru STI. The number 28 Touring 3 machine starts 6th. Anthony Pacelli starts 5th. He's in the number 14 Touring 3 Subaru Impreza, with Isaac Beekman starting 4th. Isaac's in the number 33 Touring 3 BMW 330 Ci. Lots of threes in that one, Larry. Albert Noserine starting 3rd today. He's in the number 08 Touring 2 Ford Mustang. And so now we move to the front row. Driving the number 31 Touring 3 Phoenix Hoosier Hawk Pontiac Solstice from Denver, Pennsylvania. It's Marshall Mast. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 35 Touring 2 Hoosier Hawk Mobile Cadillac CT4 Blackwing, John Heimersey.
Yep, a couple of Phoenix drivers, Mast and Heimersey, on that front row. Different classes, though, T2 and T3. Both I expect to be quite fast here in this race. But, you know, can the challenges right behind them come up? And they're going to be right behind them. It's essentially T2 on one side of the grid, T3 on the other. Could make for an interesting start.
And the lights are out on the pace car, Larry. And the pace car now coming down the apron and onto the pit lane, turning things over to the Hein Rocket. John Heimersey, many-time national champion here. I think he's 14-time national champion, if I remember correctly. Yeah, something along those lines.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. And green flag is in the air as a couple folks are taking a look down the outside. There is Al Noserine and John Shannon.
Boy.
Oh, wow.
You've got
a car off in contact there into the wall. That's going to bring out a caution almost immediately here. Is that the Corvette?
It looks like a Corvette. I know we've got 2 in the field. I'm not going to speculate until we know for sure. Let's see what they do. That's a lot of debris on the front straight.
Yeah, we've got a Miata and a Corvette off there. So they're actually the 2 cars. Yep. Yeah, we see the black Corvette, and Larry, it was a little hard to see from our camera shot, but also up against the wall is one of our Mazdas, and I think it might have been the MX-5 Cup car of Chris Allen. It is a red car. I'll try and check and see if we've got the car without the top, as we are going now to a full course caution. Yeah, and I believe that because I don't see one of the Mazdas missing a roof, or, well, it wasn't missing a roof. It was never sent out with a roof. I believe that's the MX-5 Cup car of Chris Allen that's also up against the wall.
Yeah, and with that kind of debris on the front straight, like we saw in one of the earlier races, this makes sense just to go full course at this point. While they work on cleaning all that up for Heinrichs, it just means that whatever little tire he has under him.
Yeah, and the other car involved, Larry, that's the 88 blue Chevy Corvette, the Touring 2 Corvette of John Shannon out of Oswego, New York. That is there. So, again, and we do have emergency services vehicles now responding, coming from the short chute over out of turn 9, and we'll see them here on the front straight, and they are now responding as our leader John Heinrichs essentially acting as the safety car now, and the safety car should pick him and the rest of the field up here soon, and there we have it sitting right at turn 9.
It'll be interesting to see if they take the field down pit lane again like they did earlier in one of the prior races. Gives the services crew better access and not have to worry about the field coming down the front straight, but we'll see if they choose to do that. Meanwhile, at this point, a lot of these drivers are needing to get or keep heat in their tires, and that may take an advantage from Heinrichs away a little bit because he's got so much power. When everybody else in cold tires, all he's got to do is line up corner exit and off he goes. At some point, though, the tires under him, they go away. He's on that big car with a limited suspension. So Heinrichs may actually would rather have had this thing go green for a little bit and build a lead, but that's not going to happen. And I think they are coming down pit lane.
Exactly. Not going to work that way. All right, so Al Nosserine works his way up into second position. He is also running in T2, so second both overall and in class to John Heinrichs. Marshall Mast in that Pontiac Solstice sitting third, and I believe we've got Beekman is next, and as you can see,
I think so.
The safety car bringing the field down the pit lane again to allow our emergency services teams to work the incident there on the front straight.
Yeah, we'll get a transponder trip down the front straight or down the pit lane here. It will give us a good order that they are when they come through. It is Heinrichs and Nosserine 1-2, Mast, Beekman, the two T3 cars are sitting third and fourth overall with Pacelli, Lendrum, the other T3 cars. So the four of them, T3 cars, are all in a row nose to tail now.
Yep, Mike Frost moves up in the 7th position. He is currently your third place runner in Touring 2. Mark Cefalo, your leader in Touring 4, 8th overall with Aiden Rose 9th. Ray Blethyn third in T4, 10th overall. Then Matt Sisson in his T4 machine. David Oram 12th. Stephen Blethyn 13th. Dina Weisberg 14th. Adrian Comstock, Edward Karabik, Scotty B. White 17th. Carl Fung, Coyote Black 19th. And then we've got Randy Johnson currently running 20th, and that again leaves Chris Allen and John Shannon, as we suspected, as the two drivers that do not complete a lap. All right, Larry, let's do this once again, since we've got the field under full course caution. We're working try and get that cleaned up on the front straight. Why don't we take our break a little bit early, and when we come back, hopefully we'll be ready to go back to Green Flag Racing here for our last race of the day here at the Super Tour at Watkins Glen. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody. We're surprised. We're still under full course caution here with our last race of the day. It is Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4. Your leader, John Heinrichsey. Actually, I guess your leader is the safety car driver. Heinrichsey just reset fast lap. That was pretty impressive there behind the safety car. With Al Nossery, Marshall Mast, Isaac Beekman, Anthony Pacelli, your top 5. And as I look out the window here, we are still working the incident. We have both, one of the two cars is still on, still up against the wall there on the front straight. So it looks like it's probably going to be at least another lap to 2 laps before we get this back up and running. Well, there you go. We can see from that shot right there.
Yeah, so just question, I guess, for those that are more experienced at this track,
yes,
if there is any movement or any damage to the wall, will the track need to actually make this race go black or even red while we repair that wall? Is that something they would do here? Or
they would certainly have the session stop if they felt it was necessary.
Yeah, because we're 16 minutes down, so we're coming up again 25-minute race. We're not quite to the halfway point on time. I think from a race standpoint, it's always great to get a half a race in if we can't get a full race. So I'll be curious to see if at what point do they decide to just stop driving through the pit lane and just wait there. Because right now they're just burning gas and keeping tires warm. Yeah, this is last race of the day. It's the 3:26 in the afternoon Eastern time here. So, I mean, everybody's running off for that dinner, I'm sure, that's going to be served somewhere tonight.
It's Saturday night's prime rib night at the Seneca Lodge, Larry.
Yeah, I could go for a little.
Yeah,
I can go for a little dinner at the Seneca Lodge tonight, and I'm sure if I know the crew from the SCCA, there may be some beverages in advance of your prime rib that'll be shared.
That could be.
There may be a couple of suitcases full of some brown liquid that may be getting taken out tonight.
Yes, that is correct.
Big shout out to my buddies, the Scots. Always come prepared.
It was just like Elvis, always had the kit with him.
Yep. Is this like talks amongst yourselves? I'll give you a topic. What do you think, Greg? Favorite Mitsubishi? Is this like talks amongst yourselves?
Oh, hey, look, we've got the meme lord in with us here, Jordan Furman. Says, what's my opinion on the current Mitsubishi production car lineup? Well, Jordan, let me tell you, there's a reason why Mitsubishi is currently selling the least expensive. Now I'm going to get myself kicked off the. Do we have a Mitsubishi as a sponsor? No, but the least expensive production car I think sold in America is from Mitsubishi.
That's like
right
an
now.
Advertisement. That's good.
That is it, and I think it's actually still called the Mirage. And it is it's a wonderful machine. I recommend it to anybody.
I appreciate that the emergency services workers have our broadcast on, and as soon as they heard us start this topic, they got out of the scene as fast as possible.
As fast as they could.
They have done a fantastic job.
We don't want to hear Greg talk about freaking Mitsubishi Mirages.
The next question, I'm sure someone's going to say, what's your favorite cut of fish in sushi? Would you rather have the tuna, or what would you like to have? I'm sure that's the next question to come up.
All right, so race control was checking to see where the location of the safety car is. You can see it coming through turn 10. And word is now that the course is ready. I think we're, just as the safety car is coming to the entrance of the pit lane, probably a little too late that we're going to have one more lap here under caution.
I think they had the blower out there. Yeah, they do. I think they're trying to just make sure the last of any debris, whether it's just dust, dirt, or anything off of cars, gets blown off the track. And they get one more lap to do it, hopefully.
Yep, and we see here safety car bringing the field down the pit lane once again, giving those teams a little bit more opportunity to get whatever debris there is off the track. But Larry, I think we're going to be going back to green flag racing next time by, and still with, probably around 9 minutes, 9.5 minutes remaining on the clock. So we'll get a reasonable number of laps in here. Yeah.
That may be a good thing for your overall leader here, Heinrichs. Again, a short race in that car. If it has any issues holding up on tires, it won't have to worry too much. It can just go barn burner speed. But I think you're going to see Serene doing his best to try and stay up underneath the back of that black wing to try and stick with him in the that Mustang.
Hey, Larry, as we get ready to go back to green here, we talked a little bit earlier about the IMRRC, the International Motor Racing Research Center. I've gotten word that they're going to be honoring McLaren Racing CEO Zach Brown with the Carmen Argesinger Award at their gala on September 12th at the Corning Museum of Glass. Tickets for the event can be purchased online at www.racingarchives.org.
Cool.
All right, Larry, we have got all of our crews now off track, and our starters and the safety car have been informed that the lights are going to be extinguished, and we are going to be going back to green flag racing this time by. So looks like we are going to have some get some meaningful laps in here, and hopefully Jordy Fu appreciates that, although we have no Mitsubishis racing. Hey, look at that. We've got a front row spectator.
We do.
No, don't fly away.
He just left us.
They always come back.
I think he just loves the blue of the tire barriers around here. Who doesn't?
Or he heard it. He thought that maybe there was a Mitsubishi in the field. One of the two.
All right, well, this will be an interesting restart here as we try to get back to something race-related in content here. Marshall Mass, who started in the front row, now has the entire T3 field just right behind them with Isaac Beekman, Anthony Pacelli, Jared Lendrum. I think those guys are going to be trying to make a push, knowing they all know the clock is winding. They know this is probably going to be a 4-lap sprint, and there are not going to be many chances to get around here. So see if the BMW or the two Subarus back there can give a push to get around that Solstice here on the opening couple of corners, at least take Marshall off of his traditional line and make something happen. While out in front, of course, No Serene and Heinrichs are going to be having their own little battle going on. Heinrichs and Mast being teammates, maybe they'll be kind of looking to say, I'll help you if you help me in your class. Let's see if they kind of try to work together for those two sitting first and third right now in the field.
All All right, Jordy Fu is asking what I feel about the Alpine F1 team, and all I can say is when I go to the Seneca Lodge tonight, I'm going to have some French fries with my prime rib. All right, let's see here. Lights are out on the pace car now. We should see it drop down into the groove there and head onto the pit lane, turning the field back over to John Heinrichs. And he's going to bring the field through turn 11 and onto the front straight, where the starter looks over the field and green flag is in the air. And Larry, with 8 3/4 minutes remaining, and the field is stretching out 4 wide, going down into the 90. We are back to racing at Watkins.
Yeah, look at the
Glen.
outside line. One of our Subarus is going to try and get a run through here. You can see that. I don't know if he's going to be able to, because there was looked like maybe even the T2 car, Frost, may have ducked in there as well in that BMW M3, but yeah, he's right in that mix, as well as, is that Cephalo in the T4 car maybe even gotten around Lendrum or one of the other Subarus there. Yeah, he's in between the Subarus now.
And, and we saw Lendrum's car smoking a bit here this morning in qualifying. We haven't seen that here in this session today. But look at this run that Anthony Pacelli gets out of the S's. He's got Isaac Beekman in the 33 machine alongside him. Cannot motor past the BMW. The BMW a lot later on the brakes, and now Pacelli has to contend with the other Subaru, and they were very close together for a lot of qualifying. Lendrum there now battling it out for, I guess that is now the battle for third in Touring 3.
Yeah, Pacelli's in the that's a big slide now. Going down to a big hit to the wall there, the 33 car. You can see that number pretty easily.
Yeah, and that was
Beekman. Yeah,
and that was the car that was fighting with Pacelli, and that is a huge hit.
That is, and I think I see tires on the grass there that may have kind of come out
of
the wall.
Yeah, it looked like it locked the banding on the tire wall. And Jordan, if we can go and pull the thing there, yeah, we've got the banding down. Obviously, the bumper cap is off the car, and hey, at least he turned on the hazard light, so we all know that he's got a problem.
Yeah,
but that obviously is going to bring out the full course caution again, I think, here pretty soon, Larry. And as race control is trying to pick up where our leader is, and with a little bit less than 7 minutes remaining.
I don't know if the pace car was able to get back in staged area, because I still see there's Heinrichs. He's still leading the field.
Yeah, it didn't get the safety car, but we are going back now to full course caution, Larry. And there it is, hanging from the starter stand. And so with 6.5 minutes remaining, I have a feeling now, as we complete lap number 5, of course, most of these laps under caution, that's how this race is going to conclude.
Yeah, I don't think we get any more green laps as that clock comes to a stop, and I don't think that they're going to do that. It's kind of unfortunate, because that was some pretty hectic but a lot of fun to watch there, with the jumping around in the T4 group, with Cephalo kind of getting the start, and then, of course, the battle with the Subarus going on there. So that was going to be a fun one, but that's a tough one there for Beekman. That's a tough way to finish your weekend, backing into the tire wall down there in 6th.
All right, so we'll see here. I mean, we have had where our operating stewards would bring the cars down the pit lane, would stop the clock for a green-white checker. We may still see that. They've got enough time on the clock, I think, theoretically, to do it. But
they did it now.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be listening in, but let's go and run down. Let's break things down here by class. Larry, where we have right now in Touring 2, John Heinrichs, your leader, Albert Nossery in 2nd, Mike Frost 3rd, Carl Fung 4th. In Touring 3, Marshall Mast in that Pontiac Solstice is your leader, Anthony Pacelli 2nd, Jared Lendrum 3rd, and David Oram 4th. Dina Weisberg finishing in 5th, and I may have just let the cat out of the bag, Larry. Let me just finish the order here. Mark Cephalo, your leader in Touring 4, Aiden Rose 2nd, Ray Blethyn 3rd, Matthew Sisson 4th, Adrian Comstock 5th, as we've just now received word from race control that when the safety car leads John Heinrichs towards the starter stand, the checkered flag will be displayed. So this race is effectively done.
That is a bit of a tough way to end this race, with 2 different full course cautions, and certainly not what the front of any of these 3 different classes would have wanted. You always want to win a race, on the track, but
under green,
under green for sure. And so I think this group is going to have some pent-up excitement come this time tomorrow for their feature race Sunday afternoon.
Yes.
yeah, they're going to want to go out and have a good old time. So looking forward to that one tomorrow. And, depending on, I'll be optimistic there about that car there for Beekman, that maybe, just maybe, there's a chance he can get that back together. But that was a pretty good impact.
You look at it, it took the bumper cap off, but look, I'm not a bodywork guy, but at least on the passenger side, doesn't look like there's that much that's been done to the quarter panel over there.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Depending if it's bent in a little bit, look at the wheel condition, maybe the control arms, do a little inspection of the rear end. But yeah, maybe we'll be optimistic that we'll see him again tomorrow.
All right, so Larry, again, it is Heinrichsey, your winner in Touring 2. Albert, I feel so strange. I've been at races at the Glen where we've run so many laps under full course caution, the cars just start to overheat and actually don't make it to the checker. But I don't think that's going to be the case here with our touring cars today. Heinrichsey, your winner in Touring 2. Albert Noserine second. Mike Frost third. In Touring 3, Marshall Mast, Anthony Pacelli, Jared Lendrum, your top 3. In Touring 4, Mark Cefalo, Aiden Rose, Raymond Blethen, your top 3. And so, Larry, again, we're going to be at it again tomorrow morning, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, bright and early. It is an entire day of feature races tomorrow, 35 minutes or 15 laps, whichever come first. And the way this race ended today, I think certainly the exception to the rule, but an entire day of very good racing here at the Glen.
Yeah, we had some really great races going on. So a lot of the different classes. We saw the B-Spec race come down to the end. We watched, of course, the Spec Miata. We watched the Spec Fords. We saw a lot of really awesome. The V race, my goodness, right down to the last straightaway. Fantastic racing going on here, and I think we're going to see a lot of that again tomorrow. And we'll keep an eye on the weather radar tomorrow to see if it throws a wrinkle in the mix.
We'll see. Hopefully it will be as glorious a day tomorrow as it was today and yesterday as well. So as our safety car brings John Heinrichsey down the front straight and across the line to take the checkered flag here in our last race of the day, Larry MacLeod, myself, Gregg Ginsberg, or Brian something, Donati or Polanski, whoever you are, we're going to bid you adieu. We, of course, want to thank our director today, Jordan Worth, our producer from DriversEye Live, Brendan Kazmarek. Want to thank Josh Ashby here from the IMRRC for helping us out here this weekend as well. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.